almost 3 years since a Blast trophy was last lifted in Portugal, tonight a new legacy will be forged. This is Championship Sunday at the Blast Open Lisbon.
Looking for more. Oh, he's got it another. Tataris down. Torji farming it. Stunning from Torji's orb. He changes the dial. Oh no! Headshot is. This is able to get Buster back to Psyche. Will hit him, and you've got Robin keeping it cool. To all the Counter-Strike fans around the world. It's Championship Sunday.
It is time, final day. Everything that is beautiful comes to an end, but guys, let's make this a special one. Yet again, we got the same duel, but is it time for finally something new to happen? Right in Lisbon, of all places.
And Lisbon has shown us that they deserve great Counter-Strike. This arena has been fantastic. You have done yourselves proud with the energy you gave me yesterday. But you know I want more, right?
Okay, he wants more. Lisbon, ready to make some noise. Just to warm up Twitch chat. Everybody's waiting. YouTube as well. Everybody's watching. Ready to make some noise? Okay. On our 3, you ready? Lisboa. 1, 2, 3, passa a mão! I think they're warmed up.
I think they're warmed up enough, but guys, are you actually ready for all of this? This is an epic grand final. This is 2 teams that have faced off against each other again and again. 3 consecutive grand finals for both teams, and one of them's lifting that trophy at the end. So let me hear you. Are you ready? Pretty damn.
We are.
In the Queen of the Sea tonight, we will be crowning a king. One more best of 5 separates either Vitality or MOUZ from lifting that coveted trophy down on the show floor. My name is Ferris Beers, joined by Maui and Pimp for what is going to be an epic grand final, or best of 5, no less.
Oh, it's already so exciting. We've got 2 of the best teams in the world. We've got one of the best players in the world on top of that. And this crowd has just been giving so much energy once we get into these games.
Another great best-of-5 battle between 2 teams, as you said, who's been doing themselves proud throughout the entire tournament. A rematch from the group stage as well. I think we're in for a good one.
Speaking of making history, Jacob, you made your own history yesterday. You finally had a pastel de nata. How did you like it?
That was a 10 out of 10 experience. You know, I had no idea what it was. I thought it was a pasta, to be fair. It was a cake, I found out, and it was a delicious cake for you. So I actually went and bought another one this morning.
I'd say it's more of a tart, Maui. Would you not agree? It's not really a cake, is
It's like
it?
an egg tart. It's like an egg tart.
Yeah?
A little pastry. I mean, I think it's the first time I've seen Pimp eat sweets, actually. Did you have to bite it off immediately, or what?
I went for one afterwards.
Burn all the calories.
Well, either way, to be setting up for this best of 5 grand final, unfortunately, 2 teams did have to be falling yesterday in our first semi-final. That was, of course, Eternal Fire crumbling versus MOUZ. A close 2-mapper affair nonetheless, with Torzy closing out Nuke in an absolutely ridiculous fashion. But sadly for Eternal Fire, they could not answer back on Dust 2. Spirit, unfortunately, also joined Eternal Fire on that journey home. That was after our first 3-mapper of the playoffs, with 2 very one-sided maps to be starting. Vitality stole Anubis, Spirit stole Nuke, but arguably it was ZywOo who stole the entire show on Mirage to keep that streak alive. 15 series in a row, and looking to continue that in the grand final today. Jacob, what has been your biggest takeaway coming off of semi-final Saturday?
I mean, to be completely honest, I'm mostly focused on Eternal Fire. Getting straight into the semi-final, another great result for them, being part of the playoff, another great tenure. But I'm starting to feel, as we discussed yesterday, that they don't have it in them to win trophies. They don't have it in them to get that extra step and be on par with the likes of Spirit, MOUZ, and Vitality. So the way I want to phrase it is that it's almost a little engine that couldn't, right? They get there, they get so close, but at the end of the day, do I believe they had championship quality? Not right now.
I know that Xantares said some stuff afterwards about feeling sick and all that, but I feel like everybody's kind of saying this. And also, you are sort of carving your own fate when you choose to attend every single event possible in the calendar, although I do hope that he gets better soon.
Yeah, and that's only going to continue moving on forward, as they are literally attending every single other event moving forward for the rest of the 2025 season. Maui, though, what was your takeaway coming off of yesterday's games as well?
After watching it all break down, I feel like we have a clear hierarchy of the top 3 teams. I think we've got a little special here in terms of just the Pimp Snake power ranking. I think this is something that Jacob and I both agreed on. And 1, 2, 3, I don't care what the HLTV or VRS stuff reads right now. This is who I say are the best 3 teams, and in this order: 1 Vitality, 2 MOUZ, and 3 Spirit. And I think that's incredibly fitting, given Spirit, you know, they push Vitality in some aspects, but at the end of it, they couldn't get over the line.
They also gapped the rest of the teams. I feel like right now there's 3 teams who are the top 3, and you can debate whether or not you want to put Spirit as the second. Personally, I believe as well, MOUZ is the second best team in the world, at least in a power ranking. But when you look at the 4th, 5th, and 6th, I feel like there's a bit of a gap right now. We have 3 teams now that have distinguished themselves for the rest, and heading into the major soon, heading into all these tournaments, we have 3 teams who are the favorites at pretty much every single tournament they show up for.
Did you guys agree on that name as well for the power ranking?
That's our new casting duo name, you know?
Yeah, exactly. We got 2 rounds casting together, and we said we need to come up with a duo name, like Scronders, you know? So Pimp Snake is what we went with.
It's got a ring to it, but either way, it does all boil down to this: a coveted best of 5 grand final, MOUZ versus Vitality.
Lastly here, Ropz has never won a Blast trophy, and when you joined the team, you said you wanted to get that thing for him. Are you getting it done today for him?
I hope so. He told me he lost 3 finals. It's his 4th final. Once he lost to Heroic in Copenhagen, then he lost to us in Copenhagen, and then he lost to us in World Final. So we fucked him pretty much on the Blast trophies. So now it's time for us to give what he deserves.
know we can beat them. We know we are capable of it, and we know that we can take only one, but we can take many maps. So we are really confident going into this grand final also because we saw every time we play versus them, we improving all the time. And we feel like we have a leap over them this time.
Tonight, in Europe's second oldest city, is where we write the next chapter of Counter-Strike history. And there's been one name that has been filling page after page after page. Their third grand final in a row, Vitality arrive in the arena looking to go 3 for 3 and sweep up another trophy tonight. Their only remaining hurdle is MOUZ, and they've been one that they've jumped over cleanly, not once, not twice, but 3 times in the past 21 days. But guess who is back in business today, Jacob?
It's kind of cool that he took the first flight out of Denmark, you know, from his brother's wedding into today to be here. Cyclone, the coach that has been absent as he was attending his brother's wedding. He's now back ready for the grand final after Supnix have led them all the way there. Supnix, by the way, with a 100% win rate as a coach.
I was going to bring that up. I mean, he's in a rarefied era with FaZe Eddie for guys that are just undefeated on LAN as stand-in coaches. Glad to see that Cyclone's back. That's obviously going to improve them tremendously in terms of being able to reset after timeouts. String of rounds doesn't go their way. Cyclone calls the timeout. He goes for a little bit of a back rub, but then he calls some tactics. So he's really got the whole picture, and he's got some meaty claws.
Got to be hungover, though, right? It's his brother's wedding. Come on.
The first hungover coach in existence.
Is that the excuse now? If the timeouts aren't good, the hangover excuse.
I mean, either way, he's going to be taking this matchup hella seriously, right? Because we've said it, 3 head-to-heads in the past 3 weeks. But we're going to take a look at the most recent one going down in the group stage. Because, yeah, Vitality, they said they played their C game when Apex joined us up here on the desk. But MOUZ, so close all 24 4 rounds required in both maps.
Yeah, I just want to give the context for people at home who maybe didn't watch that game in the group stage. Obviously, as you can see, Vitality ended up winning 13-11, 13-11, but on both maps, MOUZ were in a winning position. On both maps, I would argue that up until the last 4 or 5 rounds, MOUZ were actually the better team. They had a great opportunity at closing out the game. Unfortunately for Brollan and the boys, they lacked that little finesse, they lacked the killer instinct, but if anything, it gave us a sense of if there were to be a rematch, which we now have to date in the grand final, MOUZ are coming in, you know, having been so close winning against their first map versus Vitality.
Yeah, but it's after a string of losses. The fact that they've now lost 7 maps straight to Vitality. They're getting closer, which is a promising sign, but when the pressure is higher, this is where I feel like Vitality has a chance to further prove that maybe it was their C game, that they actually do have more to offer because they're so well oiled. And MOUZ, they play a great brand of CS, but it's one that is almost in a mirror image of Vitality, but just a smidgen worse.
I feel like from what we've seen from MOUZ so far, though, in the playoffs, right, handedly dismantling G2, and then in Eternal Fire's matchup, they were put under some pressure, but they withstood it to close it in too, right?
Yeah, and I think, you know, when Apex said that Vitality played their C game, I think it would be fair if MOUZ came out yesterday and said they didn't play their A game. I don't think we saw the best of MOUZ versus Eternal Fire, yet they still won that game without... I mean, they were under pressure, sure, but it wasn't like they were close losing this series at any point. I wasn't worried that they were going to be part of the grand final today, so I agree with you. They've looked solid in the playoff, and I think MOUZ is getting better and better. I think the result we saw from the group stage, where MOUZ probably could have and should have won against Vitality, that was another step in the right direction, and they've been keeping those steps up on par every single time and keep that development going on for them. So if they take another step today, then at the very least, they'll win a map tonight.
And that's why, I mean, when I think about rematches between teams, I always say that the team that lost has more to learn from, and they're going to want to learn more. If you're resting on your high horse, if you're Vitality, you say, we won 15 matches in a row, we don't really need to change all too much. Sometimes that complacency leads to staleness, whereas MOUZ are constantly looking for ways to innovate, to get better. And so I think that they can put up an even better fight today, MOUZ.
Particularly when you're looking at X-Hornet in Spinks, so we don't even have to presume how he feels. He just straight up tweeted it, right?
I mean, Spinks is just on a level right now where he's playing so consistently, but he also has so much to prove. Being in the shoes that he is in, where he seemingly chose to depart this Vitality roster, and seeing them, it is like looking at your ex and seeing that she's doing better than you now.
And I know it's cheap points, and I know it's easy to say, but trust me, these players, they feel it. Whenever you're playing an X team, you are extra motivated. For Spinks, this is a massive matchup. Not only a grand final, not only a chance for winning a trophy together with his new team, but giving it to your X team who, let's be honest, as we said, he wanted to leave back in the summer last year around, so he was staying within Vitality for a long time. You can only imagine that Apex wasn't too happy with that. Maybe he wasn't feeling too good in the Vitality jersey for the past 6 months. Now he's coming in with a plan, I guess, and a mission, and if that doesn't motivate you, if that doesn't fire you up, nothing will. Trust me, from a player perspective, Spinks is the most motivated guy on the server.
And we've heard it a lot in the smack talk between particularly Apex shouting at Spinks in those group stage arenas, right? We won't be hearing it here in the arena, but there's definitely a little bit of extra blood in this, right?
Maybe we will, you know, maybe we'll turn on his microphone and get a bit of a snippet of that. I'm sure Apex also uses that to fuel the teammates, right? Let's make sure that Spinks did not make the correct decision by leaving us be.
Either way, let's check in with Orpa on the side of MOUZ. It's Twilzy, courtesy of James Banks.
With all the experience you have playing Vitality, what's the hardest thing for you guys when facing them?
It's probably that they have like 5 stars, you know, like they have also just like us. I think we have 5 really good players, they have 5 really good players, but you know, of course they have Ropz and zyvu, you know, best players in the world, obviously. And it's a little bit difficult if they are all really sharp, you know, they have 5 players who can just like run you over. If you do the small mistakes, they will capitalize on it and they can just run you over. Like they play really good and really sharp, like even though in case they couldn't play the best team CS, they can just win on individuals as well, you know. So yeah, that's really difficult to play against. But for example, a grand final, we need to match them in sharpness.
That's what you've got to be astutely aware of when you're going up against a Vitality. And Twilzy saying himself, it's obvious that I'd like to play against Vitality. He felt so close last time around. And arguably, they did throw it away. They did have round advantages in those very maps in the group stage.
And Torzy, he's just been such a backbone for this team. So for him to actually say in so many other interviews with players, say, we don't care who we're facing, Torzy's out for blood, Spinks is out for blood. The motivation for MOUZ as a whole is at an all-time high. And I think that's also epitomized by the fact that Cyclone took the first flight to get here to try to get revenge on top of that.
It's the self-belief, right? I think if you ask MOUZ and if you were to ask them to be bluntly honest, I think they believe they can beat Vitality. Sometimes players will obviously say going into a tournament, we're here to win a trophy. Yes, we believe we can beat this team, or yeah, we can take down Spirit at the major, but they don't believe it deep inside themselves. I think MOUZ right now is oozing confidence. I think they believe that they can be the best team in the world if they continue to progress. So I love that confidence coming up from Torzy.
Torzy has been very consistent so far throughout 2025. What's been the story with your pro on the other side of the server in ZywOo?
I mean, what more can you say about him? Like, just superlatives galore. The most well-rounded player in the world, the most versatile player in the world, the man that's always in the right spot at the right time, that is so good at predicting the opponent's next move that it looks like he's radar hacking. Like, ZywOo is a freak of nature when it comes to knowing the macro aspects of this game, and his mechanics are not too shabby either.
It's the consistency of this man, right? You look at throughout his entire career, the first year he played professional Counter-Strike, absolutely one of the world's best players. And ever since, the worst placement he's ever had in that whole ranking is a 3rd place last year. That was his worst year ever, and he played some beautiful Counter-Strike. ZywOo right now is the best player in the world when you look towards his individual output and when you look towards the team he's playing on. He's winning trophies, he's putting up MVP-like performances. As you said, he looks like a cheater from time to time. He is the whole package.
And it obviously helps when you've got a player like Ropz joining your roster who's just bringing, you know, a breath of fresh air, some new life and new motivation to Vitality, right?
Ropz has brought stability with a team that last year oftentimes wasn't sure what that other side of the map is going to do. Ropz is a guy that is vocal in his positions. He's able to maintain so much space for the team, and he is incredibly sharp himself. You're not going to bully this guy. If you want to take some space, you're going to have to fight through him, and he himself is just this brick wall on his lurks that is so difficult to penetrate, and he's also impossible to guess where he is.
And I think it's a guy that also helps out Apex a little bit with the game planning. You know, we're coming up with new ideas, coming up with new strats, coming up with new ways of approaching things. Apex told us during the group stage that he talked a lot with Ropz, brought in a lot of inspiration from him as well. So not only is he a great player on the server with a great output, he also helps in the tactical department.
Well, from the grand finals, we do progress from a best of 3 to a best of 5. So I'm curious to see exactly where the picks and bans lie. Okay, bans coming out first, which leaves 5 picks remaining. I don't think there's going to be any surprises in terms of the bans. It's just the order in which these maps are coming out.
But that's an issue, right? MOUZ would love to play some Ancient, but it constantly gets banned against them.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the fact that MOUZ do ban Anubis, it's the one map that Vitality's been good on it, but a lot of people think it's a punish. Now, first pick out from Vitality, they go for Inferno. My big question for this pimp is MOUZ going to bring out the train early? Because they got to know they're the underdogs, and they actually go with Mirage. That's a little bit of a surprise for me, given that their comfort has seemingly been new.
I would say so too. Mirage is a ballsy pick. Dust 2 coming in for Vitality. That was a little bit more obvious. We know they played to a very high level.
Okay, and MOUZ, they bring it out actually 4th, which leaves Train as the 5th map. I'm a bit disappointed in MOUZ, as a matter of fact. I really thought that they would have tried to change this one up a little bit. You know, the audience wants Train, I want Train, and yet we have really yet to see it played out in the playoffs.
That would be hilarious. If we go to a 5th map and we get to define this game and get to conclude everything on the map of Train, which is still relatively new, still a map where we learn every single time we watch it, that would be fantastic for you.
Well, fingers crossed we do make it to the full 5 maps, but we do need to head things to a quick break before we welcome the teams out onto the stage. When we get back, a best of 5 grand final going down between Vitality and MOUZ.
day. Blast Open 2025 Lisbon. So far on the first day, it was a clean sweep. But yesterday, we got a beautiful show. But not as beautiful as you, everyone. We love you very much. But you know who's waiting for you backstage. It is MOUZ. It is Vitality. And before they walk in, they want to hear your hype. They want to feel it. So come on, Lisbon, one final time. Let me hear you roar! Para conquistar em Lisboa.
So many what ifs, could have been, should be's, but there is only one is. The most winning team of 2025. Lisboa makes some noise! Positionally outplayed, outmaneuvered. Moment for Apex, headshots is, oh, what a shot! No hesitation, no fake, onto the ankle, and he catches him.
Consecutive grand finals, one trophy to their name. It would be a dream come true to make that two if they can beat their nemesis at the end of this battle. This is where mice can become men. They know it won't be easy. They have more than struggled against this familiar foe, but they have grown with each battle, learning as a team, developing their strategies. Now it will take more than we've ever seen from this young team to stamp out the bees and march to that trophy. This is the mighty MOUZ! Grand finals with a chance to lift 3 consecutive trophies. That is the power of a team that is staring down the barrel of an era. One bullet can change a round. One clutch can change a map. and one player can change everything. That change has unleashed what was hiding inside the rest of the team. The crushed dreams and the missed opportunities of 2024 are forgotten. Even if it gets close, even if it looks scary, they always find a way. And today, they expect it to be exactly the same, with another trophy added to their names. V is for victory! V is for vitality!
Vitality arguably poised to be lining up the triple, a trophy in both Katowice and Stockholm tonight. They are hungry to go back to back to back with a third from Lisbon. The only squad who could be stopping them now is MOUZ, the fourth time they lock horns in just 3 weeks. But you know what they say, Jacob? The only thing sweeter than revenge is stealing a trophy in the process.
I don't know who says that, but it sounds pretty smart, I'm not gonna lie. And I do think there's a pretty good chance that we get a competitive game tonight. MOUZ have been edging closer and closer and closer to be able to compete with Vitality. Now, there's no denying, Maui, heading into this grand final, the team you see on your screen right now, they are the heavy favorites, they are expected to win, but I have firmly believed right now that MOUZ is a team that is getting closer and closer and closer, and I at the very least expect them to win a map tonight.
I'm in the same boat, Pimp. I feel like MOUZ have proven too much over the course of the last 3 tournaments to count them out entirely. Yes, Vitality has had their number with 7 consecutive maps over them. However, I feel like every time I see MOUZ playing against Vitality, they're gaining confidence, they're understanding their opponent even better.
It's getting closer and closer and closer. And talk about a close head-to-head as well when we talk about Xerxon and Flamesy, because Xerxon, he's just been powering up and really feeling it on stage.
And I'll tell you why this is a super, super cool duel, because they represent something for each their team. Obviously, Flamesy, the soldier of Apex, he will do whatever is needed, he will do whatever is told, he will jump in first, he will create the space for the players around him. Xerxon, maybe a little bit more sophisticated in that sense. He's also the secondary caller. He's taking a lot of initiative, and he's involving himself in 33% of all opening duel attempts within the MOUZ camp. 1/3 of every single opening duel you see from the MOUZ camp, it comes from this man, and his success rate is above 50%. If Xerxon plays well tonight, there's a great chance that we get a hyper-competitive game.
I have loved everything that I've gotten from Xerxon in the Brollan era of calling. Last year with Shuhei, I felt like Xerxon, he looked like an F1 car stuck in New York traffic. Now, I feel like Xerxon, he's got the freeway. He's got everything to work with. The entire racetrack is his, and he is revving up every single game, even in the arena ones now.
What about Jimfat, though? Because we had our eyes on him coming into this very playoff, saying he hasn't delivered on the level that perhaps we have been used to of yesteryear. Are you content with what you've seen so far in this tournament?
He hasn't been bad, but he hasn't been at his best. There's no denying that Jimfat still has more potential. Still, I wouldn't say he's struggling to find his way, but he's maybe struggling to find the same amount of impact that he used to have within the MOUZ camp. On the other hand, they're winning more now, right? So maybe he has to take a step back and allow for the rest of the team to frag a little harder. Maybe step in when it's needed. But we saw in the semifinal versus Eternal Fire, when he was called upon on Dust 2, he was having a great showing. So I believe in this guy. He also did say that he wants to be the best anchor in the world. And what better way to do that by beating the best at the role right now in Ropz. So if you're Jimfat, you should be super, super motivated.
I don't think he's far off from actually making those words a reality. Sure, the numbers aren't popping off as if it's an MVP performance, but there's only so much you can do in his positions, and I still think he's been thriving. I love what he's brought to the offense of this team. He's become an X-factor on his lurks. He's definitely taken a page out of Ropz's book. I have no doubt he's going to do similar today.
Talk about another juicy head-to-head that we get to see going down, more from the brain side rather than the aim, although we would argue, no, Apex has been putting up some fair numbers too. We're talking about one of the in-game leaders we see on our screen who may be in the conversation for one of the GOATs of all time versus one of the newest minds we've seen take on this mantle in Brollan.
It's going to be a fun duel. You know Apex to be the guy that is basically representing everything that is Vitality. The emotion, the control, the CT side calling, the T side calling. Whenever he needs a little more from Saivu, not too afraid to tell him, not afraid to call him out publicly in certain interviews. This is the leader. This is what Vitality is all about. This is Apex team. Whereas for Brollan, he's slowly but surely nurturing into becoming a great in-game leader. But I feel it's more joint effort when in the MOUZ camp.
There is no leader or captain I would rather sit next to in 2025 than Apex. If you want anybody else, I'm just gonna tell you, you want the easy way out, because Apex is hard on his teammates. He's hard on Zywoo. He'll tell Ropz what it is if he needs to, and he almost said so much that Spinks wanted to leave the damn team. I feel like every single person around Apex is getting the absolute most of themselves, but for some reason, I don't know why, this Portuguese crowd seems to have it out for him.
Yeah, for some reason, Vitality the villains in the arena tonight. But for Spinks, though, it is kind of hilarious. He finally leaves Vitality after the rumors circulating for so long, and it feels like every single damn event, they're facing Vitality at least once.
I kind of love it, you know. I love a roster move where everyone is winning. Spinks got to leave Vitality, he's better off. MOUZ is better off, Vitality's better off, and now we have another grand final.
And we've got a grudge match for the ages set to be going down. Once again, Vitality versus MOUZ, this time in a best-of-5 grand final.
Lisboa! Tonight, history is made for one of these two teams. For MOUZ, a chance to win an S-tier event versus a top 3 team in their biggest rival. And for Vitality, a chance to go on a 16-team winning streak and keep the hope of an era alive.
Yes, era, a word we don't get to throw around too often, and definitely not as of late. And other words important to Counter-Strike when I think about our beloved game are things like passion and history. And in the third instance of being in this arena, from the bottom of your heart, Lisbon, let me hear you! We go again!
Yes, we do. You know, I got a fun fact to kick this off. You know, MOUZ would be on a 16-match winning streak if not for Vitality. The only team that's beaten them, and have beaten them 3 times in a row.
You have met your maker. That's how it feels. But getting up and dusting themselves off time and time again, that is what MOUZ have done. And that's what they'll try to do yet again. Kicking it off to the CT side of Inferno. Everybody settle in. Ropz into the apartment. Get used to that sight.
It's an important thing to pay attention to. The landlord. It's a very tactical, utility-heavy map to kick off this best-of-5. You normally don't get the start here, and the aim is looking a little raw, but in favor of Ropz. Look at pit side, empty.
Damn, it all comes down to that. Plenty of bullets to have gotten that frag either direction. The fact Jimmy's able to peel one off through smoke, maybe a saving grace. If you're MOUZ, you'll take it, because for a second, this round felt gone. The immediate flood of vitality. We saw it happen all day versus Spirit, especially, particularly on Anubis. Such a beautiful game plan put forward by Vitality that just had their opposition outclassed. Didn't mean the series was flat, but it just goes to show the ceiling of Vitality at an all-time high. Right now, we get this close play up from MOUZ. They are indeed taking a sniff at this site. You've got a bit of positioning going the way of Truck. It's, of course, Spinks and Jimmy down there, but the fact they don't see anything, right? They keep them corralled inside of that bomb site. We'll see if the bomb drops bodies, but if MOUZ are already banking on the bomb to do their job, it's safe to say that A site's fallen.
A clean round 1 from Ropz. Yesterday really wasn't needed to be able to take the victory. Ropz overall, though, in terms of comparing debuts, we look at Spinks, and he's been a part of a winning formula. Again, every series, except for the ones versus Vitality, they win. But his output, it's not top-of-the-line star player output. You know, a +2, +3 on each event that they've played. For Ropz, however, he's putting up the Shanghai numbers in a debut versus Vitality. And these two teams, it's no surprise to see them in a final versus each other.
Ouch. Oh, the fact he gets away with that, all right. Forced buy out of it. There's another 5-7 right here. They're trying to keep it up, and another one connects.
Yes.
Dude, those headshots deadly. Not to mention MP9 here behind the sandbags catches him off. Look at the scramble. But it goes both directions, and Vitality do still find him on the edge of that smoke. We'll see if Jimmy can run forward. All of these small guns, but the Zafam is here in hand. And if he had taken to the top rope, then maybe he gives over just the glimmer.
Look how much they're talking, though. They know this round is still alive.
No doubt.
After seeing the third player on Banana, they're clearing everything carefully.
Hands busy on bomb while the smoke stays up, soon to fade. Molotov on Jimmy's feet.
Info.
That's audio offered to the player, posted up top. Oh, but now he's on his own. Ropz gonna capitalize on that one, has to get out of this position or he would have been found out.
Oh, playing active.
MP9 in hand, I'd rather have the Galil, but now both positions known. Torzi's gonna try to soften him up, good amount of damage off the nade, the swing, and it's so clean. 8 health, 3 kills, and just like on Mirage versus Spirit, to put control of the game in Vitality's hands, it is Ropz early on tonight.
You can see the active reaction, how quickly he stopped shooting. He knew that he got the frag right there.
Iced.
And we have seen it with the 5-7, where sometimes he doesn't get the kill, but he thinks he does. It's a great 1v2. It's 2 rounds now that come because of Ropz's kills. That 1v1 duel in apartments, leave it to him. It's actually an extremely well-placed grenade that zoned Ropz, took some HP off, slowed him down too. I think for Torzi, the key was to go wider. I think he let Ropz come to, get his full speed back, and then let him take control of that fight again.
At the end of the day, rounds will come down to the minute.
Oh, this nade. Oof, it's gonna be meaty. All things considered.
Not bad.
Not bad.
That'll help. They take down Torzi off the bottom of the stack. Here comes Brollan with the swing yet once again. Brollan's been doing a good job of just plucking a player off the edge of these smokes. 5-7's been damn well worth it here for MOUZ. Pressure remains high.
They're readying the push.
They're gonna jump into this. The moment they hear that bomb plant, anticipate something. Spinks actually doesn't wait. He just takes the fight on his own accord into the AK for only a moment. Ropz looking to be the savior yet again.
Is he gonna walk through the wrong side of the smoke?
Unfortunately for Jimmy, it's a USP, but he still faces into the MAC-10. ZywOo snaps over.
Oh, quick.
That's information and fire in front of his one last opponent. It's a sprinted around, but when? That's the question on his again. Near mirrored clutches back-to-back, and both will come up Vitality.
No, apart from the last 2 maps that they played, there was not a single game in the last 3 series where MOUZ have gotten more than 10 rounds. It has been clinical, and we heard from the man himself, Torzi, who has been the most improved player, one of the most improved elite operators period in Tier 1, saying that they can beat Vitality. He says that with conviction because they got 11 rounds twice at this event. But without rounds like that, that's where you lose 13-11, not win.
They may not have been able to beat them yet, but they have gotten closer and closer through the smoke.
Oh, the adjustment.
And as you'd anticipate, spam comes back from ZywOo to make sure it's not for free. But beyond the 2 deaths between Xerxin and Mezzi, you've also got ZywOo incredibly low here. Guns look good in the hands of MOUZ.
This is bare knuckles, man.
Good.
Last 2 1v1s, yeah. And we are getting to the point where, you know, there's always that saying, it's not even a rivalry if it's this one-sided. That's how it feels. But for MOUZ, they've gotten closer than ever. There's both the discussion of, are Vitality setting up the potential for an era in this game? The discussion used to be, is that even possible for anybody to do? This match will be the first step in proving that. There's so much more to this game than just winning the series. Again, empty pit.
Jimmy slides back sight. Spinks and Brollan doubled up on Arch.
It's a perfect call from Apex.
Just gets out, trying to duel with those players towards the pit. Jimmy takes a slightly wider angle. Still hasn't been able to get into an action.
Perfect call. I mean, only so much you're going to be able to do. If you have one tucked cold, you have one holding for the balcony walkout, maybe you have a better chance. But playing from Moto, that's the duel you can take from inside of the halls, not even having to leave. We saw Spirit yesterday off the back of their Na'Vi match. Looked incredible individually across all their players. Then they came into the game versus Vitality, and the game plan met the fragging. We even saw the most confusing score box you've ever seen in terms of frags. Spirit literally kept up with them that entire way through. And yet, here we are today, Vitality still won that game. Their hardest possible test.
You go back and watch that Anubis game, and it really is just a testament, I think, to the game plan and the tactics that Vitality have been able to use, soaring forward to world's #1.
Poor Cyclone must be so hungover right now. Just ripped it back to Lisbon.
No.
It's one vacation to another anyway.
There's definitely going to be a photo of him at his brother's wedding.
Yeah.
Tablet in hand, sketching out the strats.
No. Someone tapped him on the, he's Danish, so someone tapped him on the shoulder and went, hey, that's how they got Hooksy, man. Excuse me.
That's a really big B.
Yeah.
And that's how MOUZ have to feel at the moment, because Vitality already on their back. 4 rounds straight. Guns did not make a difference, despite that clash on Banana. Xyp9x's coaching career retired for the time being.
I mean, as smart as Xyp9x is, he doesn't really have the hands for the massage that Cyclone does. I think that's going to be a big bonus to them on stage. Also, Xyp9x just talked about how he doesn't identify as a coach. You know, he's here to help Cyclone, and when it's on stage, it's about morale as well, and that's what Cyclone understands.
I'd also say, on a serious note, the amount of years that Cyclone has been behind the core of these young men coming up together. He knows them in and out.
Yeah.
Jokes aside, that's your bigger brother that came to make sure that in this moment you have a chance. And as he watches on, you get blown to smithereens.
Those didn't even land on the other side of the corner to Hobbit.
On his head.
That is targeted harassment here for Vitality.
Borderline illegal. There is not an ounce of me that doubts. MOUZ got out of bed today and knew this would be hard. MOUZ got out of bed today and knew they were the challenger. All of those losses racked up against you, they weigh on your shoulders every time you'll step into the server versus Vitality. But one day, you're gonna change it. Is it today? It's not the first 4 rounds, I'll tell you that. Yet again with conviction into the B site goes Vitality. Deep through the church goes Apex to further that man advantage and to just continue to grow that seed of doubt in the back of MOUZ's mind. Save call must be pulled out. They've got to concede it. 2 easy kills for Vitality. One of them not even contact versus Xertion, just 3 nades dropped on his head.
That was amazing. I mean, again, they don't go around the corner. Xertion, if he's standing on that side of the wall, the nades land Hobbit as they would for Torzy if he was opping. I mean, it's a very slight difference, right? But I can't help but feel like this is on purpose. He doesn't die around the corner. He only dies on that side. I mean, we saw how many pick plays Vitality set up for versus Spirit that worked. They caught Chopper walking out of mid past a minute with ZywOo holding the angle.
Oh, yeah.
That's not by accident.
No, Vitality been doing some real good reconnaissance.
We have 2 close calls in this game, but that doesn't mean that MOUZ are suddenly going to come back or they're going to get it might get even worse if they're not careful. You know, we compare this to the Spirit match. This is where Hallie starts calling posits early, right? He gets involved before it gets too serious, just in case. There's going to be a mental block for this team too. As close as they've been, they just simply not won versus Vitality. Let's see if they can put a dent in it in this round. Win some confidence back.
Okay, you've slowly deterred that forward-facing B setup. They wait out the grenades, now they take it over. Brollan and Xertion taking that step forth, but obviously this setup from Torzy is very key, and he gets the kill. Straight up onto Ropz, peeking into it, a man advantage, rare sight.
Yes, and Torzy's gonna immediately move. He's got a mile to go, but now he's worried about the fact they're gonna try to take advantage of this. But look at Vitality, they're thinking way ahead. They don't immediately go into the B play. I actually love the utility for MOUZ to reclaim top banana. This buys extra time for Torzy.
Nice, 40 damage on the departing grenade as well. There's one for Mezzi.
This is excellent staging. Looks like MOUZ may win their first round. Let's see if they can keep the good moves up.
You're not worried that Vitality sensing out this apartments could lead them into that A hit before, nope, never mind. I was gonna say Brollan doesn't come back over. Torzy's reposition now very clear to Vitality. That's some information gained back at a critical point, 45 seconds.
That while they take halls. What's interesting is Torzy left, they know it. They walked into halls.
Still numerically, the majority of MOUZ inside this bomb site, but Vitality should have them covered if the trades come out clean.
Molly's coming in.
Rotate so far away. It's gonna force them to just kernel up inside this awkward corner of the pit. Maybe they go unchecked. Maybe the second does. From inside sight, Brollan with the double. Spinks doesn't get his. Woo. And so it's enough pressure to at least puncture through. Low health on the remaining 2. Bomb to be planted inevitably. Mezzi never mind. A nade finds him. And that's gonna fluster ZywOo. Gets him out of the pit with 2 kills to his name. He can try to go for the plant, but they're gonna push through. He gets the kill.
He has time.
Just enough. Just enough to clutch. The 3rd to the board for Vitality if he hits this. And you've got a fully health Torzy on the other end.
He knows it's Torzy. He knows the op's up.
Inspired by Ropz, you can see him in the backdrop.
He has 3 bullets. ZywOo has 3 bullets he can't reload.
He has got to hit this on its head, and Torzy plays with the time to create that uncertainty. From which direction does he come? ZywOo doesn't know. So now he just holds, and suddenly Torzy's close. Oh! Did you ever doubt it?
He had 2 extra bullets.
Only needs 1. Did you ever doubt it?
It's all about framing, isn't it? Only 3 bullets.
Well, then I'll use 1. Oh, not to mention this. Getting Xerxin to come through with literally less than a second left.
Xerxin checkmates that round if he pushes 1 second later, and there's no time to plan. 1 bullet clutch from ZywOo.
1 second on the bomb, 1 bullet from the gun.
This game is 6-0. There's 3 1v1s.
There is only 1 ZywOo.
Yeah, there is. And we talk about X Factor with players like m0NESY and Donk. Well, we got the Z Factor now this year. That final at Katowice is where he really started showing it. It's coming out to his skin. Getting out of his comfort zone. 9-1 to kick this off. Best player at the event.
Best player of the year.
And he's nice. Can you believe it?
Gosh. We have ourselves a humble king. Out of the balcony goes Flamesy. Apex actually gets the entry despite there being 2 players watching. That flashbang set him out well. Ropz just seizing the opportunity.
You know what, man? That 5-0 moment, that round had so much more than that 1 bullet clutch. That was a round that MOUZ staged incredibly well. They got the opening kill. Torzy made the perfect rotation. Vitality had the perfect move to come back to the place he left while clearing B at the same time, so they would never think it. And then MOUZ still had a double pit setup the first time in the half that they've used it. And then Vitality still win. This is basically a game where we see why these 2 teams are in finals. That round from either side crushes every other competition that we've seen so far.
Xerxin just looking to hang on to the MP9, trying to defend this M4. Bloodlust in his eyes here. Flamesy charges inwards. Not only do you sit comfortably 7-up, not only do you have 3 clutches to your name, but you're also going to try to drop this last rifle, and he does it!
To the steeple.
Your god is dead.
That's unholy.
You can't run, you can't hide, and you can't stop Vitality when they play like this.
They're the ones who want to get on the podium. They'll kill anyone trying to take it from them. You would think this game is boring by that score at the top.
Those clutches say something different.
Yeah.
Bare bones one for MOUZ. So they try to just get there first on the board. Good flashes coming out, but MP9's bested by the better weaponry of m0NESY.
Flamesy talked about how there are moments in rounds where Vitality will decide to not play CS that they learned in practice. They have the liberty to make decisions on their own, and the only way that you can be sustainable is to go out of prep sometimes. Because if you can get anti-stratted, then all your tactics fail before they start. But with the player quality that you seek, that's coming from Flamesy. Like, look how much he's coming to his own. That just goes to show you the range of Apex as a leader. We've talked about him as the toxic, yelling, bombastic, over-the-top IGL, but clearly he runs a tight ship and at the same time believes in his team.
And on a personal level as well, has given them a reason to believe in him. We saw that stat increasing his average rating by 0.10 so far in 2025. On top of the killer calls in the system and the excellent onboarding process of Ropz. Safe to say Apex is truly carving out a place for himself as one of the greatest.
Yeah.
the longevity of his career.
Multiple roles now.
Yes.
And that might be him putting himself in a league of his own in that sense. Also, it's one thing to go from an Opera to a Rifler, but to go from an entry to an IGL, that's a level of impressive as Fallen, opping, and IGLing at the same time when no one thought that that would be possible. Getting #2 in the world in that moment. Everyone lauds that accomplishment.
It's sort of like Donk becoming the #1 player of last year and doing it with a rifle. These unique paths,
Yeah.
the one-of-a-kind Counter-Strike careers. That's what genuinely inspires the next generation. I think Apex is starting to put himself on a pedestal where he can claim that he has shaped this world.
We've seen many moments in this match already where the smokes are landing in the right place. The counter flashes are great from the CT side, but the comfort for Vitality to still push that smoke, for the second guy to come through blind and get the refrag right after. It's hard to blame the tactics right now.
Utility pressure in an attempt to stop them up Banana, but it's a simultaneous peek from Torzy through the mid-smoke that Apex just pops him for.
Oh, poor Jimmy, all alone.
Yeah, tough to hold this one back.
Look how fast they move, man. They knew exactly what's happening.
All of Vitality swarming around him here. He is just pinned into this corner and desperate for an assist. Brollan trying to get over to the library to help, but first and foremost is Apex with his second kill of the round. Gets the entry, calls all his troops to follow forward, and leads from the front of the pack like a true leader here in round 9.
Man.
Flawless is the name of the game tonight.
I mean, this is where the prep is just unbelievable because they know exactly what happens off the setup. It's the one moment MOUZ have decided to risk it on the 3B early. On this full gun round, there's too many clues here for Vitality. They immediately go to A. They didn't move that quickly the round that Torzy got the op frag. They didn't hit B right away. They needed more data, but you can see when Vitality knows something is happening, they believe it. They don't doubt themselves.
I was wondering if he would try that again.
This is mental.
They've had to change hiding spots, other half of the map. Yet it remains toasty in the Mayo Arena. 9-0.
Do you guys love Vitality? And what about MOUZ? It's louder for MOUZ.
Yeah, but there's some blues mixed in.
Yeah, there are. There are.
We get the mix-up.
It's always in the walkouts where you find out.
Every timeout burned out of MOUZ.
Oh, yeah, they're going through that like a matchbox.
I mean, what else are you going to do, man? You're down 9-0 on a CT side.
Yeah, this pause was just to say, everything I'm saying is not working, guys.
I think if you're Cyclone, you take this timeout and you just remind them, there are potentially 4 more maps to go.
I left a wedding to be here.
Right.
Give me a round.
Something. Some kind of lifeline. A heartbeat out of MOUZ is all we need.
Mighty MOUZ, as James called them, and they have been showing that they're confident. It's not just the words in the interviews, it's the results. This is their last demon.
Apex makes it ahead of that incendiary. Feels like he's about to go for the swing. Nades go beyond him. And on the fallback. Okay.
Okay.
That's ambitious. Nearly dies, in fact.
Oh, that nade is
46
also
damage.
great.
He'll send some back the other direction.
Don't shoot.
Why not?
I want MOUZ to get around.
Oh, okay.
That's why not.
No guarantees.
Actually, we don't believe in freebies. Let's see if MOUZ can earn this one.
Torzy starts to get a little more active. He was just caught 1 round ago, trying to take that glimpse down middle. This time, almost gets the better of Flamesy.
Molly will help. And now Spinks needs to. Spinks versus his former lineup.
Right? Desk was saying he would be the most motivated player in the server. That's Apex dead. You've still got Flamesy wounded. ZywOo dropped by half as well. This isn't the fullest bars for Vitality to work with, but if they just keep hitting headshots, then what is there to hold them back? Meanwhile, Mezzi carves a path over towards B. Jimmy eats the flashbang. Brollan able to capitalize, but everybody else is going to leave because Mezzi has cut his route through to the CT spawn. We'll hear this rotation back. It is all a ruse. It is all a tease. It is MOUZ for a moment thinking they had a chance at their first.
They're literally chasing exits already. They know this round is over. Brollan will have to save. It's just too much. Even when that site hit was still going well, like MOUZ have to respect now they got to rotate. They get a kill on the site they're hoping it comes to. And still Mezzi's looking to make it a little worse. Vitality are showing us the ceiling of this game.
Brollan's been found out and Flamesy's right behind him. There he goes. Cleared board again.
And we had good teams and good tries, but that ended up being sort of false prophets along the way. FaZe early on, Na'Vi in between, and you would think the best time to do it is in the beginning. You find a broken strategy or a perfect composition, and then that team will streak, and then maybe you get less errors as time goes on, right? In reality, the last true one was with Astralis in CSGO, and then after that, for many years in CSGO, the game was just too hard to be consistent. My wife.
To think that this map began with 3 1v1 clutches in the first 5 rounds. Whether the flat half that exists beyond that is just the ramifications of losing those 3 clutches, of being crushed that early on, of being reminded that you are not better.
Oh yeah, the other thing, this would be for 10 Inferno wins in a row.
Yes, 2 9-0 map streaks within the 15 match streaks. Vitality are from a different cloth, from a different planet thus far this year. And again, lesser weapons won't do much in terms of holding back the B play. Dorsey's gonna have to throw the Hail Mary. You gotta do something. And just as you try to spam a smoke, Mezzi hones in on you.
Kind of got lost in the sauce here, but we're nearing the end of the half now.
Yeah.
There's only 1 round to go.
Yes, Launders, it's 11-0.
It's a best of 5 grand final. Just gonna say, I can't remember the last time.
Flamesy, 4K for the road. It is a short road to the end of Inferno. And so the hot hands of Vitality want to claim kills while they can. With that multi-frag, he surpasses ZywOo and Ropz. It is those 3 pieces that sit beyond the double digits. This B site has had nothing to hold Vitality back. Not to put the blame on them, because A offered nothing either.
Yeah. They found all the opportunities where Pit was empty, where Jimmy was alone. And then even the hard rounds, you get a 1v2. You get a 1v1.
Straight up from Boiler into the bracket play. Flamesy feeling unstoppable surely at this point in the half.
Oh, nothing's more unnerving than that if you're Jimmy.
12-0 or 11-1. I'm sure it feels like nothing but a technicality for Vitality, so why won't they just play with disregard? Every single fight ends up with the headshot. Every single attempt from MOUZ deterred. You stepped out of bed this morning as MOUZ and tried to inspire yourself versus what felt like an insurmountable challenge. 1 half into this best of 5, and you feel like a shell of yourself.
And look who's still trying every step of the way. Vitality, never letting off the gas. They're still in the map control phase of the round with 2 kills at 11-0.
Oh, again!
Oh my goodness.
So locked in is Mezzi. ZywOo into the next duel. There is not a trade, there is not a frag, there is not a hold. And dare I say it, there's not a hope. Wow. This is as flat as it gets. It's a bloodbath in Lisboa.
He's one shot, he's one shot. How are we losing that? 1v4. How? Ah! Ah! Where are my bullets going? Ah!
Well, well, well. Looks like another victim of a crappy chair. If you're like this guy, performance isn't your problem. Your chair is.
How are you in my...
Shh. See, here at Blacklight, we know what the key to victory is. It's comfort. And you're looking at it. Dynamic, adjustable lumbar support, specifically designed to benefit users of all heights. Loosen up, we've got you back with just the right amount of support. Racing-inspired Embrace design. Feel the grip of pure victory embracing your body, keeping you at the apex of the action. The magnetic head pillow, because why should you ever have to fumble with straps? Dual roller PU silent wheels. Stay both silent and deadly in and out of the server. Integrated condensed foam technology for that floating on a cloud experience. It's superior comfort for extended seating.
I'm gonna rank up.
You win. Come on!
My chair's just better.
And that is the power of the Kraken. Let us carry you while you carry your team.
Terms and conditions apply. Sitting required. Chair will not function properly if you refuse to sit. No rage quits. Chair is not responsible for damage caused by flipping, throwing, or aggressive reclining. May increase gaming skills, or at least make you feel like a pro. No refunds if you still lose. Zero gravity not included. Chair may feel like a spaceship, but won't actually fly. Cup holders not included. Your energy drink is your own responsibility. Spills are on you. Literally. Assembly required. Allen key provided. Sanity not. Comfort levels may vary, especially if used as a cat throne. Do not attempt 360 spins unless prepared for consequences. Nausea, dizziness, or unexpected skill boosts. Warranty void if used as a ladder, weapon, or dance partner. Game on responsibly. Chair does not guarantee wins, but it does guarantee style.
Vitality tapping into history, it feels, with streaks galore on maps, in matches, and what, a total blowout and a best of 5? How many rounds before they'll lose one in this grand finals? It may be 12-0, but I still gotta ask, Lisbon, are you entertained?
They're here to witness history, I think, in their minds.
And you thought your quarterfinals were flat. One map in, I think a real testament to what Vitality have to offer on Inferno, but here we get the trade kills out through middle. And there's a bit more engagement where that came from. 20 health between Ropz and Flamesy.
Oh, don't let them win this with Ropz on 1 HP.
For the sake of... Oh! Again!
Oh, they called the last one lucky, Connor, when he made the flick happen. What do you call that?
Clean.
Oh, man. Man advantage here for Vitality. 12-0. We haven't looked, but I can't remember the last time a score like this, and I haven't said anything. A score like this has happened in a best of 5. And now it's on Jimmy and Brollan.
Now, at least they
I guarantee you in this round they're going to be smiling.
There we go. Full health bars.
Ropz has 1 HP.
But ZywOo had 1 second and 1 bullet, so why can't Ropz win with 1 HP? He's going to remain in that back
1
site.
HP.
Now they figured him out. Brollan's going to try to cut him down, and he will get the kill. ZywOo over towards the Moto, Apex. With how he's shooting, though, looks so good. Clean as can be. A statement and a half for MOUZ to have to stomach. Luckily for them, it's a best of 5. You've never had more time to reset. But Vitality will sprint their way forward. 10-0 on Inferno. And the first map of this best of 5 with ease.
Swing for the king, you best not miss. Vitality make history tonight in the first ever 13-0 in a CS2 grand final. Talk about punishing on stage tonight.
What the hell? I don't think anyone saw that coming. You know, I think MOUZ so far in this tournament have been playing good Counter-Strike. We know Vitality is playing on a different level, but this was one of the cleanest T-sides I've ever seen any team ever run. Like, Apex were running circles with MOUZ boards. Obviously, they didn't get the kills needed, they didn't get the openings needed, but every call, every execute, every entry into the side, that was the most clean Counter-Strike I've seen in a very long time.
It's just everything top to bottom went well for Vitality there. If the call wasn't good, the players delivered. If the players were in a man deficit situation, the calls helped them out. Yeah. The clutches came out from the star players for Vitality. ZywOo just put them completely in their place. Ropz put them in their place. Apex, I don't even know, it's like he blinked and he woke up and it was the second half pistol round and then he won a 1v1. Okay, I don't even know if he knew what happened there.
That was just sublime from Vitality. I'm simply lost for words. Considering the way that this map started, right? It was down to some of the Vitality players to be pulling out clutches to get the rounds over the line.
It felt like this game was going to be incredibly close, you know? Round 2, round 3, we see that the MOUZ players are able to pick off the Vitality guys. They get these kills with these scrappy buys, really push them to the limit, and you think to yourself, I mean, there is absolutely a world where this is an incredibly competitive series, but I mean, the whole rest of the half told a completely different story. We see all of these kills, the way that MOUZ is so tricky, the nade stacks, the way that they're playing right behind the utility of Vitality, but people like Ropz, they step up in the big moments, Pimp. When it really, push comes to shove, the nade lands right on him, he nails him with 2 bullets, not a single one wasted.
No, and anything Ropz can do, our man ZywOo can do even better. Fast forward, another round where MOUZ comes dangerously close, making it happen. Spinx gets the first kill, they stack correctly, they read the game correctly, apply a lot of pressure on towards Vitality. It gets very ugly at this point. Another 3v2 that then turns into a 1v2. But guess what? You have Ropz alive, you have ZywOo alive, and one of them will show up. That first kill, it's instant on Jimfat. He then pushes the Molotov to isolate him, knowing that he's coming forward. And guess what? Instant headshot again with the Galil. At this point, you thought to yourself, as you said, close game, back and forth. MOUZ, you came so close winning 2 pistol force buys, or half force buys. So once you get the guns at hand, you can most definitely make it close, but guess not.
4 deaths and 2 deaths. Like, who can kill these guys? Like, what are you, I mean, what you're supposed to do is obviously kill them, but what MOUZ are thinking right now is how do we outnumber them? How do we outplay them? They're looking for all these edges, all these ways to funnel Vitality into these bad situations. It doesn't even matter. The rounds in this one were just so frequently either lopsided or humiliating. It was pick your poison. You get a close round and you lose it at the last hurdle, or you just get comprehensively defeated.
And if you thought that last round was going to be the best ZywOo highlight of this first map, you'd be sorely mistaken, because then round 6 happens, Jacob.
I feel that's where I started to get the feeling, okay, this game may be over. You know, if you're not winning this round, you're not winning any rounds. Torsi getting a nice opening on towards Ropz. Jimfat in a fine position right here as well, in a nice little double stack. Brollan gets traded out. Again, you have a 4v2 just for a brief moment. ZywOo comes alive with the AK once more. Messi gets the bomb down, gets naded to death, and then he just completely outplays his opponents. Look at the HP from ZywOo. Well aware that his only chance is fake planting, hoping for a reaction. Exertion, maybe a bit prematurely, gives him that reaction, and look at this. Mohan said it. Only 3 bullets left in the chamber of ZywOo. He could not reload. He could not reload because he would give up his position, and then he just instantly destroys his opponent.
What's so funny about the ZywOo clutch is that he really looked at Ropz' 2-bullet clutch and said, I could do you 1 better, and he meant that literally with just the 1 in the chamber.
It's insane to see him performing with this level of confidence. Dare I say aura, Maui, up on the stage. I mean, you said Torsi may be the most aura-full player on the side of MOUZ. I was giving him a run for his money,
got cleared.
Right?
He got hard-bodied by the ZywOo right there. I mean, there's nothing that went badly for the side of Vitality. ZywOo was flawless in this one. He was completely untouched. The trade fragging was perfect. He gets a sliver of just a pixel of somebody on the MOUZ team. He's nailing that shot with such precision, and this is what you want to see. ZywOo in big stages actually shutting it down, showing that the moment's not getting to him here. I like that they're the favorites going into this one, and they keep showing why they're the favorites, because we've seen in the past teams that say, oh, we were the favorites favorites, like it's harder on us. It's like, I don't know what the hell you're even talking about when you say that, but Vitality has had none of those excuses. They know they're the world #1, and they're playing like it.
Not at any point in this game did he pick up the AWP. Not at any point was that even needed. Not at any point was it even considered. csgo is, per definition, an AWP player for Vitality, but it doesn't matter. He can do whatever the hell he wants to. And you saw the raw impact coming in with the rifles, the Galil, the AK. At no point where Vitality needed to change or do anything differently, because everything they did was working out. I want to give an awful lot of credit to Apex as well for the calling. There were a couple of rounds in the beginning, as we highlighted. There were a couple of rounds where MOUZ found an opening kill. They always found a way back into it. And whenever they were executing into a bomb site, it gave me instant flashbacks to when we saw them play Spirit yesterday on Anubis, where everything is just so precise. Every single grenade is creating space, creating a gap, creating somewhere of loophole they can go into. So if you can work with that kind of coordination and you can do that consistently from game to game, who's going to stop Vitality?
Well, Vitality already making history here tonight, and it's only on map #1. So I'm curious to hear how Xtaz is feeling after Inferno.
Xtaz, I'm not sure if you know this, but you just had the first ever Grand Finals 13-0 CS2 history moment right there. That was a little bit too good.
It was good. I think at the beginning it was close. A lot of clutches, I think, 2v2, etc. Then we had the control of the game. I don't even know if they expected the Inferno first, maybe more those two, because we pick those two, I think, 3 or 4 times in a row. So yeah, the plan worked, so it's good.
Now, last time around, Mirage was very close against you guys. It definitely could have gone either way in this one. But when your boys are feeling like that, are you worried at all?
Well, let's be honest, they were better than us last time on Mirage. So we tried to adapt a bit for today, and hopefully it works.
Played to literal perfection. I feel like him saying, yeah, it was good. That's probably one of the understatements of the century.
I mean, even when Apex made arguably questionable calls, the flashes are perfect, the trading's perfect, so the execution is just befitting for how good these players are. Every single moment. I love that MBK line you actually brought up, Freya, the one that he said it's the most efficient utility, because the amount of times the defenders from MOUZ are in great position and yet they're fully blinded and have no chance of shooting back, like that's when everything's just going exceptionally well. I would easily argue at this point that Inferno is Vitality's best map. I know they like picking Nuke, but like it's just that they can just barrel into any bomb site with one flash, boom, trades are afoot.
Nothing more to digest here. That was a one-off great performance from Vitality. MOUZ were nowhere to be found. They have to find a way to recope and get back into the next map. But for Inferno in isolation, that was just a picture-perfect game for Vitality. MOUZ nowhere to be found.
10 in a row for Vitality now on this very map as well. If you're MOUZ in this moment, I mean, the only thing you can do is just push this one aside. You do have potentially 4 maps to be turning this one around. I mean, maybe that's the good thing about this being a best of 5, right? There's a lot of reset room.
You need short-term memory if you're on the MOUZ side, okay? In fact, I would just say, everybody, let's headbutt each other, let's move on, just cause a little bit of amnesia because you need to forget this even happened.
And we are going to be moving swiftly on to the second map of this best of 5 series. It's MOUZ pick of Mirage coming at you after this break.
Now, how hard is it for you to prepare for a best of 5 comparing it to your normal best of 3s?
I mean, I think it's pretty the same. Of course, we have played Vitality so many times recently, so we kind of knew what to expect from this game. But we'll see how it goes. But I mean, of course, the game yesterday versus Vitality, the Spirit finished kind of late, so we were preparing a lot. But yeah, I think this is kind of the same because we have played them so many times. So.
And I want to ask you, obviously, now you're the IGL, how hard is it calling a best of 5, comparing it to being just a player and playing through a best of 5?
We will see. I mean, obviously, we got 3-0 in EPL and in BR5. I'll see if it goes to 5 maps or not. 4 maps, maybe, I don't know, we will see. But yeah, I've never called in a best of 5 before if we skip the BR5 and EPL, of course. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, calling it a best of 5 is one thing. Calling it a best of 5 after you've been 13-0'd is uncharted territory because it's never happened before in CS2, and MOUZ are going to have to bounce back fast. Potentially an opportunity for them to do so on Mirage, considering it's their map pick. Maui, I'm curious though, why do you feel like they went for this map rather than Nuke, which they went for before in this best of 5 situation?
Well, I feel like the simple answer and the broad picture is that it was 11-13 last time they faced Vitality, so they know that they can play this one close. On top of that, getting 7 rounds on your T side, despite the fact that on that T side you only got 4 opening picks, I feel like Brollan as a leader has actually instilled so much faith in mid-rounding and closing with MOUZ. Even if the opening plan doesn't go well, they don't just throw their heads into a wall and say, oh my gosh, that's it, we can't make anything out of this. They have actually put together great rounds based off of the lurking from people like Yimpat, sometimes the late round antics of people like Torzy, and that to me says to them and to themselves that it doesn't have to be the opening kill for us. I think so many teams are predicated on, do we get that pick? If not, we're gonna lose. But I think they have a little bit more freedom now in the mid-round that they believe in.
I very much agree. We also saw Vitality being pressured to the brink by Spirit yesterday on Mirage. Had it not been for a couple of csgo clutches, a couple of Ropz clutches, and obviously the CT side performance from csgo as well with the AWP, I do feel that Spirit probably would have won Mirage. So I think MOUZ are sensing, I wouldn't call it a weakness within Vitality, but they're sensing that after they played them in the group stage, a map they should have won. You know, they were in the lead, you said it yourself, 70 rounds. They were looking far superior to Vitality the first 20 rounds of that game. They probably have the belief right now that they were the better team on Mirage. So coming into the second map, pre-game should feel good. Now, after 13-0, that can change mentally a lot of things.
You mentioned that Zywu CT side prowess yesterday versus Spirit. That's where Vitality are going to be starting this particular map on. I mean, it would be stating the obvious to say we're going to be looking at Zywu in this one as well, right?
Oh my gosh. I mean, the thing with Zywu yesterday on the CT side of Mirage is that he was just in the right place on maybe all but one round. He was always in the fray, always able to read what the action was in a round. His rotations were always so on point. In a pivotal gun round, he got the better of Donk as he was trying to jump up in the window. It's like Zywu knows what the other team is going to do off of the smallest pieces of info every single time. That's why he makes the game look so effortless, so fluid, and he makes it all look like it's just coming to him. So MOUZ are going to have to find a way to basically play the hardest game in the world, avoid Zywu.
I'll give you a silver lining though, because one thing that didn't work out for Vitality yesterday on their CT side, and the reason why Zywu was called upon so many times, was Apex and flamec tried to be aggressive in connector a couple of times.
Yeah.
They were punished a couple of times. The strength of MOUZ's T side has always been the mid control, the connector control, Spinks coming up from out on the ground, you have Exertion coming out top middle with Brollan being the support cast. So if we have that class again where Apex and flamec want to test that, if they want to be aggressive in towards connector, they weren't successful with it yesterday. Zywu had to bail them out an awful lot of times, and if you look towards MOUZ's pure strength on the T side, that is exactly those duels. So that is an area of the map where I feel MOUZ could have the upper hand compared to Vitality.
And this is where, purely subjectively, purely selfishly, I'm so gutted that we haven't got to see any of the individuals really firing up for MOUZ just yet, because up until that very map, they were really owning it out there on stage.
Of course, I feel like every single time I'm seeing this MOUZ lineup, they're leveling up, but in that single loss on Inferno, it feels like they took a step down. I want to see them be able to punch back up, because people like Exertion finally feel like they have some wind in their sails when it comes to playing on stages. Torzy has been a backbone for this team in terms of delivering in these big kind of moments. And so some people got to join these guys right now, and it's going to come down to every single one of them, because these late rounds, they're getting out of hand. You shouldn't be allowing Ropz and ZywOo, as world-class as they are, to win as many clutches in the fashion that they are.
It's just super, super important that Cyclone and the MOUZ camp keeps themselves in control now. It's easy to think as a player, I have to make the difference. If you're Exertion, you want to go out there, you want to establish some sort of dominance. If you're Brollan, you want to lead the way. If you're Spinks, you want to lead the way. The players have to still work within the system. They have to maintain the same balance we've seen throughout the entire tournament. If you get tricked into that scenario where every player feels he has to do a little extra, that's when Vitality will pick you apart.
We've obviously been talking a lot about ZywOo for good reason coming on to Mirage, but where are hopefully the duels going to be going down between FlameZ and Exertion? Because I want to see this explosive firepower coming out.
Without a doubt, and I feel like FlameZ is right now showing the world that he is an elite rifler, probably one of the top 5 in the world. So head-to-head's always going to be interesting here, Freya. Right now, though, with how Vitality's firing, I feel like the supporting cast behind FlameZ is going to push him over the edge too.
It is time to be diving into Mirage. Not just a question of whether MOUZ can get their first map, it's whether they can get their first round.
MOUZ may have came into this series top 2 in form, but right now Vitality are top 2 and not 2.
Yeah, not even close. I mean, yet again, we sit here talking about the streaks and the dominance and everything that Vitality are putting forward, and well, you never really know what the ceiling can be, and I think Maui Snake's saying it great when it comes to FlameZ stepping forward, inspired by ZywOo, inspired by Ropz, inspired by Lisbon!
The counting is great. I love that. All right, well, we went from heavy tactics, utility on Inferno to now the Brawl. I don't know if this helps MOUZ or not.
We'll find out. It's a different style, right? And I guess that's maybe where they find a forte. Shake it up if you can. FlameZ back turn to him. That's not the FlameZ of Inferno. Mezzi steps out around the box. ZywOo's been able to pick up 2 kills, holding off with a cross from jungle. That first frag made you think you had a chance, and ZywOo's just gonna clap back with the triple. Down goes the last one. All's good.
All right, 14 rounds straight here for Vitality so far in this grand final. That was the worst whiff that we've seen so far from Vitality.
The way Apex looked down the line at FlameZ almost was to say, hey, we're not losing a round tonight.
Yeah.
Pick it up, kid.
Man. Yeah, it's ZywOo who does it by fragging. He doesn't need to do any talking. He didn't like coming 3rd last year.
His rebuttal in full force. How many rounds until MOUZ get their first? I didn't expect Freya to throw them under the bus like that.
That was good.
Didn't know she had it in her.
Anything else would be disingenuous at this point, you know? That's what MOUZ are thinking. They didn't get their 1 round. Because you get that 1 round, you could actually smile about it. Sure. Everyone always does. They knew the game was over, but hey, we didn't get egged. No one's going to talk about that specifically.
Instead, you are the first 13-0 in CS2 Grand Finals. And you will forever be the first 13-0 in CS2 Grand Finals.
No. That's going to come up in Blast Trivia one day.
Obviously nothing bought up here for MOUZ in the 2nd round. Apex going to take his sweet time with the FAMAS. And we do get the Desert Eagle kill out. A little more damage as well than maybe Ropz would like to handle. Just noticed ZywOo's down to 12 HP, so excuse me, there was suddenly a little sign of life here from these pesky pistols top middle. But with that damage done, you hold back for a moment. You know FlameZ just wants to tear him apart, but he's got to wait. Can't be the liability when your 14-round streak is sitting on your 15-match streak.
You got money on your money. No, there it is.
Speaking of the cash. Couple more racked up to the MP9. Oof. Synchronized.
Put it down. There we go. That's how you stay hydrated, folks.
Yeah, something like that. Guns in hand for MOUZ.
When does that matter?
Hopefully on Mirage, because it sure as hell didn't. Oh, missed nade.
Hey, it's not a utility map, okay?
Everybody boo.
No missing nades on Mirage.
Every time that mid smoke misses, you know what to do. Mezzi in the corner. Ooh, not fully cleared.
Yeah, he didn't clear properly.
Another bad nade.
Hey.
Ropz is going to pay the price for that one because they will capitalize on the jump out.
Is this it?
Spinks goes ahead, kills Apex as he tries to push out through market without teammates behind him. By God, they've done it.
We got the first round for MOUZ in this series. And hey, it didn't take that long in a map too. One missed incendiary out of Ropz.
Yeah, true.
It's a sour moment for Exertion, you know? I think, yeah, when we call back to Exertion at the worst of times, it's sort of moments like that, I think, unfortunately. That would have been a free clear. And if not for Ropz missing that molly, it could have been another tragedy.
That's why it's so nice to see Exertion up there towards the top of the MOUZ scoreboards with Torji in playoffs, right? You know, when Torji has suddenly turned this world upside down, finding presence in big moments, and kind of being the leader in that regard when it comes to MOUZ, Exertion's finally starting to do it too.
Yeah.
Or at least he was.
And I mean, with, yes, definitely. And the question is, how long does it last? And will it keep up? But I gotta say, even though they got 13-0'd on Inferno, there were still good rotations. There were still good setups. I wouldn't be putting that on Brollan specifically. I thought they actually came in, looked really well prepared. That one ZywOo clutch they got was actually an excellent round from MOUZ up until the point that they lost it. And men, with Shuhei, they were winning matches versus good teams in playoffs. They were doing that. They just weren't winning tournaments. That's why they got Spinks, and that's how they got the last round.
And they also just couldn't beat FaZe.
Yeah.
Now they have different nightmares. Apex.
Yeah. Now one of the FaZe player goes to their new nemesis.
A lot of space here for Brollan in the fourth.
Yeah, but look at this. 3 players waiting.
Gone unnoticed. Mezzi making sound as he jumps around backside. Brollan's going to continue to wait it out.
Oh, there's 4.
Yeah. ZywOo actually skirting up a long catwalk.
I feel like MOUZ are actually missing some really critical information right now.
But yet they have good positions? Or maybe singular? Brollan in the ladder room. We'll see if anything can come of it because he lost his closest player.
They did have good positions, but it's kind of like, how much value does it have if you don't know it?
Sure.
And in this spot, I think Brollan is a little surprised, or no, Exertion is a little bit surprised.
And saying that there were 2 CTs in that underpass staircase.
Yes.
And now at this point, 30 seconds, and MOUZ are able to come back around. They'll see that it's clear for the taking.
On paper, B would be the weaker one, right? They exited towards A.
Yep.
It's a longer rotation.
Ooh, ZywOo boosted up. Dirty little angle to try to hold back Catwalk. And Catwalk is where they find their opening. Flooding outwards, checking corners.
Nice, nice.
Good presence of mind here. Positioning for MOUZ off of Brollan inside of the ladder room. I mean, there was a moment in this round where Vitality felt like they definitely had enough to stave off a B hit. They end up giving over a little more slack. That's where MOUZ are able to come forward with presence. Now, ladder room was key for the T's. Soon, it'll be the opposite way around. Spinks waits on bench, and he is just striking them down. So is Ropz. Double kill off of the catwalk into the clutch versus Jimmy. Oh, where is he? Peaks and thrives. Jimmy steps it up, and MOUZ tie 2 apiece. Mirage will not go down like Inferno.
Nice try there from Ropz, but also well done from Jimmy, trying to catch him crossing into the site. Another round, I think, set up a lot by Spinks in terms of his raw impact. He's also the one to get the first entry off Cat, right?
Yeah, slams Mezzi in the middle of the site right after he boosted up ZywOo. Here comes the op pick. Torchi's got first blood.
Now we're in business.
Vitality's money gone. MP9 armor for Apex. Kevlar 5-7 there for Ropz. After that bruising back on Inferno, you cannot afford to start losing rounds like these. So let's keep a tight eye on MOUZ. Goal!
Shuei's not even here.
Oh, that's not pretty.
All
but
good.
He'll recover, and that is what matters more. Not dropping the op. No economic cost put forth by Vitality here in the 5th one.
Something wrong with Ropz' 5-7, man.
Yeah? It's not him?
Can't be him.
Something wrong with his Deagle, too. Little damage comes out for Flamesy. He is surrounded and dealt with.
Okay.
MOUZ have a lead.
A lead.
In this best of 5. Not if you count the first map, but for now, here on Mirage. Take what you can get, including opening kills on ZywOo.
So far, it's not like the rounds have been easy, but they're moving better. They're winning the clutch. That's their first clutch in the series, actually.
After losing 4 on Inferno.
Goes to show you how close Inferno actually was. To some degree. It's not that Vitality were way better overall. But
3 of them in the first 5 rounds for the record.
By the end of a half, when you have a game like that, mentally it just takes a toll. You forget about how close it was at one point. This crowd is roaring. MOUZ are surviving.
Streak of round wins looks good for the MOUZ camp. Can they keep the momentum off Xertion, making it quickly to the bottom of mid?
Yeah, you want to see the acceleration from him, never slowing down.
It's obviously hard to find yourself when you get beat up as bad as they did in the first, but look at this. 3 kills, instant, inside window, inside A, cleared out for the taking. It is Vitality who are losing grip of the situation.
Yeah, hopefully Vitality aren't the ones who are satiated after that first map. An excellent moment for MOUZ. Good patience on the A ramp. Spray through connectors perfect. They call out the double stack on the stairs. And they're doing a great job of punishing exits too. I mean, these, and no one's even dying in this spot. 5 alive.
Perfect. So clearly the different style between maps starting to work out, huh?
Maybe it was just all about map picks in the end. Well, again, it was off trend. The fact that the last 2 matches they played, last 2 maps, excuse me, they got 11 rounds each. Then suddenly they get 13-0. It's like back to square one. It didn't seem right. Maybe there were some special words in the break from Cyclone. Maybe Brollan. Oh, they missed that smoke? Or did it land?
Looks good.
No, it landed. Okay. All good.
Passing grades for now. Round 7. Another one that features pistols for Vitality. Ooh. Flamesy caught hopping around.
Last time they got crushed, for what it's worth, Spinks was their best performer. He didn't have an amazing game. They obviously lost as a team, but did put up a good amount of kills in general. Power of facing your former lineup. You've got all the arcane knowledge about the way that Apex's mind works. Not many can say that.
I don't know, man. It's a big brain. There's a lot inside it. How much could Spinks really steal?
I feel like it'd be like your brain, just a lot of noises.
Ah. Not wrong. Nades come forward. Mezzi still unable to get much going on this B site. Can't really be blamed when he's working with just the pistol, but still struggling.
I mean, this is max cash right now for MOUZ. Okay.
What was that?
They finally get a kill.
About damn time. Spinks waits it out mid just to make sure nothing gets too weird. Nice to see him topping the charts.
This also was a key to victory for Vitalities. They were very methodical about approaching the exit frags. Got a lot of kills to make sure there was the most amount of saves possible. And frags like this actually matter. I mean, there is so much money here for MOUZ.
top of all the kills, though, I'd say Vitality's still always going through the motions throughout Inferno, always playing for the map control. We saw them in 5 versus 3, still having emergency protocols, playing both halves of the map. Something I definitely want to see out of MOUZ this map as well. God damn, Lisbon. Look at this place.
You look good. You guys want a major?
I said, do you want a major?
Everybody at home knows you can hear those crowd mics. They sound fantastic.
Starts with the passion. We've had it since we got here. Now here comes MOUZ back at it. This A site, a different target. We've got weapons in hand, so Vitality trying to hold it back, but suddenly they pop out. Flamesy tracks it clean. Oof. And then he gets a little awkward on the ladder. Fine by him. It's an assist thanks to Apex.
Wow, he didn't even let a player drop off on a default. That was the minimum.
Great positioning.
Yeah.
Just a great instance and a reminder of what Flamesy was offering us back on Inferno, right? That 13-0 doesn't happen without individual levels as high as they were.
Yeah.
And it's good to know that despite this on-fire MOUZ, 5 straight, Flamesy taps right back into it. Give the guy a gun.
That was a very momentum call, right? They try to go through a smoke really early with lots of money. I think it's something that Vitality wouldn't have totally been ready for. A team that has more utilities, more likely to draw things out, go for the appropriate map control. They know to play the small advantages. So MOUZ, throw something at the wall. It's a little bit different. It's unique.
We'll give him that.
Just don't let it become a trend.
What if they still win the round? What if MOUZ are able to clear out what's little left of Flamesy? 4 HP for him to try to hold that site. Ropz coming off of the catwalk. He'll find the back turn to Torji. So they gave it a chance, they gave it a look.
And Torji actually almost caught that flank.
And Vitality turned their heads back around. So 3rd round for Vitality CT side, still 2 away from this streak of 5 MOUZ put forth. And within that streak, you mentioned it, there's been very few deaths for MOUZ to have to handle. Economy's thriving. So's Flamesy. Beautiful tracking kill onto Jimmy. Because if his feet hit that ground, suddenly Apex can't help out with the ramp fight. Maybe Flamesy dies as he's awkward stumbling around on the ladder.
Becomes someone else's problem.
Good on Flamesy to make sure that one gets iced out fast as it can be. Everybody back with guns.
It's a really key spot for Flamesy. It was also, it could have been an important round for MOUZ to be able to pull out because it would have embarrassed Vitality a little bit, and they need that in this game.
Flashes into the ramp, clearly find their target.
No overcommit.
Spinks just showering the entranceway with shells, and Jimmy able to shave Ropz off this bomb site while Xertion silently creeps up, but covered again. Apex gets into this helping hand at the perfect moment. Now he has to turn to Khan, and that was almost a death. He will be tracked down. Brollan crossing over. Shots still whiz by from sight. And it's man advantage for MOUZ at the time being, which means they will slow this down.
But look who checks their flank. And they haven't actually eliminated Flamesy in this spot. Ooh. That's a clue.
ZywOo this concerned.
Yeah, this is definitely where Brollan comes in. ZywOo's awareness is at 100 right now.
He has reason to be worried about it. Brollan has managed to get through Murder Hole. He kills Flamesy. And he's just going to drop a Molotov. ZywOo has to peek in, misses his shot. Nicely done by Brollan.
Yeah, that's beautiful, man. Running and shooting to get to the wall because he knows he has to value his own life more than anything else. And he knows also that Apex was low. The flash was excellent. That one's all about Brollan. Scaling beautifully.
The timing of all that, just superb.
Wow, so they actually do bring this back.
Getting ahead of Flamesy. This crouch as well. This perfect crouch as ZywOo commits into the fire. And sits him down.
Hardest possible shot.
Suddenly round 9 becomes just the one-off for Vitality, but we are right into the fray. Flamesy off of catwalk, loses support, trying to do it on his own. You've unleashed him from being stuck inside that A site to dueling out in mid, but even he departs. MOUZ with options, met by smoke, hold at a minute 30.
Again, this is the map that even though Vitality, they also have a really strong record on. They beat Spirit yesterday. It's the one that's gotten the closest in most of their games. It's a strong place for MOUZ to go.
Chip damage off the wall bang.
Oh, tricky smoke. It's coming from far away. They see it.
As he remains hanging around.
This actually creates an interesting situation because Mezzi could transpose this. They think it's just being jump spotted from far away. This ends up being an A option. Look who's working. And again, versus connector. This is the best possible spot.
Time to shine, ZywOo. He's not sure when or where, but he misses.
Oh, do they respect the smoke is the question.
He does great things from this position. Searching catches flank. ZywOo not able to capitalize on either of his first two shots. Into the fire denied. Torzi then on the angle.
Wow, that's excellent out of Torzi.
You can't say he didn't have a chance.
No, he did.
In fact, he had to.
Yeah, a lot rested on the first shot because who knows what happens at A ramp after that happens.
We go back to that game yesterday versus Spirit when the score lines were getting tighter. ZywOo played phenomenally on that A site, omnipresent on the ticket booth, and even sliding into this default position, offering up multi-frags.
You know, after all these years of ZywOo's, consistent performances, I'm just happy to see him there, like in that spot, in a really opened up position. It's important to get the opportunities, and he's looking to generate them.
No saves guaranteed on the end of this one. We know it's already the one-off round for Vitality. Bottoms out again. Makes 13 and 6 as he clears out these last two Vitality players.
Fantastic half. It's the one who got this lead started. It was also awesome from Torzi. It was like one last chance for ZywOo, running through the default molly to go for another opportunity. And Torzi just reads it beautifully. This game helps us understand how close Inferno was in some of those moments. It's kind of those same situations, but now MOUZ is coming out ahead.
Bit of cash in the back pockets to still make sure there's something in the next one, but obviously limited as they're down to a single smoke. Vitality have just been playing catch up this whole half. At least trying to. Okay, that works. There's a flash of the old Apex, but unable to double down as there's just so much presence out middle here for MOUZ. This pack of players working like a well-gelled unit.
Goes to get collected. Flamesy kept some info there.
They give
on
up
connector
B.
as a risk. Yeah. They're treating this like an anti-eco. Their anti-ecos have been great at avoiding the most amount of players possible. There was a moment there for Apex, and it looks like that would have been the last chance. Free plant coming in. Well, MOUZ. Looks like they're going to be guaranteed 8 rounds in this half. That's often awesome for the sake of the final, for the sake of their self-confidence.
Not a bad recovery considering 13-0 map 1. And I think what really makes you believe is the fact that Spinks on an individual level is starting to kick it up a notch. His 15th as he guarantees that 8th round, not to mention a 9th that could be.
Spirit tried their hardest yesterday on Mirage, and they made it competitive, but they never had a lead like this. And so if there's one, again, small flaw, hole in the amazing map pool of Vitality, it might be here on Mirage. There might be a chance to take a map here or there. I'll still have to stick the landing.
Hell of a takeoff. Bold claim.
Just being in the conversation is great.
Lucian says, I can't push this W key any harder. Somebody get me a new keyboard. I think he's been great this map. I like the space that he's been setting up his teammates with. Feels like Spinks is benefiting from it. This one looks legit. This one looks legit. Loser. Yo, Lisbon, why don't we get those flashlights out? Let's show these players a little love.
That's got to be the best part about modern day.
The fact that this is no longer a fire hazard?
Yeah.
Man. Underpass challenge denied.
Okay, let's see if Spinks can make it ugly, man. He's thinking. Oh. Yes, he can.
Yes, sir.
Oh, he can. Big
right.
time. 17. Damn. Spinks right now, he's on another level. This is such a great performance. There was some talk of whether or not the roster move has benefited both teams. It's moments like this where you see how that could be the case.
I think two great commentators once said, let's let this round speak for itself. This crowd reverberates throughout the Mayo Arena. Off the back of the 13-0 comes a chance at a competitive grand finals. MOUZ, though, looking for that final 9th in the half, and they will continue to fight out of underpass for it. Beautiful round for Spinks. Beyond that, beautiful half out of Spinks to make the difference for MOUZ. The one with the most experience steps it up a notch. 9-3, T-side. MOUZ make this a game.
Oh my god.
I took a random guess. I was also going with B. It sounded like this could be it.
What is that?
I don't know.
What language is spoken in Lisbon and throughout Portugal? Oh my god.
Portuguese. 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 Portuguese.
Really?
That's the only thing I know about Portugal.
That was a tough question.
Which Portuguese Counter-Strike team has reached the highest rank in HLTV's global ranking?
Yeah, we didn't let him finish.
Why do I need to wait for him to win?
So.
Sao? Pain. Ah, Sao. Sorry, I said Brazilian team.
What is the name of Lisbon's iconic tower found at the entrance to the city's old harbor? Belém, Galata, the Tower of London, Giotto Bell.
Damn. Nossa. B?
And what is that?
I don't know. Galata. I took a random guess.
Raise your hand.
No.
Come on, shoot. B. Galata.
Well, since it's a B, now I'm gonna say... I said D now?
Galata.
Come on, just say something.
First one, the Belém.
Belém Tower. Belém? So you knew?
No, I didn't know. I just thought that the London is no chance and stuff like that, so I tried to be logic with that.
I was also going with B. It sounded like this could be it.
What was the first big international Counter-Strike tournament hosted in Portugal? Oh my god. I think I've been there, but I don't remember the name.
I would say Blast Lisbon 2019, 18.
Moche? I'll go with Moche.
19.
I would say...
Or 20.
Remember Blast Lisbon?
I'm shooting bad, I said Blast Lisbon.
Blast Lisbon.
No, 19. 19.
What sweet Portuguese pastry is a common must-try in Lisbon? Options are Brollan, pastel de nata, cannoli, macaron.
Cannoli.
Pastel de nata.
Pastel de nata.
B. De nata.
Pastel.
Name 3 teams in the Tier 1 that have players in them that speak Portuguese.
Let's go Soul. Well, in top what?
Imperial, Soul, and Pain.
That is insane.
Furia?
I don't know, Furia.
Soul? Soul? Furia? Pain?
Pain.
Pain.
Things heating up a little bit here inside the Mayo Arena. Vitality, not quite that hot-handed Inferno performance. The fact they've got that in their back pocket will be a nice relief as this best of 5 goes on, but clearly we've got a game.
Ludwig, you could think a little bit about the call. I just want to say, we finally got a game on our hands, boys. We're fucking rock and rolling.
Couldn't say it better myself.
That's that moral support.
Got a game on our hands, says Cyclone. Not sure when he said that, whether he knew the 9-3 half was coming. But safe to say.
Help him get there. Man, Spinks is having one of his best maps ever, period. Any jersey.
Insane. 19 kills on the first half.
So much impact, man. I mean, even the exit kills that he got destroyed the economy of Vitality.
Got 3-4 rounds. Vitality limp in with little pistols at MP9s. ZywOo looking like a shell of himself, the one that he was able to put forward versus Spirit yesterday.
Yeah,
that was 24 hours ago. We had that ZywOo just, missed smoke. That ain't pretty. Although it won't affect this B commitment. Big pop into the back of sight. Jimmy gets the reload off. The fact he escapes here, nobody's able to kill him. Suddenly you've got CTs breathing down your neck, facing Mezzi. Can he finally turn around? Oof, there's another. He's got himself 2 with Apex on the single frag, hoping that his teammate comes fast enough. Ropz is sprinting, and Mezzi's thriving. Able to find this last player fighting into sight. With a reload, will forfeit that bomb plant.
Ropz trades for a better spot.
Changing position here is Xerxin as he just works his way up into the arch. Will it catch them off guard? Can he find the best of the timing? He has inched his way to sight at least, and now the T's will double up on that same column. There's the contact damage in, and Ropz is going to be able to put forward another clutch.
Yo, these guys, they're site mates now. You know, we see them play together a lot on CT sides. And that's a moment where the amount of moves that they made right there made it impossible to figure out. Okay, a little Archrome luck. See if that'll help. No, it won't.
Good on Mezzi. Just having a rough go of it back on the defense in that same bomb site. It's a pistol round win to set up the turnaround. That's Vitality's hope.
With a pistol, there's a conversation. I mean, even more so with an anti-eco win, so we'll start there.
Just bask in the glory of Spinks for a moment. 20-7.
Yeah.
4 teammates, not 10 kills between any of them.
I'd also love to see his HSP this game.
Okay.
I mean, I think that thinking back, the amount of first bullet frags, it was overwhelming.
Ooh, good position here from Xerxin. Turns back round to hold back ramp, and won't. Nicely tethered here from the other side of connector. Scout shot does tag Mezzi down to only 30. But that bomb still sits on the Brit in the back. And just enough of a presence flex to push the ticket player backwards. Into the spawn they'll go. They lose their man advantage. This force buy is working. Wow. Vitality. Oh, they got so close to being toppled.
Just about 30 health each, man. That was very close.
Felt like MOUZ could have robbed it away to end this second map quickly, but their force buy close. No cigar.
Yeah. It is at the end of the day, anti-eco secured, a well-played round from Vitality overall, and a nice try from Xerxin. Could have gotten his second. They've actually got to exit the other way now because of their HP. But there won't be anything else here for Spinks, who sits on a pristine scoreline of 20-7. And to be be honest, the fact that he started that off on T side. You'd think this is the alley-oop, the easy part.
Apex makes sure to create space. That was the second kill from Flamesy, but him emerging out of connector in the first place alleviated pressure when Xertion's trying to go above and beyond. Still the scout out in the play. 2 sets of Kevlar as well for MOUZ. I think Spinx has earned our attention throughout this map of Mirage, so let's see what that scout can do. Seen some really strong T-sides out of Vitality in the last 24 hours. Gonna note once more, Anubis versus Spirit was just textbook.
Oh.
So it gets away from Flamesy, long range back 10, a little awkward. It's because of Brollan's Kevlar. And the pistols trying to press down into the ramp, don't get much. Jimmy the 1. Ooh, and down he goes. Spinx still on that scout with a single point of health, not given a chance to fire off, but I'll allude to it yet again. Health bars. Vitality taking damage on the approach. So what happens once MOUZ get back to full force? That comes next as Vitality close this lead to only 3 rounds.
It's lovely to see. Health bars that low, individual frags that close. And I mean, there are moments, swing rounds for Vitality, where one wrong move or just one really great move created by MOUZ was the reason that they took it, the reason that they streaked afterwards. We know that both these teams are vulnerable to that. It's just high level right now. The game is just very high level in terms of what we're seeing in each moment. Okay, nothing there for Xertion. He'll get out. Xertion goes down with the bomb. 3-round game. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a 3-round game.
Dunked on. Spinx can't kill you if he can't see you. Well, we all leave tomorrow, actually.
No, I'm going to soak up the race for a couple extra days.
That's fair. 3 rounds, the difference. Let's see it, MOUZ. Had to wait patiently for the funds to pull this buy out of the hat. With those flawless win streaks on Inferno and Dust 2, Mirage could be the key to the 3-0 sweep here for Vitality. This could be the hardest of them all.
It was a lot of cat plays that ended up working out. Nice raw duel here. 1 from ZywOo, and they'll let him escape too.
Yeah, not bad.
It was a lot of the cat walk-ups from them versus Spirit. Also, Jimmy has not had a massive amount of impact. No one did back on map 1. Now we're seeing scorelines like Spinx and going, okay, he's a player in this game, but Jimmy's going to be important here on beat.
Surely. Right now, he's kind of allocated to Cat instead, and with a bit of presence shown by Mezzy.
I mean, this is just drawing attention towards mid. Jimmy, oh, double spray down, easy.
I mean, clean as it gets, really, but ZywOo's still given a chance for a second frag in the round. Looking to lay down utility, but the pressure's on. They are very quickly coming at him. Xertion's been burned forward out of the window. Brollan just draws that line in the sand, killing Mezzy on the cross from window and putting it all on Ropz. Now he has 3 clutches to his name in this grand finals already. And he kicks off this 1v3 with the crisp headshot. Costs him half his health. Frag grenade destined for the player back
does he have that lineup?
Brollan down now to 38 health. All the better with a Galil, but missed Molotov. 20 seconds is going to start to make this one awkward. He empties out that belt, jumps across the op, and falters for it. That is MOUZ to double digits when the guns make a difference.
And Brollan, Jimmy gets that spray down called on him. He's playing from Cat. No one in the back of the site to draw attention. Has to deliver, and does. 4v5 win here for MOUZ to get 10 rounds.
I don't know about you, but that frag grenade had me believing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you are. That's one crazy spray.
I think the dink into underpass certainly helps. Jimmy was waiting around middle until the dink happens, but the moment that damage is in, you know that guy's deterred. Then suddenly Apartments becomes a bigger threat. Jimmy sensed it. Jimmy stopped it.
Yeah, Mezzy had one prerogative that round, and that was to get the connector smokes up to threaten Cat and keep Jimmy's attention. But they did a good job of fighting him. Back to the drawing board here for Vitality.
This drawing board features a lot of mid-control. It feels clear for the taking.
Yeah, you don't really see a lot of late protocols to take it back either from MOUZ. That's not how they want to approach this game. We'll see if that's too much of a risk or not. But yeah, this is cap plays.
Dry peek.
Easy.
Costly. Second wave of players gets beyond that first point of contact and then pauses yet again. Spam comes out towards Xerxin. He'll dodge it. A little awkward on the doors, but that's all right. Nobody pouncing immediately here for Vitality. 30 seconds. Do they want to take this chance?
It's going to be hard to organize this quickly.
Right? Especially when you get to this A site and you're going to find defenders real thick. Although Brollan ends up getting cleared out of default, so you know Xerxin's up close. Oh, a second! ZywOo's got a little magic in his hands at the moment, and a teammate over towards Murder Hole to cover to help him. Spinks takes up this unknown position. 12 seconds to that clock. Somebody's got to go grab it. ZywOo's got a third kill. He makes contact into the palace.
The time, Ropz has to grab it.
And I don't see it. They have to forego their attempt. They've got to let it slide.
That's how 11 goes. Nobody's been able to make Vitality lose rounds to time like that. Torzy sat behind Cap Bricks, not peeking the entire round, only to have a kill walk directly into him. It looks like a beautiful move. A nice try from ZywOo on an individual level. My goodness, he's a turret. But that had to be a round by elimination. And now it'll be Vitality burning through all their attack pauses.
Kind of alluded to it, but we really don't see these kinds of rounds from Vitality. Frazzled like that?
Yeah, it was forced. Sometimes you starve them out, and they beat themselves. They're probably wondering why there is no attempt to stop on mid-control. So the only drawback of that for Torzy is if they don't come cat, well, suddenly it's late into the round, he can't rotate, and now he's useless as a B player. So great game plan for MOUZ. Makes Vitality look silly. We got 3 pistols to defend against Map Point.
The fact that as well, not only is it an awkward round from Vitality, but it's one where ZywOo feels very alive. You know, you don't want to waste those kinds of miracle moments out of ZywOo. Definitely feels like there's more in the tank as he finds an opening kill here in the 18th. It looks like Vitality have a clear plan. Enough of the connector play. They're going to emphasize the front of A site instead. Wow. Obviously better for the pistols to just try to close that gap. Make sure Apex doesn't drop this bomb. You will open up ZywOo to continue his reign of terror that he tried to put forth in the 1 round prior. Brollan just walking up into the bench, sees this trajectory of the nade, so he knows this is the full-blown exec.
Hey, it's a bad smoke.
Yeah, there's a gap on that one. Could get weird, not to mention Spinks still sits back over towards that ticket. Bomb plant attempt is good. No challenge comes out from Spinks. And so we've got a retake on our hands for MOUZ.
Bomb had to be planted kind of safely. Spray comes in, a little extra damage.
2 kits on the play and a flank. Brollan ends up catching Mezzi first. And so suddenly this post plant begins to fall apart at the seams. Everybody dies. Not 1 kill back out of Vitality. 4 members strong out of MOUZ, already hands on that bomb. There is nothing Flamesy's going to be able to do about this. 1 kill, so be it. That's a 12 for MOUZ.
Fantastic, man. Fantastic retake right there from MOUZ. Very scary to have to be in that situation. But they played it cool. That was Brollan alone by the stairs. Oh, and their stair smoke missed. Yikes. Jungle smoke was off, stair smoke missed.
Second stair smoke miss as well of this half for Vitality. Other one was back in the pistol, didn't really have ramifications, but still, we're keeping track.
Honestly though, how do you miss a stair smoke?
I don't know. Just remember, some people would ask, how do you throw a stair smoke? Smash smoke. Frag on Xerxin. It's not going to stop him from trying to take underpass, but Apex is quicker to the draw and the wide swing. Okay. It's a 6-round run demanded of Vitality. If their hopes are to push this overtime, if their hopes are to yet again 3-0 sweep a best of 5 over MOUZ.
And we got more haircuts here for Spinks, 25-9.
What is his limit? 19 rounds of play, 28 frags potential.
They do a good job getting him out of here. Oh, and even put him to a higher position.
Oh, you thought he's leaving? Now he will. Jimmy holds on to that smoke for just an extra second.
Look how carefully Ropz played that. He ends up scaling. It's having his cake and eating it too. Stays alive, watches things, gets active.
Oh, freebie.
Wow. How would you read that again in the ladder room if you're MOUZ?
Yeah, Spinks was coming back through Murder Hole, but was just kind of 5 feet out from that. And there's Ropz with the follow-up as well. Not a clutch, but another critical moment here from the Estonian. And Spinks to fall victim to a single bullet at this point. So his 2 kills in mid look good, not good enough.
He's the only player on MOUZ who is even positive. Oh, sorry, Torzi, no, 11-9. But Spinks is getting the vast majority of these frags. Both sides now. I mean, it's only 5 so far in the second half, but this game's damn near finished. And while Zaiwu came close to performing a miracle, you know, what's half a miracle, right? The X factor is Torzi's close the other day. It's when you actually finish the round against all odds. So some impact from Zaiwu, but not taking over.
The first of 6.
We haven't talked about Xtaz much, and to be honest, with how they read some of the smokes and rotate off those plays, gotta say, he has to be doing a great job.
Torzi was looking for something, instead eats a nade for half his health. Opens up Brollan to play into the ramp. Apex gets what he wants. That little bit of contact, which means hands busy for Brollan, which means door open for Ropz, he thought. Trying to push out through the smokes doesn't bode well for him. Cover from the Opper. And Brollan able to disengage. We go 1 for 1, and then contact made by Spinks, smoked off. But that is Flamesy nearly dead. What? Oh, the chase is
jumped
crazy.
Out of the window? Oh my goodness.
Who the hell do you think you are? You may have 25 kills, but that's a deserving 10th death. Torzi up in a close spot. Oh, still into the gut of Apex. They're gonna find this A site vacant.
That's
Surgeon
one step closer.
Nowhere to be found, but is that a moment where Spinks thinks, I've got to do it all?
I have no idea. I mean, he heard Flamesy, who was just about to breach connector, run into underpass. But in terms of what was going on behind Flamesy, no idea that there could be mid being held. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess in his mind, if someone's not watching for a second, I know Flamesy's not looking at me, then I can go to underpass. But just like seeing Zaiwu, you know, play open positions and take risks, that's nice to see from Spinks as well, because the development throughout his career has been one that's a lurker that's too slow, doesn't take opportunities. Same conversation was with him and Ropz into something like this, which you just don't see ever.
I suppose if you think that Flamesy was alone, then maybe you get the jump on him, but obviously from our perspective, we'll call that one ambitious. 2 of 6.
It's the kind of move that when we get to overtime, then you go back and look at small decisions like that along the way that may have compounded, but it's not like they were in a winning spot in that round already. It's time for MOUZ to look strong, coming off the back of a 0-13 game. Keeping vitality in single digits needs to be their priority at the moment. They've still got a marathon ahead of them.
Silver lining, anything better than a 13-0. And so they've got us sitting up straight, but this round should be a walk in the park for Vitality. We've got a FAMAS out there on the field, sitting on the steps. Not one piece of util for MOUZ to catch them blind, so down goes the FAMAS, and with it, the hopes of an upset, you'd assume. USP kill, not half bad. All of Vitality right here to take over site, and so this game goes down to a 3-round difference.
It's officially a close game no matter what, but obviously that round had no investment. Now MOUZ, great timing for Cyclone to get involved. They've only used one so far this game, lots of chances to speak off of Vitality's. And this will be nice as well for Vitality. It's one of those things where you've got to play to your own strengths. You know you give the other coach a chance to speak, but if your team needs it and you have value as a coach, then you've got to use those when they come. Honestly, it's always surprising when timeout's called and the other coach just has so much to add at that moment as well, always ready to go. It is CT side. It can be reactive. And we haven't seen MOUZ foray into mid too often on opening setups. The coolest round so far was when they started towards the off of Cat. Really bled the clock for Vitality, who were confused. And Ropz kicks this off, shutting down the Hall's push from Brollan.
Yeah, what do you make of that? Aggressive Palace play coming out of MOUZ in a critical round like this one?
I mean, just because it's aggressive doesn't make it a bad play, right? If he gets the kill, they have Palace control, they have a 5v4, they had a 1v1 duel right there.
Oh, good damage from Spinks. That's Apex with an op, folks.
Oh, again. Oh, you can't hunt him down.
You thought the first one?
The fact that Ropz doesn't, he gets the first and he's like, oh, they wouldn't try that again. No, he's thinking about it.
The fact that he doubles back for it as well. You know, you walk around that Palace corner, if you're the second player in the form of Xerxin, you're thinking, all right, yeah, clear for the taking. Little do you know, Ropz is always out there. Yeah. Just still, to this day, one of the sickest kind of lurk-style players that remains in Counter-Strike. You could see Ropz playing Counter-Strike if you took the entire HUD off.
Yeah, I guess the best way to put it is no one plays better by themselves than Ropz.
I like that. The timings he finds on some of the best teams. Missed Palace smoke. How do you miss a Palace smoke,
Palace
Mohan?
smoke, yeah, I mean, you don't even need a lineup for that one.
Ropz is going to be sitting pretty within
There is one.
The clock could make this one weird, but it's going to bank on one of these players from Connector connecting with the Vitality pack, and that is not going to happen on Ropz's watch. Triple kill for him.
Yeah, King of the Palace sitting on his cushion, waiting for the kills to come to him.
Oh, there's one for the road, but that is indeed the road to the save called out by MOUZ. Vitality, I mean, how do you not take a chance at that A bomb site after already plucking 2 players off of the Palace pushes?
No, I mean, it's hard to justify. This is just great, and we'll see this initial duel again. Brollan tries to use the spawn, jump up on default, and swing into Palace. It's good to see Vitality catching MOUZ off guard, though, in some of these plays. But this is just a bridge too far.
Yeah, once you give Ropz a perch to support that pack of players pushing across, round's toast.
Yeah, and again, because we haven't had MOUZ trying to fight Vitality on their own terms, getting up to the top of middle or anything like that, or if they do so very rarely. Oh, that's an op actually upgrade for Torzy.
They all died. They all died up at the Palace as well.
Oh.
In the apartments on B, Jimmy just got a double kill for the road.
I mean, does that matter for Vitality here?
No, but it's exciting.
Yeah. It's nice to get the op upgrade, though, for Torzy. That's something.
Money across the board for everybody else.
You know, it's off the Cyclone tack. They took a little risk. And again, when you don't go for mid, you go for extremities. That's textbook, right? Now the question becomes, how many risks and how much confidence do they have in that? Unfortunately for MOUZ, their best rounds have been passive.
Last 2 frags, just for the record.
Send it.
You guys need some graphics cards in these laptops.
This is a nice slideshow.
All right, back to the point. Boost in. Pistols on MOUZ. Limitations, and that is why we had to emphasize Torji getting his hands on this AWP by way of clearing out the underpass. MOUZ pulled this round off. It comes from the details. That never-ending need to find kills, to play every second of Counter-Strike.
Oh, they came in to clear the ramp, but they leave before he gets there. They can't really have a standard map and expect to have success here. But again, this was off attack. There has to be some idea. And we've seen moments where Vitality, when they don't see an enemy, they can take a little too long. Or is he in that golden spot that worked for them last time? But, you know, it's a much less well-supported map.
Ropz finds contact in ramp. Here comes Torji. Leg shot connects.
Was it worth taking that?
Still a lot of players for Vitality to storm into the bomb site. And damage doesn't seem like it'll be enough because Spinks just had his head shattered. Jimmy may still be hanging on to that M4, but this looks like a save queued up. We're going 24 rounds on Mirage.
Wow, 24 rounds. That's just not something I thought I'd see based on the quality of play here out of MOUZ to get to 12 in the first place. That's a little worrying, man, because you see, again, Torzi gets into a spot that worked because they had a full buy around it. But without the full buy around it, you risk the other side of the map getting taken. Your late rotation coming into play. You can argue they want to keep. Oh, well, that's the last thing you see before you die.
And you've got to try to reset into the next one. Jimmy took their guns away. What goes around is supposed to come around, but Jimmy's got other ideas, man, fighting to the very end.
Yeah, that's actually huge.
Very important to hang on to that AWP. ZywOo is on the brink of finding the duel. Oh, denied for another.
Okay.
Jimmy, 3 kills for the road.
I mean, none of this matters at this point. Round 24, buys are coming in. Vitality making this comeback, this long and arduous comeback.
So many connector plays.
It feels like they're getting better live, and it feels like MOUZ are starting to atrophy a little bit. I'm not really seeing a lot of confidence from them. They're trying to go subversive to fight their opponents instead of taking duels with their utility and vying for a little bit more map control, pushing the round forward by small percentages. They're risking it.
Speaking of risk, fire in front of Apex. And yet still, Call of the Void beckons him out. He could find Back's turn. It's all about the timing. With smokes in front of him, he tries to pounce inside of Connector. Oh. Wild spray. There's more where that came from. We get this resurgence out of MOUZ with the first 2 kills. 3v5 demanded of Vitality to make the second half comeback all the way to overtime. Both pistols for Vitality plus the conversions. A 5-round streak is where they're currently sitting.
Man, Xerxion's walking into Connector. Look how much health he has, 13 HP.
This is a crazy play to make with such little health.
And he's watching the smoke. Oh,
blindsided.
Doesn't see it.
ZywOo hyper-focused on the window instead. Down to the final round of regulation.
Oh my goodness, there was another opportunity right there.
Did he see it? They're giving some space, but once that smoke fades, it's an AWP on top of you. Cautious about any potential other opening. The other routes on A. Mezzi looking for that kill that he would have known is up inside the window. And a Molotov over towards Ticket, but he turns, and he doesn't get his crosshair back in time. Nade doesn't finish it. You've got 2 players posted up. Ropz has been so clutch in this grand finals. 3 players to go, and he's denied. They will not be swept. They will not be stopped. Not in the similar fashion. We've got a game.
The full 24 rounds required for MOUZ to finally claim a map over Vitality. 8 losses in a row, but it comes to an end on Mirage. But Jacob, that came down to the final millimeters for MOUZ to close this in regulation.
Yeah, they really did build up a great lead, and I'm pretty sure that they're happy about that, because Vitality, they came alive in the second half. A great display coming out of MOUZ, obviously dominating the first half, setting the tone on the T side. We spoke about it coming into it, Maui. Someone had to step up, someone had to lead the way, and Spinks Spinks, man of the hour, man on your screen. Oh my, did he step up?
I mean, I want to say that MOUZ built a lead, that they built a lead for themselves. They had a buffer, but it was Spinks, the guy on our screens. This is the guy that created the buffer for MOUZ. His T-side play was impeccable. The way that he was clearing out angles, the way he was so aware of all the tricks that Vitality wanted to throw at him. It's like he played for this team before or something.
26 rounds, 26 kills rather, to be ending out the map for Spinks. That's some dirty stuff there, Jacob.
That is some dirty stuff, and it was impactful. You know, sometimes Spinks, I wouldn't say you have a habit, you know, of getting less impactful kills, but the T-side and the way he was conducting himself, the way that he stepped up when needed the most. We just saw MOUZ lose the first map 13-0. Someone had to come out there and make a statement from the get-go. As soon as they won the first round, you could see the entire team started believing. Spinks stepped up, had a couple of great moments. We'll dive into some of those as well during this segment. So fact of the matter is, without Spinks, I think Vitality would have done enough in the first half to come back in the second.
I think we should run that first round that MOUZ put on the board, not only in this map, but in this series as well. It came down to round number 3. What was the story here, Maui?
I just think that it's such a great way to start when you get 13-0'd to just do something together. Don't let the individuals think too much on MOUZ. Just go for a play with a team effort, okay? Spinks kicks it off with the double frag into the bomb site. At this point, the triple kill on top of it is the cherry, but it's really just, I like that it was just the pack mentality, because if you get 13-0'd, Pimp, I feel like if you just go in a spread out default, you get picked apart one by one, you can lose a lot of that mental fortitude.
100%. And as you saw in this round, Ropz messing up a little bit, throwing a Molotov in towards the wall, losing duel towards Spinks. You know, sometimes you just need a little bit of luck, you know, a little bit of faith. And once you pick it up, once you get into the groove, once you start believing, we saw a different MOUZ conduct himself in that T-side.
Yeah, for the crowd as well, they were absolutely hyping up MOUZ. They were doing a stellar job of that. Very happy to see them put their first round on the board. We can see them getting their flashlights out as well. It was a beautiful scene to be witnessing, but even more beautiful for MOUZ because, of course, they get that round on the board and then they just absolutely capitalize upon that. It was a totally different scenario from what we saw on map number 1.
Yeah, gotta give it up to Brollan, gotta give it up to MOUZ, gotta give it up to Cyclone. The game plan on the T-side, the ability to come in and execute a well-drilled T-side after getting absolutely nuked on the first map. That's something I didn't see coming, you know. I thought MOUZ were gonna be competitive. We knew there was a reason why they picked Mirage. We knew there was a clear idea of what they wanted to do. Said it myself coming into the game. The T-side and how they take mid-control has been very strong for the side of MOUZ. But the fact that they were able to do so consistently throughout the entire first half, that was a new level of MOUZ right there.
Round number 9 as well. This was a situation where MOUZ, they found themselves in a man deficit, right? And those were situations in Inferno which they just couldn't convert. Different story today on Mirage.
Yeah, that's what I liked about that T-side. You know, it didn't matter how much pressure Vitality applied to them. They still found a way back. Ropz getting in with a nice flash from Flamesea, gets the first kill, falls back, does everything correct. And then you see some of that individual display. You see that confidence, Maui.
Yes.
Kimfat going for a duel. Exertion. Look at the timer right here. All the way up. He's finding these small gaps. Again, dying. Another 4v3, but good flashing, good spacing. Brollan goes in for it. Overall, it was a MOUZ playing with confidence for the first time tonight.
And it was a rare chance for them to capitalize on ZywOo just being in the wrong place, because yesterday, when ZywOo played against Spirit, he obviously was in the right place every single time. And so if you're fortunate enough, and yeah, I know we're using a little bit of luck here to say why MOUZ was good. There was some preparation, great execution on top of that. But I feel like the main thing is that I like that Yimpat fought back into that one. Yimpat was doing some great work on the lurks. Like, we've been kind of wondering about him. Like, is he going to elevate his game or anything like that? But he gets a quick return kill. He has so many good moments in terms of his CT side as well, like his spray down into the apps. So really, to see him get going on stage, that's what exactly MOUZ needed.
Just to circle back to your ZywOo point, it was kind of an uncharacteristically slow start from him and Ropz as well on this Mirage, right?
Yeah, I mean, some of the big playmakers from the first map in Ropz and ZywOo, we saw them clutching away on Inferno. They didn't get anything done, you know, and whether that's ZywOo having a bad game, sure, or whether that's MOUZ, you know, kind of avoiding ZywOo or not giving the playing field that he would need to have a good game, I think there's a part of that as well. MOUZ didn't give up any easy picks to ZywOo.
Look at this kill distribution. If we can just put it up one more time. I mean, like, he's got 3 kills in the pistol on CT, only 1 other kill for the other 11 rounds. Like, that's absurd to catch ZywOo. 1, not just killing people, but it's 2, because he was actually in the wrong spot a lot of the time. He was always kind of cheating over towards B. After MOUZ went B a couple times in this game, he thought, okay, that's the bomb site I'm going to have to help more often than not. And even when he was there, actually, there was one round where he got boosted by Mezzi into the bomb site. Spinks just hard hard cleared him. So everything he did to try to get going in that game, whether it was tricks or positioning, it just was read completely.
Yeah, and unfortunately kind of a similar situation for Ropz with this one as well. Very kind of sparse kills in that first half. I feel like he kind of started to come alive in the second, but ultimately it was just cosmetic for them, Jacob. And that is the most painful thing when you go to the full 24 rounds, which we saw last time around in the group stage. Vitality not able to spin this one around this time.
True, you could argue it was cosmetic. I think at the very least it installed a bit of fear in MOUZ. I read the body composition of Spinx, you know, in particular. He was not losing it, but you could see that it didn't amuse him that they were coming back in that sense. He was starting to feel that, oh no, are we doing it again? We had the group stage game as well, where they were leading on Mirage, where they were the better team, and then slowly but surely Vitality claimed their way back in. So good for MOUZ to win the map, good for them to get the job done, but they know that the second they let foot off the gas pedal, Vitality will be there to pounce.
Let's dive into a CT-sided round from MOUZ as well, because obviously we saw those 5 T rounds in a row from Vitality, but just to precede that, what kind of piqued your interest about MOUZ on the second half?
I feel like they were able, and mostly Spinx, to fight back in situations where sometimes in these kind of moments you just want to play to not lose. And I think that this round showed they're still trying to win this one, obviously. It's not like, this is kind of a concept I think a lot of people really don't know what we mean when we say like playing to not lose. Like the way Spinx comes out here through CT to just find fights in the bomb site. Like the lurk's not ready yet, the flank's not ready, Brollan's still behind a smoke, and he just pushes into the bomb site as Vitality's still getting set into their post plant. Like that's playing to win, as opposed to just saying, okay guys, let's play the 4v5 in the most textbook way possible. I love that Spinx just throws a wrinkle into it because he knew he was the best player in the server on Mirage.
It's also a great example again of how Vitality weren't able to capitalize. There were a lot of rounds where they got the first pick, where they're playing 5v4, they're playing 4v3, yet they can't find a win to close out the rounds. It used to be the other way around. It used to be MOUZ that couldn't capitalize. It used to be MOUZ that couldn't win those rounds they were supposed to win. So they kind of flipped the switch in that regard, and I gotta give it to MOUZ Sports. When you consistently fight back from being a man down and you win the vast majority of those rounds, you're also showing me that at the very least you're on par with Vitality right now.
Yeah, and I mean, just to go back to your point about Spinx, you know, not being afraid to get into the action as well, I wonder whether that's kind of a symptom of him playing against his former team, right? He's got some extra blood on the line going against Vitality.
To some degree, you have nothing to lose, right? When you lost, what is it, 8 maps in a row, you lost the first map 13-0, you get up to a good start, and for Spinx, he had a couple of majestic rounds, as you see in this highlight package, in the beginning of the game. At a certain point, you're like, I got nothing to lose. I may as well go in CT spawn. I may as well go in and try to be the difference maker. And Spinx is a bit of a mood player. We know that as well. Once he's off to a good start, usually he continues to play well.
The level of focus that Spinx brought into this game was something that I usually see evades him, actually, in these kind of high-pressure situations. In a lot of the Vitality losses of last year, it was, you know, take your pick on who's not showing up that day. But oftentimes it was Spinx. Spinx had a hard time seemingly just getting locked in with the team. But I feel like this time around with MOUZ, he recognizes he's the big dog. It almost kind of reminds me of when Elige was on Complexity. Like, he'll go above and beyond as much as he possibly can. I just hope that it doesn't get him into trouble too often, as it did for some other stars that overexerted themselves in the past.
Well, MOUZ, they do manage to change the tune on their map pick of Mirage, and I'm curious to see how Cyclone is feeling after that one.
Cyclone, map 1 was obviously devastating. I walked past you guys when you were having your team talk, and I saw Spinx was really vocal and just saying about kind of how to reset is what I was hearing. Can you just give me some insight into that?
Yeah, I think Spinx was very vocal outside. I think he usually for this group is that guy who has a little bit more experience, keeps the guys calm, keeps them focused. I think also he took matters into his own hands on this map, right? Yeah, he played great, and I think for us to continue that way, we all need to step up a little bit.
So you still think you all need to step up, because especially as they got close on this one. We're moving to Dust 2 next, which you've lost 3 times to Vitality. We know it's tough, but do you feel like you've made enough improvements here that you can show it, especially after they got the win yesterday against Eternal Fire?
It will be tough. I think the game yesterday against Eternal Fire gives some confidence. Also, last time we played Vitality, arguably we could have won Dust 2. We still know they're a great Dust 2 team, and we really need to be our best to have a chance here.
Hopefully you'll be at best, mate. Thank you very much.
To go back to the first point there from Cyclone, James Banks said, you know, went out to get a little bit of sneaky lunch, and he was walking in the ramp past where the players were, and he was saying it was Spinx that was talking the most to MOUZ after that 13-0 loss. That totally makes sense. It's a team that you used to be in. It's a team that you probably understand how they play and maybe how to get into their heads a little bit.
Yeah, I think Spinks obviously know tendencies of Vitality. He knows how Apex likes to react in certain moments. He knows how he would react when he's down. So obviously there's a lot of knowledge to be shared by Spinks. But also you got to go with the flow sometimes. We know Exertion is a big voice within the team. So far, he hasn't had the best night. Obviously, there's been moments. But I bet you once Exertion gets going, once he's getting a feeling for the game, he will be a big voice as well. But as soon as Spinks is playing like he is right here, he may as well dictate the game when he's having such a great output.
I mean, it was clear that he knew so much of what Vitality was going to do as they were doing it. His live reads were very strong, and for anybody that's on MOUZ, he is going to bring a level of experience. I feel like it's kind of a weird thing to say, but Spinks has now been a part of 3 incredibly successful rosters. The ENCE team, the Vitality team that won a major, and now this MOUZ team that's reaching every single grand finals. Like, he knows how to win games. It's just that we don't always know him as the vocal guy because when he was on Vitality, clearly he was overshadowed by Apex. So I'm glad he's lending some experience to the ears of his, I'd say, Padawans on the MOUZ lineup.
Well, MOUZ do equalize the scoreline to 1-1 apiece in this best-of-5 grand final. We're going to be diving into Dust 2, the second map pick of Vitality, after this short break. Dust 2 up next. Vitality's first pick 2 times before. Now it comes in as the third map in this best-of-5 series. For MOUZ, they do choose to start on the CT side of things. Any players you're particularly putting under the microscope in this one, Maui?
I feel like so much of Dust 2 T sides is fixated around just hammering that B-bomb site. So many teams make that a priority in terms of their game plan, which is going to put Spinks and Yimpad under the microscope. Both of those guys and their B dynamic is so important for MOUZ because it's one of the most difficult bomb sites to retake. And I like that Yimpad has popped off already on the CT side there of Mirage. We saw a nice spray down from him. And I like that Spinx is showing a lot of proactivity. So I think that duo can actually be the difference maker if MOUZ want to continue the upset.
Especially when you consider 2 weeks ago at the Pro League final, you know, when they were playing that grand final versus Vitality, they kept on holding into that B bomb side. And Yimpad and Spinx in particular had a terrible game, one to forget. And then we saw the instant improvement in the group stage when they played this very map where, as Cyclone said in the interview we just heard, they probably could have and should have won Dust 2 against Vitality. So they made some adjustment. They clearly looked way, way more comfortable. So coming into this Dust 2, I expect both teams to be super comfortable with their own game plan. Vitality obviously picked it for a reason. MOUZ felt they should have won it the last time around. So essentially, Freya should make for a good game.
We're talking about that clash in Stockholm. Yimpad got 1 kill on the CT side of things. He was getting bodied left, right, and center. But you're totally right, Jacob. We did see some improvements last time around in the group stage of Blast Open. Anything in particular that you felt like where MOUZ had adapted to and were more well-versed of what Vitality were going to be putting forward on that T side?
Well, I love our producer putting focus on Torsi right there, because I think he was roaming around on the map a lot. He helps out, you know, installing a bit of fear in Vitality. You gotta give them an essence that you can't walk all over the map, right? If you're T-side, you're Vitality, you want to dictate the pace. This man right here, he has the ability with the AWP in hand in order to install a bit of fear, or at the very least force Vitality to use some utility and maybe be a little bit extra precautious wherever you're going. If he's in middle, if he's towards A long, if he's on the B bomb side, I don't really care, but Torsi gotta roam around so Vitality can never feel safe.
Yeah, Torsi seems to dictate so much of what it is that MOUZ are doing, what they're focusing on, especially towards A. And yesterday when they played against Eternal Fire, I mean, he was also in the right place at the right time so frequently on the long defenses, the A site ones as well. He has been such a great player for this team that has really blossomed into something that MOUZ can depend on. And for a game like this, where the flashes are good, where the spacing is good for Vitality, you need people that are going to thin the herd, and Torsi is the guy that has to do that for MOUZ.
Is there a clear winner here if your money coming onto Dust 2, Jacob?
I mean, it's Vitality's map pick for a reason, and I think Vitality are playing Dust 2 to a very high level. The way Apex paces the T side, the way that he's able to go in towards the B bomb side, the way he's able to B-split B bomb side, and the A execute as well, him dropping down into CT spawn, be careful.
Either way, MOUZ put an end to their losing streak as we do sit on 1 map apiece. It's time to dive in to Dust 2.
Time for another brawl, folks. We've got Dust 2 coming up. I was taught a little bit of Portuguese during the break, so I just wanted to ask, Kerim Major Aki?
Not bad. You want to translate that for the folks at home?
We're going to have a major in Lisbon.
Ooh, big maybe. If the crowd's good enough, maybe. That's what I hear. A lot of the time it boils down to the fans in the house. And so we go 3 maps into this best of 5. Do we have fans in the house? They're busy.
Big time.
Too. Unlosable for Vitality as of late. Again, we talk about their map winning streaks, and this is one of them. We saw what happened on their other map win streak. Inferno absolutely dominated. 13-0, didn't skip a beat. If Vitality are able to tap back into that potential, remind MOUZ how this all started. But there has been an uptick in performance from MOUZ as of late on Dust 2. They think they should have won it last time, and with a pistol setup like this, I see why. You got players cowering in the top of middle, running for the hills. But you can't run, you can't hide, not when MOUZ want to fight. This is no longer the same team that got 13-0'd on Inferno.
It's a totally different day within the same match. That is a beautiful start to Dust 2 from MOUZ. 2 brawly maps back-to-back between Inferno, between Mirage and here. And now we're in business. They struggled to make that decisive back on Mirage, but they got it out of the way. There was that tack pause early on. Cyclone chipped in and said, Brollan, go ahead and call. But I just want to say, we've got a map on our hands.
It's 95.
And now maybe they have 2.
Cybu's health gets shredded. These pistols will fall the same way. Beautiful Second map in this series out of Spinks.
Yeah.
I mean, lights out performance. He tapered off a little bit as that game went on, but his team still put forth enough for them to just push it over the line. But out of the gate, I mean, godlike almost.
Didn't expect that to be the story today. I think that, again, comparing his performances to his counterpart in Ropz, as they've both made their roster moves as players of the same role, it's Spinks who's been a part of it, but it's actually, you know, the rest of MOUZ who have stepped up even more. It's Exertion and Torzy who have just been alarmingly good. Over on Vitality, however, Ropz has not only just been a part of the winning formula, he has been leading it.
Gonna make sure this tunnel is indeed clear. If MOUZ want to show an affinity for getting aggressive out of the gate, then you gotta be safe about it once you've got the guns. So positions taken up here by Vitality. Spinks will be critical as this game goes on, especially on the CT side, floating between middle and that B bomb site. Desk alluded to it. Him and Jimmy gonna have their hands full, you'd assume. Right now it's cat contact first. Searching, caught out along the wall. Great flash assist. ZywOo double kill back though. More were the first two. Triple!
He crushed the whole site by himself, bulldozed as they get across to A.
Barely saw that second head present itself. They felt bolstered by the opening kill. Felt like Xertion has able to hold them back, and little did they know, ZywOo was coming. He saw what Spinks did on Mirage and says, all right, let's lock horns.
See, it was half miracles back on Mirage. Less of a map overall for ZywOo. That is one fully completed. That's a total gift to Vitality. Right after the first kill, the counter flash for MOUZ, the 3 players that were there, that's exactly how you wanted to stage that attack to defend against Cat.
I thought that hold was looking perfect. First kill for Xertion.
Yeah.
Brollan with the assist off the util.
Yeah, that's what Spinks gave us last map now. Love to see that from ZywOo. He's no chicken.
Finds him. Jimmy, the hard dedicated B anchor of this CT side. We'll wait to see whether he gets a lot of action. Because even going back to Mirage, you know, there was moments of strong holds from Jimmy, but just hasn't really had to be kind of a talking point this evening.
It hasn't been like full-on execs that come towards him, or, you know, he's had to multi. Here on B, and the last time that they played against Vitality, his B-site defense was really mediocre. He actually has had kind of a taper off a little bit. That was at the Pro League Finals. He lost as a team.
Yeah. They may have lost as a team, but they believe they had a chance in this map in particular. And I can co-sign that. See if he is given a chance to become the life of the party. For now, remains uncontested on that B site. Looks like we've got another catwalk presence. Now, Torzy with Brollan over towards Long.
You know, Torzy has to be really shrewd here because he either gets a free kill or he gets flashed twice and cannot get into this.
It's good on Xertion to reposition as he does. Ooh, oh, it's just the scout though, excuse me.
Oh,
little delayed there. Xertion lets him out. Bit more space offered over. Torzy will find the kill on Long. That's the only player for Vitality to attack the site from that direction. But this measly scout's losing its support system. Bodies dropped all around it.
Looks like ZywOo did some stretching during the break. Sharp as. So if it wasn't a scout, I mean, I don't know if it would have mattered in that spot. He did eat the flash, missed the first shot towards Long. That elicited the cat play entirely from Vitality. That was the winning moment, really. I think that on the ramp, maybe he was looking at radar. It's possible.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
Double checking.
He's not that old.
Positioning.
Yeah. Great defense here in the exits early.
Not to mention, you get that upgrade. To hell with the scout. You're sitting on the AK-47 now. Tied game early.
ZywOo giving us a map.
ZywOo and Donk went tit for tat throughout this event in terms of rating. Difference is Zywoo is clearly pulling ahead in that race. And here he finds himself with more runway while Donk watching from the sidelines.
Oh, man, and we talk about a master of the hybrid.
Yes.
Hopping two.
From AK-47 openings in the A site to a headshot through the doorway on mid at the start of the next round, and it is Apex to slide forth into that space, but giving it back over to the defense. Not to mention a bit of chip damage there for Flamesy, and so that evens out the health bars between these two on mid.
That's a nice catch, man. You know, after getting that first kill, I'm recognizing MOUZ, that Vitality are going to try to make it worse.
Ooh,
oh my gosh, right underneath him. Oh my god, he missed it entirely. What's happened?
No way! We talk about how Ropz is just so stellar in these positions.
What is that pathing?
How does he find these kinds of paths? He finds routes no one knows of.
That's the secret wall that he rolled.
Vitality have a trailblazer in Ropz, and you said it best back on Mirage. He's just the best at playing on his own.
Yeah. That's right. Sometimes with Ropz, it's a single-player game. This round, an RPG. What an adventure. Through the smoke.
Wow. Doesn't even give Jimmy a chance to hold that bomb site back, so Vitality to go 3 rounds straight off of it. And I mean, you saw MOUZ gearing up for the mid-fight, ready to try to pressure them back. Ropz in Jimmy's head.
It's such a crazy play. I mean, I'm trying to play that back and think, obviously, Jimmy could have seen him incidentally, but Jimmy was also looking towards mid, looking over the smoke. Wow, but he's so careful. He doesn't go any farther, right? He wraps the box. He stays exactly on the perimeter, as hard as possible to see.
Damn.
Right underneath his nose.
The always elusive. I don't know where he learned those tricks. We know damn well he's got him up his sleeve. Oh, yes, the tactical mastermind.
That's the VP strat. Worked for them.
Same guy who chugged a beer for the record. That's where he gets his ideas. Confidence-fueled P90B rush. I don't think so. Vitality, a little more finesse than that. Limited hardware here for MOUZ, and taking an early look over towards long. Apex finds nothing. Nothing at all.
So he was hyped about it. Not often he gets stopped.
He will breeze out to the blue.
I was like, yeah, this is where you give it back, actually. He's like, I'm actually not done with this. I've got to spawn. He's just fully clearing things by himself now. And it's the right idea. There's not a single person here peeking, no one in pit waiting. I don't think MOUZ understand exactly how much is being taken from them. Because if you have long control, no one can get you out of it unless they fight you. But with Cat, they can just start throwing nades.
Apex running around, though, would have been heard by Torji with his ear pressed against the wall. So now Brollan does double back to get some kind of eye on the A site. Thing is, you're still damn well ahead of any kind of a rotation. Utility blankets this. Apex looking for his first kill. Bomb behind him. And pistols inbound, but you'll catch him up along the wall. No 5-7 frag out of Brollan this time. He's been good with it. Quick glance down into their spawn. We'll find more players ready to be taken out. Apex, it's a double kill. Feels like he's had this round in the palm of his hand since the get-go. Vitality positioning thorns in the side of every piece of that bomb site defense. Only Spinks left up. I didn't see a moment here where it looked like MOUZ would get a kill.
No, yeah, that back to being very strong. Ropz open the door. Apex swings it open.
Clean sweep.
Another, man. Yeah. It's wild because you could see the quality of Spinks playing for MOUZ, but sometimes chemistry doesn't work like that, right? He was underneath Vitality. He became the player that he is for MOUZ under Vitality. Like, he developed so much in all of his lurk roles. Ropz is always just a little bit ahead, you know, in his career in terms of accomplishments, the quality that FaZe were putting out in their prime. Ropz is a part of that. You know, he was the move that really made it for them. And the best part is, oh, well, that's the best part for MOUZ this round. Great find.
Close on that doorway, though, is Spinks.
And you could block that with dental floss. That's such a tight angle.
How constant has this catwalk threat been, though, for MOUZ to have to deal with? The uncertainty that comes with it this time, because it's just Xerxin leaning back on site.
They keep layering on mid, expecting the mid B to come out. They're actually right about it entirely.
There's been some trickery thrown forth by Vitality, whether that was Ropz to just exit through the tunnels.
We have a contact and cleanup play here. Spinks will take the fight. He's happy to get one, if even only damage. And this late, Jimmy can do the rest.
Yep. Wild blind. Perfect setup. Jimmy not able to get the double down. Spinks, though, here to return the favor. Mezzi, we've seen a lot of smokes spammed through by him. This will not be his opening. Bomb is still dropped back behind him. Threats right there. Xerxin keeps the pressure up. Time is ticking.
This was never the opportunity that they thought it was. With the setup that we just saw in mid and Torzi sitting in B the entire time, a huge part of the success here for MOUZ is just keeping him shrouded in mystery the entire time. You know, Torzi did not shoot apart from that opening pick. Stayed silent in the B site, waited for a contact. They had perfect support for him. It's interesting. I like that more than him playing with a rifle in the site, because he never has to worry about the mid B. There's two players there. Wow, that's a crazy find. Oh, that's the shot too?
Wow.
Oh, he could have absolutely died then.
All right. Okay.
The finest margins.
Torzi bringing this to the table. I'm watching. Flamesy on the long play. There is resistance this time. We'd seen Vitality get to this corner with no resistance whatsoever. Stark contrast. Torzi goes charging into lower tunnels with the
Yeah,
AWP.
it's the full long control, and they think that this is weak, but every single time they've taken it, Ropz again. Single player game. He's got tunnels by himself.
That's going to keep Jimmy on his toes inside of that B bomb site, and currently, obviously, no helping hands. Nobody in mid. MOUZ floating around in spawn.
Nasty work from Ropz.
But Jimmy gets the better of him. That's a deep cross. He was looking to throw out that incendiary and instead gets clipped. Now Brollan, just blasted
he's
off.
alone, man, that's it.
Trying to walk up forward towards the catwalk. Timing here for Apex, an instant headshot to boot.
They can collect some guns. Flamesy's low. They have a lot of utility. Bomb's not planted just yet.
Feels like a recovery more than anything else, though, MOUZ.
Bomb's still not planted. They're really taking their time here. But MOUZ have already decided that they're not going to go for this, not even close.
So off of catwalk yet again. This A site is the success story of Vitality throughout the T-half so far.
There is a pattern of IGL saying, leave me alone. Like, let me watch this at the moment. But the fact is that Brollan, you know, where's he going to go by himself? Maybe the moment is here. He's just going to walk up. Okay. He's just going to walk up to cat bricks, hold the wall, and then peek and unpeek once in a while. And then that's enough to get information. So really perfect timing. I mean, honestly, it's surprising here. You see Torzi running the lower tunnels. He's just not ready for the fact that they were taking long control. Why is Ropz in lower so early? And the same thing goes for that moment. Brollan just saw that Ropz got taken out in upper tunnels. How can there be a catwalk hat play happening that fast? Probably expecting a flash to come in. Oh, the triple gamble. It should be a sure thing.
I don't think that's how the math works. So what have we learned today?
Never give up.
Oh, yeah. Not what I had in mind. What have MOUZ learned off of these sudden pops out of Vitality that seemingly keep catching them off guard?
Yeah, that's hard to blame yourself for. I'd say really cool play, Vitality. That's all right. You get away with that one. But Ropz is a menacing presence in tunnels. If they want to keep trying to approach him, they might need 2 guys or even 3. Polysil and Tony.
Again? No. They know better. Smoking it off, not letting him count cross, nor get timing on the shots. ZywOo striking fear in the hearts of MOUZ, but Torji will still continue to try to get that scope on the right angle at the right time. Burn back once more. Here's a round where we get Spinks hard dedicated inside B.
This has two excellent layers. I mean, they got some utility back, but still limited vision on Cat.
Still smoke at the end of the tunnels. Molotov to make sure the back of platform is clear. It's just going to be Spinks to try to keep his head down. And if Jimmy can kind of sell that he's the only guy here, that's great. Now they've made both contact and they each get their kill. So B-Site hangs on for dear life. And that doesn't mean the Vitality are out of it. ZywOo trying to get somebody caught off by the Cat presence won't happen. You've got 45 seconds to figure out this 3v5.
That's a key late smoke, man. I mean, we've got a single flashbang, so this is where Torzi could absolutely shine. And Brollan's also in a fantastic spot. He could just move over to Goose if he wants to. They have a fully layered map, long control. He'll play a little more active.
Oh, incendiary as well at 25. Really starting to put the pressure on now, but will Torji get his op on this angle, or does Apex strike a player who's throwing grenades off guard? There's a world here where Apex comes in with the easy entry. Second ramp player is able to hold. It's going to have to be Brollan with only 5 seconds before bomb has to get planted. Oh, and ZywOo into another clutch to do it with 15 health. We already saw him with 1 second extra, with 1 bullet needed. This is what he does. And as he scours that spawn, he sees you. He knows where you are, and he hits his shot, but it's all a ruse. Set up for Jimmy.
Oh, that looks scary for a moment, but Jimmy's rotation is everything. That's an awesome move out of Apex. It looked like MOUZ knew exactly what Vitality were going to do at every single point in the round. Over on B, they had both sides of the lurk covered. What's that? Ropz and Mezzi going down, right? Oh, and the trade back with a Glock out of ZywOo, man. Very close call. They even have exertion in a moment where there's 5 players alive. They not necessarily need 3 players on A. But you see, in the end, they do. They need every little bit of help.
You know we're getting a grand final right now. Absolute cinema grand final. Absolute cinema.
Brollan says absolute cinema grand final. You want cinema? Here's the fight. Over towards long, and we get Mezzi with the double kill. Another battle for this epic. Man advantage comes with it. ZywOo clips Spinks' wings as he thinks he can walk out top mid. Patience sprinkled across the map, but maybe not enough of it. Jimmy is going to look to find timing here on Apex, and he will catch him, turning his head for only a moment. But of course, Jimmy doesn't know that Flamesy's already got this positioning over towards site. Also awkward. Frag grenade with ZywOo's name on it. Jimmy's sticking around. Fire's going to force him back. Still no presence inside B. Bomb can go running into plant.
They've already established here. They have the door smoke. Window is molly. They know that Jimmy's in lower because of the kill feed. It'll have to be a retake. I mean, this is going to be tough. Let's see.
Double kit, smoke and a flash. That will not help your chances. Jimfat down to 34 HP off of it. He's got the Opera right with him, and ZywOo down beneath looks to strike, but misses!
No one's helping him.
The no scope, and Jimmy trades! And now he's just scrambling out for that bomb. It's gonna have to be the run out of Mezzi! He sprints, he sprays! Jimmy within it! Finish, finesse! Great trade out of the window. Didn't waste a moment. And that's what you have to do versus Vitality. Don't you dare waste these opportunities.
When ZywOo takes his shot, they have Mezzi holding tunnels. How come someone could walk out on ZywOo when there's nothing else to watch? A 2-on-3 B retake with an op in hand. That's what we just saw.
A no-scope for the retake. 2v4 in the bigger picture of that round. You said Jimmy's just kind of been quietly doing his thing, never really thrust as the star of the show. Brollan said this is cinema. Well, there's your action hero. Back to the long fight they'll go. Vitality looking to keep things simple as we get into the tail end of this first half. Xertion will not allow you to get down into that pit. Easy man advantage coming out from MOUZ.
MOUZ playing top tier CS, keeping up with the best team in the world.
Getting better and better every time this head-to-head happens. That's been the MOUZ mantra. They believe they had Dust too. Oh, last time they met, but Brollan doesn't play it safe enough now, does he?
Man, that tracking was unreal.
Now you know the rest of MOUZ don't want to be the next one, but you should have known better. Missed shot finally out of ZywOo. Leave it to Spinks to be the difference. Flash comes out there along the wall, and he's not going to get a multi.
Everyone switched to anti.
We've already seen the 2v4 come out from MOUZ. Why not queue it up again? Same two pieces.
They can break the smoke, but Torzy's the one that needs it broken for him. Jimmy's over at long.
Taking his sweet time with it, but honestly, so are Vitality. Grouped up on that ramp. Torzy now trying to find a way to skewer. Quick scope miss. Mezzi collects his head. That's going to put Jimpat into a dead sprint. Out long. Doesn't find timing yet. Then Ropz turns. Back around. Shuts him down. And puts Vitality in the lead.
That's an excellent pivot out of Ropz. Nice try from Torzy. Very brave of him to try to generate that opportunity, and especially in a spot when you know long control's taken, everyone was spotted. And that's just amazing tracking. Yeah.
Sick.
Also there, good patience.
Felt like Torzy's just trying to throw up a distraction. We already saw that kind of shut down ZywOo in his 1v2 attempt. Jimmy has good long flank timings. Final round of the half, and it's going to be a limited one here for MOUZ. 7-5 lead on the line for Vitality. Got to do it with the scout. It is ZywOo and Ropz taking off. A deadly duo in 2025. Some call it unfair.
Yeah, it felt like they were breaking the scene for a second. They never crossed paths at PGL. That allowed MOUZ to get a chip along the way.
Yep. Vitality's absence offering great experience to MOUZ. They did not waste that chance whatsoever. But this chance seems to be fading into irrelevance. Round 12 with Vitality comfortably up. ZywOo able to catch Spinks on the quick scope, and so mid may falter. But Jimmy's got a very tough challenge ahead. ZywOo already up on the angle. No pistol, and a 2-0 start at a MOUZ. That's what got this CT side going. Able to hang on. One of the more competitive halves that we've gotten. Denying that streak of rounds. But it's not this star-studded Spinks performance that we had back on Mirage. MOUZ looking somewhat more mortal, but more even across the board. 7-5 Vitality as they'll take to the defense to try to defend their flawless Dust 2 streak.
Oh no, I won't remember anything, man.
Oh, it's an old one? Has to be. It's train, it's forest, it's MIBR. I know the time range when it was.
I don't remember this clip. 100% it's not 2014, it's not 2015, it's not 16 because Luminosity was still exist at that time. So it has to be around like 2017, 2018.
It should be 2018 or 2019. Yeah, it's 2017-18.
Okay, let's say it's 2018, yeah? What major you had in 2018? Can you give me any guess?
I don't know why. I'll just say the E-League Atlanta 2017.
It's Katowice, yeah.
Face It Major? Face It Major, perhaps? Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Wait, is it? No, London. Oh my god, what am I saying? Wait, 2019 was ESL Katowice. I like it.
That was the only one I knew from 2018. Civics against Astralis, not against NIP, or Astralis obviously.
100% they won this major.
Let's see what he does. I don't seem to remember this from the top of my head. But it was in 2018 then. Has to be 19.
I think the guy has pretty good movement. There was Blast Paris.
I have no idea.
I don't know. Let's say it's 2018 and Face It London again.
I'm not sure, but this one. It's 2019 Star Ladder major in Berlin, maybe?
It's IM Cannabis 2019.
Of course, man. I don't know.
Oh, there was major in Katowice? Yeah. Got the year at least. Well, if it's Perfecto for Navi, there's not many options.
He's gonna kill 4 guys in London.
Oh, I remember that play.
I don't know. PGL Krakow 2017.
I think it just has to be 2021 PGL Stockholm major. Stockholm, 2021.
This is PGL Stockholm 2021. Navi won this major.
So that's why they won the major. Only because of that play.
Well, at least I know this. It's new generation, you know?
Oh, I remember the play. Okay, yeah, that's a good one.
James, overpass. Okay.
The clip, I actually do remember. Missed the smoke and he's winning the clutch. Oh my god.
What I didn't say. I didn't say a Berlin major.
Yeah, this was, I think, fairly recent. Could it be 2022 IEM Rio major? Rio major. I have my answer.
It's, I'm telling you, everything what I remember, it's like 3 years ago. It's 2022 IEM Rio major. That was quick.
Vitality getting through that first half with a 2-round lead. MOUZ showing us that this grand finals will feature a fight. And as the sun slowly sets on Lisbon, this best of 5 keeps giving. Who's here all night long?
It's the series that you've been looking for.
And we are in the middle of the road now. Map 3, anybody's direction. Train the unknown entity last.
I mean, if MOUZ win this map, that's more maps than Vitality have lost in any series.
Right.
That's what they're looking to do.
Gives him a tease, then hits him with the gush. Ooh, nice.
Clean.
Style points here for Xerxin. Flash interrupts the follow through. Apex unable to collect anybody on this hold. Pistol round would look good for MOUZ, but doesn't mean Ropz is gonna let them have it. Little challenge off back sight. He gets hit in the head as well.
Didn't see that peek. It's laser sharp here for MOUZ.
Bending bullets around the sight box. Mezzi starts to climb up along the wall. He's not gonna do what I think he is he? Waits to see if anybody gives them a sliver to work with, any kind of a thread to pull on here in the post plant. Denied, dude. Xerxin.
Excellent shot.
And the time to kill on this pistol round. 2 scalps for him as he sends Ropz running for the hills. Pistol looks real good on MOUZ. You convert it, and that lead is gone.
Here they are to make it close. MOUZ will pick up 6th. Jimmy gets down. Taste of revenge.
Is that Arkaram?
Oh, he's in there. He's got boots on the ground.
Isn't he supposed to be working?
Yeah, I think that is. Give this man a mic.
Frustration.
We haven't seen those. It's hard when they've been winning so much.
Vitality may bend, but do they break? Armored Thomas for Zywoo. Trying to abruptly halt the momentum of MOUZ in the second half as quick as can be.
Been keeping an eye on Flamesy here, Mezzi as well. We saw amazing things from them back on map 1. This is going to be an A play. It's the path of least resistance.
That's to assume that this Apex 5-7 doesn't do much. Down to a minute, though. MOUZ obviously understand the seriousness of this situation. Don't flub it. Said he'd been keeping an eye on Flamesy. Well, he drops a smoke ahead of this 3-player push out through the doors.
They
Frag
found an
grenade
extra as well.
I mean, that is perfect to set up a 5-7, is it not? Flash gets Flamesy off his post. He hears them coming.
Flash. Oh, does nothing.
Tries to get sent back in, but all's good. MOUZ, they just put on that slow squeeze. And even with the flashbang attempts coming out of Vitality, not enough to disrupt this heavy momentum of the full buy for MOUZ. They follow through into this A site, dodging the threat of ZywOo's FAMAS. Him and Ropz and Mezzy off to the save. Tied map, tied series.
Spinx's scoreline almost as impressive as ZywOo, and he's got 2 maps so far where he has impressed. MOUZ won some fans back in Cluj, looking to win some more here in Lisbon.
There's no denying the value that that trophy hoist had to have had for them. To try to find a new peak in their careers, to do it bolstered by Spinx, who did not leave Vitality to keep losing. Right? Spinx is a part of Vitality throughout 2024, when the only thing they end up collecting is that Cologne trophy. Massive accolade. Not taking anything away from that, but they said it, you know, the win's always so elusive.
That was an overall unproductive year in terms of, oh, they got so many playoff opportunities, lost a phase in both major playoffs, like really key chances they dropped. Even if they had good starts to tournaments, they just couldn't get it together. Cologne was the last bit.
And so after stomaching all of that, he makes a switch to a team that's also notorious for losing in playoffs? No.
Well, when you make the move, you know, you're not supposed to join a winning team. You're supposed to make the team a winning team.
And I think that when we get that interview with Cyclone, kind of the credit he offers to Spinx in the way he shapes, forms, and builds up the MOUZ members. Turns out it could be a good place for him. Ropz thinks he's got a good place in this position.
That's how he gets away with moments like that. He stands in positions like that if, you know, they don't get cleared, then yeah, he's a genius.
Yeah, all right. So for every time he walks out on that site underneath Jimmy's nose, we've got to remember that.
Yeah.
Sitting 10-10. Vitality trying to emphasize that A defense, but
they've been good at sniffing this out.
MOUZ?
Yeah, no one else here on the mid-B split.
I think it comes down to just constantly pressing up against the entirety of Vitality's perimeter.
Perfectly missed the flank timing.
Yep. Great presence of mind. Staying sharp as need be. ZywOo finally gets a chance to use that FAMAS. He's been carrying it around for 2 rounds now. And the bomb plants will go down with 25 seconds to spare. So MOUZ very clearly tiptoeing their way through the starting moments of this T-side. No doubt in my mind, gloves are going to come off at some point. Things get faster, things get gritty.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 2 leads in the series is just already remarkable here for MOUZ, especially this late into the game. Really holding my breath to see how much more they can do. And they close this one out. Even though they 13-11 Mirage, it took a long time to do it. They had a really big lead. In terms of the ideas, I think they did start to get a little stale. There wasn't that much activity out of Torzy. There wasn't much mid-control. And Vitality nearly brought it to overtime.
Anymore? No, sir. ZywOo does move forward with the FAMAS. MOUZ move forward with the lead, 8-7. For the first time, MOUZ can take a little sigh of relief and think, we've got an edge. This is the first time in the best of 5 they are leading, now that maps are evened out. Not bad for a team that went down 13-0, huh?
Oh, no, not at all. Closer to winning than losing. We got a little tilt out of Apex. Another map where Flamesy's not having huge impact.
Soon to be tested will be Ropz, announcing their presence with the frag grenade. There's more where that one player is positioned. You got a whole pack right behind Spinks.
These two are the new duo, right? So Mezzi has been playing really well alongside Ropz.
Here it comes though, through the smoke. Pops at the perfect moment. Mezzi actually dies though.
Oh, he dies first.
Ooh.
Shot's great from ZywOo.
Nice little snapshot to try to keep some kind of defense in position, but Mezzi goes down with nothing.
Yeah.
And so everybody else that was exiting tunnels is able to turn their heads towards Ropz, who was hoping to go above and beyond. Now Torzi posted on that window with fire in front of him. That is a comfortable opening post plant here for MOUZ, but that utility's gonna burn out. They throw down more and more. And there's more where that one came from. Spinks chucks out another. That's a weird one. Spinks misses the Molotov that would have kept them out of this retake, so now they're gonna try it.
Oh, shots missed. Torzi.
They flustered Torzi out of his post plant. The fire leaves this door open, but they still don't get in. They try and they try, but it doesn't feel like a comfortable enough amount of time, and so they will concede this. MOUZ 9-7.
Yeah, that was extremely awkward. I mean, we didn't see what the volley looks like on the other side of that wall. Maybe it also had some effect in terms of how they could get in the window, but you can see there was full vision there. Torzi got mollied out, didn't hit a shot, but it's a 3v3 B-site retake, and it's that moment for Xerxin. He does get traded right away, so you see how important it is that Xerxin's crosshair placement is exceptional. Okay.
I like that you tried to throw him a bone.
Yeah. Yeah, the volley didn't do much.
It's the fact that they had 3 of them in the end, right? That window just set ablaze.
That's just so critical from Xerxin. The moment that he gets vision. And I think Vitality need a little bit of this, because so far these rounds in the last few have been kind of slow. They have been kind of vanilla. There hasn't been a lot being taken by the CTs initially, and I think MOUZ are waiting for that to happen. They're coming in slow too. You know there's respect across the board.
Here we go, Jimmy on long. Gets vision on the jump across and peels back. It's felt like in the previous rounds, we've had MOUZ just slowly putting that dagger in Vitality's side. Xerxin gave it a good twist in the last round, and that'll be a reminder to Vitality, kind of a jolt to keep them on their toes. You let your guard down, and a pack of MOUZ players will come storming towards you. Could very well happen here yet again. Xerxin already trying to take space out through middle. No resistance for him to deal with. Apex doesn't have a smoke to block off this.
Waiting for his flash, no.
ZywOo Incendiary could be thrown out, but at a minute, oof, nice deep nade. Brollan's gonna have to deal with that one. He wants to climb back up, doesn't he? But of course, ZywOo this whole time can just stay posted on this exit, wait for MOUZ to take their chance.
They could turn this into a B-split. I don't know if they're going to do a deep CT and try to drop in, but they're still waiting upper tunnel, so it looks like they're just gearing up for this.
All right. Apex has a smoke plunked on him. He takes up position in that forward piece of util. Obviously, that B hit starting to get queued up, which means Mezzi up along the mid wall.
Yeah,
Apex,
they are going for it. He calls
he's going to be letting him know. It could come down to Spinks getting exits, but now Ropz is able to double up with Mezzi. This time, both succeed. Inside CT, things get weird only for a moment. 12 seconds, not enough for Spinks to go grab that bomb, so he comes out late through the tunnels, and by the time he emerges with a hope at a round win, it has gone up in air.
Yeah, that was a round that was basically all smoke here from Vitality. I mean, from MOUZ. Excellent. Oh, after time, be careful, Spinks. You don't want to take too many duels. He'll survive. This is amazing from Apex. ZywOo's also watching the outside of the smoke. They kind of know exactly what's happening that entire time, and Apex has the fallback as well walking into it. Because of the time left over, that play is perfect. If it was early, like a minute on the round, Apex takes a huge risk by walking into the smoke, because once it comes up, there could be more coming back from Cat, but in this spot, there was only one thing MOUZ could do. So a read back in his favor, with the support of ZywOo, making sure that the A side is still secure, and Vitality pick up another round. I think MOUZ want to pick up the tempo a little bit now.
Ooh, there we get it. Jump spots from Mezzi. Definitely looking a little bit quicker already in a foray out through mid doors. ZywOo approach, an easy pickup on Brollan. There is no wide swing out for Mezzy. He is content to go Colonel on site because odds are behind Brollan there is more. And if that's the read Vitality have, they are absolutely correct.
Oh, he baited
no
that
missed
so
shots
hard.
from ZywOo. Did he run back?
Yeah.
Gets Xerxin to give chase. 5v3 established off of Vitality's Opper. And in a round where MOUZ wanted to go a little faster, they have been absolutely cooled off.
They look a little timid right now. I mean, they tried to do this walkout, but there's not much else besides them individually looking for that one duel in CT spawn. Don't be shy now, you're in the lead.
Yeah, but you're in the lead and starting to run into the superstars of Vitality. You know, Ropz allocated over towards that B site, supports Mezzy from outside of the bomb site last round, gets his double kill. ZywOo in with a double kill this time. That's the duo.
Yep.
The engine of Team Vitality in back-to-back rounds.
But you don't want to see a quiet map. No pressure upper tunnels, mid walkout, nothing else for Vitality to look at except cover their angles. You might try a mid walkout on the justification that you think it's 3 long. Something like that. Information. Sure, if they get the kill, they can maybe run wild with it, even though Mezzy's on the other side. But if not, the whole round is gone. This one feels a little uninspired for me, for MOUZ.
Okay.
Because you could be slow. You could be slow as Jane, but look at any rounds that they have, and you're going to see them working somewhere. Perfect time to get attack in for MOUZ. Cyclone right over the shoulder of Brollan at the moment.
Do you disagree with the need to kind of change up the timing in this round, you know, playing out through doors a little quicker?
I think you've got to, you know, you're always trying to juggle rotations, right? That's fundamentally what you're trying to do on T side, to generate unfair fights. That was a fair fight. And in this spot, I don't know what info they had. Sometimes you got a really hard read on a setup. The only thing we saw that round was Mezzy naded mid from the, you know, outside of B that round.
Series dead even.
You know, Brollan has definitely surprised and impressed in terms of his calling ability and consistency. And there still have been some halves because he's new, where things fall apart or a little uninspired. Wow, perfect flash here from Apex, right when Jimmy takes to the front of the doorway. I mean, that's exactly what Flamesy was looking for.
Starts to feel like, you know, Vitality content to take a poke at MOUZ as MOUZ continue to just tiptoe their way in. That's how this T-side started, from the pistol for the conversions. And back then, Vitality obviously didn't have tools to be disruptive. Now the disruption in full effect.
Just wanted to say one of the hardest parts is the stamina. The demand for ideas constantly.
Obviously newer territory for Brollan than Apex. ZywOo originally posted up on a further catwalk angle, fell back. Maybe felt that looming threat of MOUZ on the catwalk. He absolutely has reason to be concerned. And so Apex will take up this very deep corner. It gets spotted. He doesn't give a damn.
Crushed. Again, it's so late in the round, it's a guaranteed play. If he's there, the smoke's fresh, it's early, he can't play a spot like that. This is a problem for MOUZ.
They try to jump through that with 30 seconds extra. Spinks will catch a kill out towards long, but it is nothing but a ticket to go for the save here. This is Vitality with a 10-9 lead.
Yeah, this is it's getting a little bit disappointing now. MOUZ, they need to wake up. Obviously, they just had that Cyclone pause. Idea came through. Nothing came of it.
Save could get denied. Better to die before time expires. Apex gonna take a swing at this. Torji can't afford to miss a shot, and so he won't. Hanging on to this backline, 2-gun save for MOUZ. But again, disruptive is Team Vitality.
I mean, at least you can always do something. You can always draw out utility. You can always cover your tracks by starting the same way you did last round to cause an overreaction. You can try to get aggressive map control early like it's normal on Dust 2, just like Vitality do here. But right now, they're playing them like they're the tease. Vitality have no choice but to sit around.
Last round to cause an overreaction.
2 saved guns, all they'll have to work with here to try and get that lead back to an even ground.
You know, the MOUZ are up points, they're in the clinch, but they're not working.
Right. I mean, I tried to allude to it, how long we've waited for MOUZ to have a lead in the series, and the moment they touch it, they just suddenly feel a little less inspired.
Sort of a blank stare, if you will.
Yeah, their faces have turned white. Under the lights of Lisbon, a bit of additional pressure now starting to miss shots. Torzi, he's gotta be the key to this one. Working with that op, it's him or Spinks on the AK-47. Those are the tools they'll work with. And Ropz is gonna limit the threat of him being the first to fall for Vitality. Not a round that this defense wants to offer back over. We hit a minute, and MOUZ hit the reset button.
The primal instinct is to go for simplicity. Group up, and here in a round where you're low utility, it makes perfect sense.
It's gonna be tough to get out this doorway.
That's an excellent supportive smoke. It potentially sees one in the back. No, he doesn't, but he's above.
Sees the pistols, but not the opera
nice
coming.
Shot, nice shot.
Had to be a quick response, and he's able to get one. Once Apex is able to take catwalk, ZywOo can turn back towards long. And off of these 2 flashbangs, should be able to peel players off. That's assuming they're around the corner. Collateral, he hits a ton of damage. Where does that come from?
How do they grab that?
Spinks out middle with the other gun.
What a reaction out of Spinks. And ZywOo's repeat fails. He gets, I think, a kill and a half off the first shot. Oh, it's 3.
Oh! Ropz gave him the space.
That's disgusting.
Tied off that.
All right.
2 guns walking into that one. All eyes on MOUZ, trudging towards long, and it's a triple kill out of Spinks.
What a day by Spinks, man. Just what they needed.
Back-to-back top performances for Spinks in this BO5 between Mirage and now Dust2. That is a round to remember if MOUZ are able to snag this 3rd map win. And again, they're gonna try to change up with a bit more timing.
Yeah.
You've got 2 players inside of this B site. Things are feeling a little bit thin. Quickly trying to jump down into the spawn, not gonna happen. Both players dead. MOUZ just slam into that B site.
All right, this one's up-tempo, quickly into the mid-B. This time with utility.
There's blood in the water.
Yeah, they got really scared. You have Mezzi trying to run out of the door. I think Apex basically hears everything on the cross. They were expecting something to come towards Cat. There have been a lot of slow rounds. A really nice change up here from MOUZ. But this B-site defense is null.
I mean, the last time they tried that change-up, we saw what happened. You had Mezzi up along the middle wall, Ropz in the window, nobody actually inside B-site, but all that space gets given back over, and it is instant entries out of the MOUZ camp.
Wow.
You let your guard down, and a pack of MOUZ players will
Ratty.
come storming towards you.
All right, man. They covered everything incredibly well there. And just like that, back in the lead. That one from your individuals, when you don't even get to the stage where you can talk about a retake, there's absolutely nothing to discuss. It's an instant save. You lose 2 B defenders. This round, there's no one watching mid-B. And the other options they had in the site are try to delay, obviously. You could have Ropz take that peek. That's the safest one from the outside of the window. I'm not sure what Mezzi is going to do after he swings the door, if he was thinking he's early enough to get out, but he's so far behind on that. A couple of important deaths from him here on the CT side. And MOUZ really showing their entry power.
MP9's the limitation here in the 22nd. Torzi wants an early eye on this B site. I mean, what sort of adaptations can we expect out of Vitality? Apex sets him up on long, leaves ZywOo there, comes running back to try to take over middle doors.
One thing I'll give to Brollan, he's here sitting 7 and 14, but towards the end of maps, you'll see sometimes, just out of nowhere, crazy 2-entry move on T side to bring his team back into things.
No, definitely. Just a flash of what he once offered as a non-in-game leader. It's still within him.
It's a big set that he's so selfless. I think that was the best compliment that he's given Brollan after switching to this role.
So many teams praising Apex as the IGL to beat. And you've got Brollan at the moment, I think, conditioning this B defense to set them up for another clean catwalk execution. If they're going to try to split back into this A site, you can see the K9 starting to sink into this A site. There will be no resistance for Xertion unless ZywOo doubles back. And right now, that triple B defense could all be for nothing. ZywOo, bad timing, backs turned. Flamesy can't manage. And now they will find no resistance on the way to that A site. They get through all they had to. You have been out-positioned by Brollan.
Yeah, entirely. That's it, the A split and the conditioning, as you talk about, coalescing to get map point. And maybe they will be able to do it. Not only 2 maps in this series, maybe 2 maps in a row. The odds were 4-1 before this series began.
And you could understand why. The history between the teams, how flat they've been, how many matches they've had in the last 3 weeks. This is their 4th head-to-head. Their previous grand final, an absolute bust. Not one map of double digits back in Stockholm. We head to Lisbon. They put themselves in this grand finals without Cyclone. He shows up. And now they've got Vitality where they want them because this T side has been varied. The timings have boiled down to a T.
The moment, and they come in no flashes, and ZywOo, as soon as he pulls out a piece of utility. And, you know, I kind of still want to gloss over it because the A split is justified anyways, 2 players there, but if he got that first kill, how would they expect someone to be behind the door? They're hoping not.
Jimmy on the op, lets one ring out. Ooh, goes back in. Careful now. Loses a third. What does this positioning up inside the tunnels mean?
I don't know, bomb's still back in spawn.
You know, B-site's been beaten more often than not. You give them one doozy of an A commitment just when you've conditioned Vitality, when you've figured it all out, and now you are on the brink of another B commitment. This could damn well bank on Ropz because he is currently working from car on his own. And there's a world where they walk out unannounced.
Yeah, I mean, between him and Flamesy, no site is safe here for Vitality. They're constantly insecure.
Mezzi with the reload in the back of that site, and there will be that volley of util coming over top. Pressure's on. Ropz hides from car, waiting for a chance to strike. Mezzi only one. Spinks up next, dead at the hands of Robin. Trade frag back from Torji, now finds himself alone. And he will cross that door. He has been the hope of MOUZ in recent times. They once called for his head, and now he looks to put Vitalities on a post. Leaks into ZywOo and best him, but Flamesy will waste not a moment to keep this game going.
Yeah.
24 rounds, Dust 2.
Yeah, covered it, had to push in that quickly. Torzi nearly scoped up again for the window. The full distance once again. Vitality playing from behind once again.
Ropz does enough.
Finally a successful hold between both Ropz and Mezzi. Make no mistake, MOUZ have kept this dead simple. But the reason the full splits are happening 5v2 is because Vitality are not searching info early.
They have allowed MOUZ to walk forward on their own terms, regardless of destination. We've had a couple rounds where Flamesy tries to challenge into the long doors, but the round wins for MOUZ have turned Vitality timid. The opening double op of MOUZ chucked away. They will leave that as Torji's responsibility. As we get a different position here from Mezzi, eats that flash, full blind. First chance to strike it down. Torji gives great cover. Brollan's able to get his, and this is MOUZ from top to bottom. Each individual with a kill thus far. They change up that tempo, and they could change this whole game. They could change this head-to-head. The mighty MOUZ, they called them, looked like a shell of human beings on Inferno, and they have their rebuttal. All the streaks, all the records, all the greatness, vitality claim, but their Dust 2 streak ends. Tonight is different.
Inferno well and truly in the rear-view mirror as MOUZ are firmly back in the driver's seat. For the first time in the last 4 head-to-heads, MOUZ have a map advantage over Vitality. Tonight could be the big night they've been dreaming of.
It could be a big night for MOUZ, to be completely honest. They're playing some wonderful Counter-Strike. They're keeping their composure. They're giving it to Vitality, and they found a way to fight their way back into this game. I think there was another stellar performance coming out of the entire team. Great calling from Brollan, great individual display. We can continue to talk about Spinks, who's on a tear right now. There's a lot of positives right now surrounding this MOUZ lineup.
Brollan is an elite IGL. The mid-round there was crazy. The way that he was conditioning them on the T side was sublime. I have to give so much credit to him, Cyclone, the game planning, and of course the execution from people like Spinks, people like Yimpat and Torzi, who came up big in the latter stages of that one.
It's just so poetic that Spinks, once again, top fragging on the side of MOUZ respectively as well. Going up against his former team, he must be feeling so content right now. For the first time, he's able to have that advantage over his ex-team.
I mean, he seems locked in. He's playing some really solid Counter-Strike. He's not overextending, he's not overdoing it. He has a great balance to when he's aggressive, when he's pushing it, and to when he's falling back and playing a little bit more assertive and maybe a little bit more calculated and defensively. Right now, Vitality have been put to the test. Again, a game that could have gone both ways, but like we saw in the group stage, you know, I feel like MOUZ were the better team. You talk about the game plan, you talk about conditioning, you talk about the calling from Brollan. I had the same feeling a week ago in Copenhagen when they were playing in the group stage. I felt MOUZ were the better team. They didn't get the win this time around, though. It's different.
It's crazy that in an arena, somehow they've calmed their nerves versus a group stage game where they were on the precipice of victory and then they actually fell short. So huge progress in such a short span of time for MOUZ.
Yeah, it's crazy to look at the scoreline, right, and it's flipped on its head from that going down in the group stage. We still require the full 24 rounds, but this time it is MOUZ to be taking the cake. Let's go back to the first half, though, because it was quite back and forth, admittedly. Jimmy, though, with a great clutch in round number 10.
Yeah, he kind of kept them alive right here. Again, Vitality in the first half felt like they were the better team, you know, off to a good start on the T side. Then Jimfed coming into an unwinnable 2v3. You have the bomb down right here. You have all the positions you want if you're Cyber and the boys. He misses a shot. Flamesy gets the trade, and then Jimfed, quick thinking, smoke on the bomb, knows that Messi may be far away, and he's just sticking it right here. I don't want to blame Messi at all. I just want to give it up to Jimfed. That is quick thinking on the mark, instantly picking up the smoke, even getting the kill, and you can see the reaction from Apex right here. Visibly unhappy. This was a round Vitality should have won. Had they won the first half 8-4, maybe it would have been different, but it's these small nuances, these small instances where Jimfed, he kept them alive in that first half.
Yimpat played himself into shape at this tournament. I would say that. I think that the Mirage defenses that he had, the retake there, I feel like he's shown that X-Factor potential, and he's kind of been lying in wait for a while, just waiting for his moment, but this seems to be it, and he's seizing it.
Let's dive into some of the T-side rounds for MOUZ as well, because I think this goes to show the kind of masterclass that Brollan was pulling out. We talk about round number 19, where Flames opened things up with a crazy opener. It looked like he was kind of on the T side of things. Then we dive into round number 20. How does MOUZ answer back to that?
Well, again, keeping that composure, good calling, good conditioning. As you said, round 19 didn't go their way. They even lose the first duel towards Flamesy right here. Not sure how Torsi is getting the kill. We see Flamesy right here. Torsi stepping out of the smoke, getting a nice kill. Zyvu in a good position at this point.
This is kind of an awkward position for Zyvu because it looks like they were setting up for some kind of play earlier, but the lurk from Spinks, like, what even happens in the span of seconds here? Like, getting 3 kills all in just maybe 3 seconds time, all headshots too. Like, that's the X-Factor power that Spinks is bringing into this one.
And the fact that he gets the third one right there, instantly on towards the guy rotating from the B-bomb side, that's crazy. Zyvu in that position as well. He gets a kill, he takes the other guy down to 20 HP, but Spinks completely changed the course of that round.
It's a split-second decision-making, right? Which, you know, we'd always give the benefit of the doubt when you're coming onto a big stage like this, maybe not being able to pull it off as fast as you might have liked. But Spinks, no questions up here on stage.
I mean, it's just snap, snap, snap for Spinks. Like, he just popped all of these heads so quickly, and it was just off of going dry. And I think that it's worth going into round 21 off of the back of this because of Spinks going in dry. This was a theme of MOUZ and how they wanted to take space in this T side. It's like the opposite of if I want to go down a water slide, doing it dry. But Brollan, for some reason, said that's how I'm going to roll this game out. And I think round 21, along with a few others, we could have picked the way they were taking cat control, the way they were moving through mid. They're not flashing. They're actually just peeking into these angles.
Yes.
And once we get into it, we can see just like this is catching Ropz, this is catching Vitality off guard. They were so unaware of all of these things because a lot of people also say like Counter-Strike seems like it's been simplified almost to a point where it's too efficient. It's like you flash every angle, you molly these people off these spots. But I think that MOUZ have actually really thrown a wrench into this kind of formula by just going off of these poppy plays so much faster. Like they're already in front of the smoke when it's landing practically. They're not throwing all of the same support utility in every single one of the rounds. They got cat maybe two times in that half without throwing a single nade. Like that's efficient when it comes to utility.
You loved it, you hated it, you loved it when it worked, you hated it when it didn't work, Maui.
It's gambly.
It's the simplicity. Sometimes Dust 2 is a very simple map, but as long as you do the simple things to a high level, you can get off with a lot of different stuff. I will say though, if you want to be a little bit critical towards Vitality, when you're playing against a team that is offering you those opportunities, that should be heaven for ZywOo. That should be heaven for a guy like flamec as well. When people are walking into your crosshair, you're not affected by Molotovs, you're not affected by smokes, you're not affected by flashes. ZywOo had their up a lot of times on the CT side, but he didn't really put a fear into them. He was playing a lot defensive, he was playing a lot back. We saw Torsi in the first half at least trying to push in towards lower dark, try to be aggressive in middle. ZywOo was playing a little bit too late back for my taste. He was waiting for them to come to him, but the vast majority of rounds he was just left behind a smoke or left in a situation where he couldn't get anything done.
And it's also that Ropz couldn't get the double op going. Usually that's Vitality's answer if people are doing something like that, but the economy was so in flux. And the fact that that round 20 we showed where they kind of won with a scrappy buy there, that kind of ruined Vitality's economy. So in those last like 21 through 24, you couldn't see that second scoped weapon come out for Vitality, and that probably would have been the fix, honestly.
Yeah, let's kind of compare and contrast the AWPers on this side of the equation, right? Because Torsi, I feel like obviously, I mean, nobody really from MOUZ was showing up on map number 1. What was the story for Torsi on this Dust 2 for your money?
I will say that sometimes he pushed it early and sometimes he gave up some deaths on the CT side, but he tried to make it happen. You'll see a couple opening picks here where he is the aggressor, where he is trying to make the difference. And this no-scope retake, I mean, that's the Torsi X factor. I just love in general that Torsi has kind of kept shades of his old gameplay where he was with MOUZ at the beginning. People were incredibly critical of him because he was too aggressive, kind of dying a lot like, say, Ultimate is today for Liquid, for example. And then he's kind of reeled it in, sophisticated it. He's become a modernized version of himself that's just so much more balanced.
The stats don't do him justice right here. I think he had way more impact than ZywOo in this game. And I say this because I feel ZywOo were offered more opportunities than Torsi. As you said, he had to create them himself on the CT side, pushing in towards lower dark, pushing out towards top middle, trying to make things happen, trying to force the issue a bit. I felt ZywOo, when he rewatches this demo, when he rewatches this game, he's probably going to feel a little bit let down by himself in the sense that there were so many opportunities for him to be on catwalk, to kill a player walking into his crosshair. But he was always out of position almost, and it sounds a little bit atypical for a guy like ZywOo. Yesterday we praised him on the CT side of Mirage versus Spirit for always to be in position, but it's like he's playing it a little bit too defensively today. I want to see him be more aggressive, and I want to see him dictate the game slightly more.
I mean, I know that people don't want to hear anything bad about ZywOo ever. Like, they can't handle it. If you say one negative aspect about him, they just go into a frenzy online. But ZywOo's numbers in terms of entry attempts always goes down once you hit the playoffs. He always starts to let the other players on the team get a little bit more aggressive. And so this is kind of an example of that. I don't think this game was ZywOo's fault, though. Like, again, like, that's the saving grace. Like, it was the fact that, to me, Brollan, MOUZ's calling was so in tune with knowing that because he is going to take these defensive positions, he's kind of playing on other people's contact sometimes, and that caught him off guard. One time he got caught off with a molly. Like, the timings were also really good for MOUZ, too. Like, in some ways, MOUZ were very fortunate to catch ZywOo off in the ways that they did.
And the reason why I'm saying it, and it may sound, you know, wild for people to hear that, but coming into this grand final, semi-final. Coming into this game, ZywOo only attempts an opening in 17% of the rounds. That's not necessarily too high as an AWP player, but he won 80% of those throughout this tournament. So 4 out of 5 times ZywOo is actually winning the attempt that he's going into. And it makes you wonder, what if you push the envelope just a little bit more? What if it wasn't 17%, but you did 25 and you won 4 out of 5 of those? At that point, you're changing the course of the game. So that's what I want from ZywOo. Take charge of the game a little bit more. Take the responsibility on your shoulders. I know Ropz can help you. I know Apex has a plan for you, but sometimes just show up and be the superstar that you are. Because in this game on Dust 2, he had the opportunity with the way MOUZ were playing.
Just to kind of poke that bear a little bit, because as you said, we can't put it all into ZywOo for a loss like this. It was incredibly close, but that's where we look at Vitality and go, the success that you fostered previously has been able to show those adaptations and actually put them into play. Just for context, this is the first topsy-turvy map we've seen. This was Vitality's map pick coming into this best-of-5 series, the second one at that. Anything else that you're looking at and going, maybe a little bit too lackluster from Vitality?
I feel like they were just behind. They were behind in terms of MOUZ was sometimes hitting B, going towards like the mid to B play, and they actually put ZywOo at B on some of the rounds. Like there was a span of I think 4 consecutive T rounds where Brollan just always hit the bomb site with 2 people. That's a little bit lucky, but there might be reads there too. So this is one of those things where it's like, until we get into the mind of Cyclone and Brollan, we don't know what the tells were that led them to always hit these unstacked bomb sites and oftentimes actually avoid ZywOo. They did it on Mirage too.
Well, MOUZ do find themselves 2-1 up in this grand final series. And now one more map could separate them from hoisting the trophy here in Lisbon. That's going to be going down on Nuke after this break. we have gone to a 4th map in this best-of-5 grand final. The teams get a little bit of an extended break. Some teams use that to get hydrated, some have a little bit of dinner. For Zywoo and Flamesy and co, a little bit of a kickabout outside. Jacob, I know you're a fan of that.
Yeah, Messi is playing football right there, but I wonder Flamesy, Freya, who could he be as a football player?
I would love to tell you if I knew anything about soccer, but I don't, actually.
No, you didn't. She didn't.
She said the American word. It's over. Anyway, because we've got a little bit of extra time, we're going to be diving into Pimp Snake's power rankings. The top 5 as you guys see it at the moment. Should we start off with number 5 and who you would say is currently in that category? Who's at the 9?
That was a tough one to decide on, actually. I think we had 2 different names up and go into that one, either Na'Vi or the Mongols. And I think we decided to go with the Mongols.
Yeah, we did. We did decide on the Mongols. Yeah, no, we Pimp Snake decided to go with the Mongols as number 5. Yes, this is the first playoffs that they missed. Actually, I think it's since Shanghai, actually.
Yep.
So all in all, I mean, they've won on stage at this point. They've looked incredibly competitive in group stages. I would say that it was an off day for them when they lost to G2. If they played in that quarterfinal game instead of G2 against MOUZ, I think that would have been a much more competitive series. And that's how a power ranking works. It's more just about what we think the current form is of the teams based off of the last 1-2 months of play. We're not going all the way back to historically or anything like that.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. You know, Na'Vi was the other team we had in contention for that one, but Na'Vi is not hot right now, you know, so for a power ranking, I think there's too many question marks attached to that team.
I think the one thing with Na'Vi or Mongols is I actually think the individuals are hotter right now for the Mongols.
Yes.
Like Mizinho's been banging out bit. 910 has been looking more consistent than wonderful. Senzu is actually just, there's no even comparison for me one-to-one with Na'Vi right now. That's how well he's been playing. And Blitz, fragging IGL. Dare I say it? Dare I say it?
The fragging IGL. I hear the only one in existence, apparently. Okay, so that means that Na'Vi are out of contention for your top 5 at the moment. Who comes in at number 4?
We agreed on Eternal Fire. And I think the reason why we agreed on Eternal Fire is that we don't necessarily think that they can win trophies or they are favorites whenever they go into the playoff, but they're part of the playoff every single time. I think they have a stability to them. They have a level to them that you can never count them out. But as I said, coming into this segment as well, I don't see them as a team winning trophies, Mari. I don't see them as a team surpassing 4th, but just the fact that we have them in our top 5 right now in itself is massive credit to this team.
Oh, it's huge. I mean, the fact that we have 2 domestically created or just national teams in the Mongols and Eternal Fire kind of shows that there are still teams that are still not just staving away from the international temptations, you know, just getting a mixed roster from different regions. And so for Major, for Jota, I feel like he's been the big story for me. I feel like they have been really just showing that Anubis probably the best team in the world at it.
Yes.
And also on top of that, so many different X factors in terms of who could show up today. It's not just the Xantara show anymore.
To poke that conversation just a little bit, because I agree they kind of are, I guess, gatekeepers of the top 5, top 4 at the moment. But we're saying this in the context of not winning a series in an arena, right? Like, would that be enough to, I guess it depends on the other 3, right?
Yeah.
Would that be enough to push them up?
I guess it's more just like, with power rankings, the way I see it is if you put all of the teams in like a big double, triple limb bracket, who's going to be 2nd and 3rd and 4th? You know, where are they actually going to end up in that entire bracket?
Yes.
And so, yeah, no, I don't see them. Sometimes they don't even beat, say, the Mongols, we rank beneath them. But I just know they're going to go far. Like, they're going to beat almost everybody else, whereas the Mongols can drop a game to G2.
Who is coming in 3rd then? I think this conversation gets kind of interesting right now.
A little bit interesting. I think MOUZ is making a great case right now to not be in that conversation, to be completely honest. It was between them and Spirit, and I think we both agreed that currently Spirit is the 3rd best team in the world, at least according to our power ranking. This tournament was a great example. They played good, and they can definitely, you know, the difference between Spirit and EF is I can see Spirit winning trophies. I can see Spirit winning tournaments based on Donk obviously being as good as he is, but it's not like they give me this sense that they're approaching the game in a different way or they have developed since the Shanghai Major. It comes down to the individuals, and right now some of them are hot, some of them are a little bit more hit and miss. Magic's great example. Some games he's playing well, some games he's completely absent. So for my money, Spirit currently number 3, but definitely closer to number 2 than they are to EF on the 4th place.
What's wild is that Spirit really just have 2 significant weapons in Donk and Shiro. They're so complementary in nature, but the teams that we rank above them, they just have more ways to win a game. And I feel like if we're just boiling it down every time to just, is Donk putting up a 1.7, is Shiro finding 3 clutches, then that's the win condition for Spirit. It's just too tall of an order every single time once you face the super elite teams that have 5 guys that can all pop off.
I mean, when we talk about the number 2 placement, which you guys have obviously agreed upon, just cast our minds back to like a month and a half ago. How crazy, how wild would it be to think of fast forwarding to this conversation and saying MOUZ, second best team in the world right now?
Well, I mean, it is a power ranking, and with the current standing in this series, I mean, we may have to reevaluate that after this game. But,
we made this before the last map.
We kind of did, yeah. But let's be completely honest, no one saw that coming. No. I don't think MOUZ saw that coming. I don't think Supnik saw that coming. I don't think Brollan saw that coming. Nobody even believed, you know, within the team that they would be this good this early. And Spinks even said it himself during the group stage in Copenhagen. He knew they were going to be good. He just thought it would take a lot longer to get to that point. So, fact of the matter is they kind of cheated their way into this position. They're now the second best team in the world, according to me, and they're 1 map away from beating Vitality in a big major grand final right here, best of 5 series, against a team that we praise to be by far the best in the world in Vitality. So, it's hard not to put any positive words towards MOUZ. I have my huge admiration for them, and I'm just curious to see if they can keep it on going.
Yeah, it really just feels like what's separating Vitality and MOUZ was almost mindset. They play such similar brands of Counter-Strike, but it almost just felt like MOUZ had little brother syndrome when they were in the server versus Vitality. Like Inferno was the case in point example of that. But in reality, they have players that can totally stand up to the Vitality side. And I will even say off of that, Singular does too, sometimes even more creative game planning than Vitality has. So I'm really impressed with what MOUZ has been putting forward. Like you said, Freya, 3 months ago, no, I wouldn't have put MOUZ there.
Absolutely
I didn't think MOUZ were going to be this good with Brollan, okay? Like, I feel like so many people had that idea. I put it in stone because I said it on a podcast that they weren't going to go deep in these tournaments. But like, I'm happy to be wrong because this is a great group of players, and it's a great coach behind them, and it's great to see them just have continuity even with Shuhei not there.
You're allowed to clip clap, Maui. I think we'll say that at the very least. But when we look at this in the context of MOUZ, right, and the wins they've managed to foster, if it wasn't for Vitality, they'd be on a mean series win streak of their own, right? It's literally only them that's been their kryptonite, and that could end. That could be ending as we move on to Nuke, right?
That's the crazy prospect. They put a disparity between them and the rest of the teams, right? We didn't even mention FaZe. We didn't even mention G2. Rosters that were supposed to be better than MOUZ. It's kind of crazy what they've been able to achieve, and yes, as you said, they're now 1 map away from actually winning this grand final, let alone that map being Nuke, which could be argued to be the best and strongest map within the map pool of MOUZ. We were a little bit surprised they didn't go for that as the first pick in this series. Now they get it as a 4th map, leading the series 2-1. If you wrote the script for MOUZ, I know the 13-0 on Inferno, probably they would not have liked that to happen, but if you told them you're coming into this grand final, you're leading 2-1, and the 4th map is Nuke, they would have said, yes, let's go. That's the perfect scenario right now for MOUZ.
I feel like MOUZ are in such a prime position. It actually shows that even the way that they went through the veto to surprise us by going for Mirage and actually pulling that one out shows that like they're so hungry. This is what I mean when I'm talking about teams in a rematch, that they're going to come with new ideas, new ways to game plan. They clearly showed that. It was evident based off of how they were taking map control on Dust 2, and Mirage just eking it out by the end. Like, they've put themselves in a prime position. They've got 2 in their back pocket. They need Nuke, which we know they have a wealth of plays that they can go to, and then Train. I mean, I feel like that's the most coin flip of all of these.
I'm just crossing my fingers that we do get to that Train, but I'm also equally excited moving into this Nuke, because maybe in case the viewers missed the segment that we had a couple of days ago, Maui, tell me why you rate MOUZ on Nuke so highly.
I just think that when you're going to go for old cross smokes, diagonal cross smokes, heavy ramp plays, like they have great A pops. It's like no strat in anybody's playbook is foreign to MOUZ. They can take whatever they like from everybody else, and they have adapted it to themselves. Exertion is so incredible at going outside because he's freed up for himself. Spinks is very, very adept at just filling in when he needs to be. And Yimpat has actually somehow turned into a really strong lobby lurker. Like, they're totally comfortable with the T side of this map. It's usually where they get a lot of their work done against the lesser teams. I want to see if they can do it against Vitality, of course, though.
There's one specific duel that I'm very curious to see play out on this map, because one thing is the yard pressure that we spoke about for MOUZ, the inner executes as well, but a lot of the default is also built around taking ramp control in the middle of the rounds. And we do know Ropz to be a player that can handle that kind of pressure by himself. So Ropz will be tested in this game. There will be a lot of ramp action. And I've seen Ropz, you know, within Vitality, try a different, you know, a few different iterations of how he plays ramp.
Yeah.
He's a little bit more aggressive. He's willing to stay there a little bit longer. He's willing to fight till he's dying. Normally you'd see Ropz always fall back, always do the right thing, always play by the book. I don't know what it is in Vitality. Maybe he has more confidence. Maybe Apex is telling him to stand up for himself a little bit more, but he's willing to fight for the space that is called ramp. And MOUZ, equally are willing to take it.
And I know that Ropz is putting in so much effort in this one. But one of the nights when I was out here in Lisbon, I come back and I kind of like, I'm just scrambling through where the snacks are, where we have this common area with the players. And the only player that was in Vitality's room, he had the door wide open, 3 a.m., Ropz. Don't ask me why I'm back at 3 a.m., but I'm asking that this, I'm telling you that he was there just sitting, grinding by himself at that late hour, and he just says hi as if it's a normal day. He's always put it in that work.
Let's just refresh our memories, though, of the last time Nuke was played between these two very familiar foes. It was back in Stockholm, and it was Vitality absolutely pounding down on MOUZ. They were starting on the CT side, same side they will be starting on today. It was 13-4. The MOUZ didn't even get a look in.
No, but it's a different MOUZ today. I think there's a different aura around MOUZ, a different kind of belief in their own abilities.
They're gaining aura.
Yeah, they're gaining aura. They're getting there. They're getting there. And I also think the MOUZ that we see today is a better team than the MOUZ we saw at Pro League. And that's the crazy 100%. Thing about it. We spoke about it. A month and a half ago, no one would believe MOUZ would be in this position. So it's not unthinkable to be like, listen, in 2 weeks' time since Pro League, surely they're a better team now. They had a little time to practice. They have more game-oriented practice. They also qualified for the playoff, you know, without breaking too much of a sweat, beating Spirit in the process. So I do feel right now that MOUZ is a team that game by game, almost hour by hour, is getting better. Whereas Vitality, maybe we've seen them peak already, who knows? But I feel like the playing field has been leveled out to a point right now where I would say, heading into Nuke, MOUZ are the favorites to win this grand final. Right here, right now, leading the series 2-1, knowing Nuke is coming up, knowing how they can play Nuke, knowing how Vitality struggled on Nuke yesterday as well. MOUZ are the favorite to win this grand final.
Damn. Okay, that's the pimp take right now. That MOUZ are the favorites. I think that I can't believe I'm the one pulling it back to what common sense or reality here. I feel like, Pimp, I buy the narrative. I do think that MOUZ are improving every single time. I think the rematches, every time they're coming with new ideas. However, Vitality CT side on this map, man, I feel like it's so impenetrable at times, so hard to bust through these bomb sites. I feel like ZywOo is in all the right places every single time. So impossible to fool him in a map that is usually so shrouded by the fog of war. This guy seems to peer through it every single time. So I'm still going to side with Vitality. I think they're going to even up the series here.
Man, we got a split desk for this one. When we're looking at kind of the CT side for Vitality, though, we always talk about the outside position on Nuke. How do you feel like that's going to be playing out between these two teams?
I mean, we know MOUZ love to take yard control. We know they love to use the smokes in order to go down secret, and we know Apex is going to roam around out there. I have seen Vitality adjust a little bit. They're well aware that Apex, as an individual, cannot play yard like Nico did for G2 or Nico does for Falcons. He needs a bit of help, which means ZywOo is allocated a lot towards yard as well. So when you talk about Vitality CT side, a win condition is ZywOo and Apex working together, shutting down MOUZ.
Well, now one more map could potentially separate MOUZ from lifting the trophy here in Lisbon. It's going down on Nuke.
Portugal, is the unthinkable happening? A team survives a 0-13 scoreline to win 13-11 back-to-back. If this is a best of 3, it would already be over in favor of MOUZ. That's already more than anyone's done to Vitality in the last 15 games. And now they could potentially take down a top 3 team in playoffs in a best of 5 and win the damn event in their honeymoon.
I mean, a best of 5 grand finals is once upon a time a rare treat. In 2025, it's become a mainstay feature. And so has this crowd, so has Lisbon. I gotta remind you of those boring quarterfinals. Lisboa, this is what you waited for! This is your grand finals! And it's uncharted territory because MOUZ lead with a map in their back pocket. That extra buffer going into Nuke. Come on. Can you believe your eyes? Ropz can't. Whole pack of players comes at him. He's diving down to sight. Already tries to post up. ZywOo lets them go down. Ooh.
There's Spix again.
Nothing. ZywOo will return. It's gloves off. Bloodlust. That's what Nuke's got to be all about. And it Spinks with a double kill to turn this one back up. They don't want to take their chance down to the B site because Brollan, he has been doing a good job of finding these alternate openings.
MOUZ crush everybody on Nuke. The only team they lost to was Vitality in that grand finals, 13-4. But as Pimp tried to characterize this game, this one's a little bit different, right? We already see it in this series. They're beating the odds. They've ended a streak for Vitality. They picked Nuke. And now they win the pistol. Now let's keep it real. Flamesy and Mezzy in that last map. Stinkers on both sides of the map. Absolutely nothing. Completely uninspired play. Apex, in terms of the calls, there actually weren't that many CT ideas. I was criticizing MOUZ for slowing down too much. Vitality were never coming at them. How many times did they go for a cat pick? Get into lower B control. Try to duel in mid. Almost never. MOUZ were giving them respect. Vitality were doing nothing with that. So now we come on to Nuke. Who's playing to win is the question.
Round like this won't be much. We saw what MOUZ did back on Dust 2 the moment they won those pistols, taking things nice and slow, really leaving no margin of error out there to be capitalized on by Vitality.
Because they were expecting Vitality to come at them, and it never happened.
Fight simply not there.
And Spinx is better in this series than ZywOo.
Damn right. Back-to-back impactful maps, and off to the 2-1 start. ZywOo gets his number. Looking for a little more outside. Got to be cautious with that FAMAS out on the field. You can tiptoe your way around that outer yard until you meet the point of most resistance. No denying it will be ZywOo with that FAMAS. This is a cheeky reposition here to try to go 2 players lower. And honestly, with this move from MOUZ, it is the right idea. Vitality, they're still not working with a lot, but they put what they have in the right place. Showing a little skin here. Ropz tries to fall back, gets that deagle kill in. There's another!
Oh, leave it to Ropz.
Further damage done, and then the Vent player capitalizes on it. All 3 shredded flesh. Jimpat, 1 versus 2. The amount of clutches we've seen throughout this grand finals and the amount of them that go the way of Vitality.
Let's see if there's a chance. I mean, getting up to out of the vent is not possible. The amount of time you'd have to run into this.
He'd have 5 extra seconds. He would have to grab that bomb and nab it, but that is not going to happen. This is Vitality getting a whiff of what MOUZ want to do. And I ask, is it the FAMAS kill in hell that pushes this back downstairs into the waiting hands of Ropz?
Yeah, 1 kill like that can definitely influence a whole slew of rotations. Every little bit matters. Vitality answer early. That's nice. What a pain Ropz can be. We've got so much frustration here. After seeing the last game, you know that this could end 13-11. Getting ecoed early, that could be the decider.
Question is, could it still be a 13-1?
Yeah,
you know,
I guess that's also possible.
But actually, is the blowout nature of that first map a possibility again?
But who? You know, I mean, 13-1 in favor of MOUZ?
I don't know. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's very hard to reduce this game and figure out exactly what's going to happen next. I mean, 13-0 into 11-13. It's just like, when does that ever happen? It doesn't.
And ahead of this grand finals, we were talking about a Vitality on a 15-match win streak.
I just feel like Spinx is just, he's discovered perpetual motion. He knows, he knows how to keep going no matter what.
All right.
And I don't think anybody else on the server can say that right now. The 13-0 is a team loss. Everyone couldn't do anything, you know? They even said that in the break when they were trying to get it together. Spinx had a lot to say about it. And it seems like for good reason. Here they are, breaching upper.
Mezzy trying to keep his head low. Players out around him, finds the scout and turns it.
Okay.
You want to see somebody who needs an uptick in performance? That's got to be Mezzy. Left a lot to be desired throughout Dust 2, but you've given Spinx a gun only momentarily. Popped out by Apex, now ZywOo from above. Brollan's Tech 9 denied.
There you go.
Vitality will do what MOUZ couldn't and convert early.
13-1 still possible, it looks like.
We come into this 4th map of the grand finals. ZywOo still highest rated player with a 1.26. It is Spinx nipping at his heels, 1.20.
And think about that though. Like that's with a 13-0, right? Yeah. Like that helps out a lot.
Incredible.
I mean, when you count up the rounds, Vitality have won more rounds than MOUZ, even if they're down a map.
Y'all can crunch the numbers, but that rating from Spinx, one of the 3 maps, 0.48. You're dead on. His other 2 maps have been just star power. But the question remains, will it fizzle out? can he do it thrice?
It's hard to make thrice sound serious, but you did it just now.
Thrice. Nothing here to work with. MOUZ gonna have to take a beating at the hands of ZywOo, perhaps.
Now he brought him up. He's everywhere outside. Right place, right time.
Yeah. Ooh, that'll give you something to think about. But obviously layered and at a distance. Huge advantage here for Vitality to go up 3-1. MOUZ have to try. It's in the contract. This will just be a good boon for the confidence of the Vitality players. Definitely wanting to get some of that back, right? Flames was a key component of that first map in this series. Dominant over on Inferno. Who and how do they tap back into any of that?
Getting through the CT side is step one. And MOUZ actually score better on their T side versus everyone they played. And they played a ton of Nuke, man. Their record is tainted a touch by 2 losses at the beginning of the year. But apart from that, it's been mostly success versus almost everyone. Again, except for versus Vitality. They've taken out Eternal Fire, Spirit, G2, Spirit again, G2 again. A lot of very strong Nuke teams. And this is the searching that you want to see.
Ooh. He's gonna catch you, but he can't kill you. He'll take your teammate instead.
Don't let him throw that.
Sorsy.
And this shows that it's upstairs.
Sorsy just sitting up there on a pedestal. It's a nice recovery, but Apex then offers up a bunch of health, going for that squeaky spam.
I swear the most important tac pause is the one in between maps.
Sitting around in behind red box. You've got players around you.
Seen that.
He's been found out. Now the pressure from top silos, a little too much. Spinks versus ZywOo, dude. That could be the head-to-head we talk about tonight in this potentially deciding map.
That's an unlucky timing for ZywOo. It's happened before. MOUZ have been able to punish off of it.
It's nice to see MOUZ signing back up for that outer fight after ZywOo gets his one. They go and search him out.
I like this mid-round. Going into the ramp play, but they're stacking it. They're not going for a push. They're leaving Mezzy alone.
Oh, man. And fire on his feet. I mean, he is doomed. The fact he brings one with him, something. You've got a quick move out from Ropz, catching him in transition. Jimmy's got the cover offered.
This one was silent.
Here we go. Apex up next. Brollan watching main. Bomb plant busy, but Brollan covers at the perfect moment.
Yeah, he just made sure there was no smoke push.
One player makes the difference. And a world of difference.
That moment, ZywOo gets spotted. Looking to his side in case Exertion's going around the other way. Exertion luckily is able to jump out of dodge. And MOUZ are the ones who go into a timeout. This map is win-win. If Vitality win this, we get Train as the deciding map in this best of 5. And if MOUZ win 3-1 over Vitality when no one's even beat them in a best of 3,
yeah,
unthinkable.
Took 2 players and a bunch of dedication to go hunt down ZywOo last round. But they pinched him to perfection and reopened the possibility of rocking the boat on their own accord. Og on the field. A second scope for Vitality. MOUZ just behind the smoke, able to cross into red. ZywOo has yet to shoot. Spam comes through, but that is 3 players making the first cross.
Oh, he missed it because he unscoped.
And it is not just 3 players behind a red box, but they could damn well be down those secret stairs already. ZywOo just guaranteeing that they don't actually wrap around towards the garage.
The smallest mistakes, but they're adding up, man.
And as of late, those small mistakes haven't been a feature of Vitality. That's why this win streak exists.
Oh, Brollan came back to check just as he left, and then he switches the angle.
ZywOo trying to chase this, knows that they should and could still be around him.
Okay.
Hits Brollan in the back, good flash down and lower. That's gonna indicate Apex is here to support it. You better keep that head down though. Bopping and weaving around this B bomb site. All the while, Yimmy sitting outside of the squeaky door. He's gonna take a look into this A site and could damn well open up a route through that vent into A. Mezzy leans back, offers up a bit of contact, and here comes the support out of heaven. ZywOo waiting for a chance to strike. Him and Mezzy draw that line in the sand, and Spinks nowhere to be found, no bomb control, which means no tying round. This is Vitality to maintain a lead.
Yeah, perfect cohesion right there. I mean, the spot that ZywOo plays, obviously getting up to heaven super easy. And the verticality on this map, you want to play close to the ladders, right? Easy access to heaven, playing by squeaky, easy access to lower and back up. It's good use of the map. I also like to see Apex setting up Flamesy for pick plays. That flash while they're on control steps, instead of just letting people do things. Here's that moment again. Oh. Thought this was just going to be another tragedy for ZywOo.
Mezzy also, got to give him the credit there. Holding off the second side of it. No doubt in my mind he'll have his hands full all map long when it comes to defending that A site. But MOUZ will continue with Yard first.
Yeah, he'll be critical because it's really a team agnostic feature that everyone comes out like squeaky. You have to be aware of timings. You have to not get one tapped on the back of the site, or the heaven player can't even rotate.
Yeah.
It's important that he stays alive and stays aware, because he definitely spent the last map a little asleep at the wheel.
Nuke just feels like such a good test for players like him. You know, you can anchor B on Mirage, you can anchor B on Dust 2, even though it's seeing more action lately. Being the anchor inside of an A site on Nuke, you are the front line.
That is the hardest part. Yeah, it's the focus for long periods of time with no action.
It's the same style of play that's demanded of you. But the 0 to 100 that happens in that bomb site is something Mezzy is going to have to stay damn well aware of.
Maui really underscored this. You know, right place, right time for ZywOo. He's finding lots of openings, opportunities specifically.
7 rounds in, 9 kills deep. Stays real passive on this hell wrap. Kind of welcomes Torji forward, and it looks like he's going to find him. USP out, meets the AK of Spinks. You've still got Jimmy out on the field, but that was only momentary.
And they find out about that AUG on ramp.
They try to take their sweet time, sizing up different approaches, trying to find that weak link anywhere on the map, and Vitality content to catch them in their net.
Oh, we saw such great rounds in the middle on Dust 2 from ZywOo. It's just that towards the end, you know, it's like towards the end of games, I keep trying to bring up this, you know, newfound X factor that ZywOo is bringing into his gameplay, that he flexed in the Cato finals, that he's been pulling out. You still sometimes want to see him. He's having a great game on Dust 2. Where are the risks towards the end?
Oh, fast into the action. You challenge that Tech-9, you die on the hot crunch. They signed up for this!
Wow, they wanted all of it.
And they pay the piper. Vitality busted! MOUZ will fight you if that is what you want.
Right, every push gets crushed.
Interesting. You know, we saw that poke and prod coming out from Vitality on Dust 2. Only a couple rounds on the CT side. And one of the features that allowed for MOUZ to really start working the map entirely was that Vitality shelled up. Vitality goes swinging in this one.
Yeah, and Spinks is right in the side because, well, they stuffed the confidence move out of Vitality.
Yeah.
It could have been 6-2 versus a team that didn't have a lot to work with.
Instead, 5-3, and on top of that, this is everything that Vitality have economically invested. You have suddenly made this round twice as important if you're Vitality.
Yeah, that was the great risk. They had money to work with. Ooh, what a find out of Mezzy, however. This gets uncomfortable now for MOUZ.
Mezzy was disgusting back on Inferno with the amount of smoke spam kills he was able to find. Like, you know, if we talk about the strengths of each Vitality player, that kind of feels like his key. critical when you play this squeaky door as often as he does. Flamesy has gone for the boost up, so you've got 2 guys up in rafters and still a 3rd member of this A defense splashed in to try to take a fight in what could feel like a comfortable 5v3, but the entirety of what's left of MOUZ has grouped up. Additional map control though for Ropz. That's gonna feel real good if you're Vitality. Definitely feels desperate here for MOUZ, trying to rock this one back outer.
The long save at this point, 35 seconds, and they just don't feel like there's any way in. And to be honest, they're right. Apex had pushed outer already, long ago. Too much map to recollect, too many players still alive for Vitality. And even though it's not 6-2, they'll have it 6-3 here. Save is important. But again, to be honest, over quite a large sample size, MOUZ are consistently getting more T rounds than they are even on CT. So it's an excellent test passed here for Vitality here in map 3. They're the ones who are embittered to be here. They're the ones who have not been suffering losses in general. And losses are where you get the team talks out, and you know, emotionally, those are the most difficult. They haven't had to go there.
You asked Vitality, all they wanted was another repeat from Stockholm.
Yeah.
3-0 sweep, no double digits, just dancing your way to a trophy hoist. They would have loved to have pulled that one off this evening. Not the case. We are in the trenches. And I think if you're Vitality, that's still okay, because you've been there before. You just haven't been there recently, and you haven't been there with Ropz.
Yeah, very true.
But remember where Ropz comes from. As if FaZe Clan don't play these kinds of games.
Another team paid by the round.
It's all just about him being able to tap back into that side of himself while donning the black and gold. Stuck behind these smokes for the time being. 2 players outer. Looking for a route to contest. Interesting here from Brollan. He's going to get caught. Apex.
Oh, he just tested it. He just tested it. Perfect. I mean, the smoke is in front of Mini. That's looking for a wrap. That's just great timing out of Apex.
It seems a little too easy, but oh, hold on. Xertion, that's a beautiful headshot. Not able to get the second one. It's an Apex multi-frag. Mezzi continues to hold, trying his damnedest to maintain A site. Torji gets this route open, hoping that Jimpak can come join him. Smokes now fade, vision found, fire in front of the hut. It's gonna cut off that second team. Jimmy down with nothing. Flamesy wraps around that doorway. Vitality have got your number.
Yeah, it's a big move from Ropz. He says, you can't have this A site. We still have more players than you. You've got more to watch. I'm coming in. 7 rounds now, CT side. Yeah, you just test it. It's possible that ZywOo saw him, because he was also opping back there, so
maybe.
Who knows? He might have yelled something.
Yeah, maybe. Still, just the fact he keeps it that clean, we're going in. This one's looking aggressive, already out on the A floor with flashes. We've got Mezzi again, stellar. He holds, supported by ZywOo from the heaven. Yes, outer fumbles in this flying Tech-9 headshot that catches Apex.
They're immediately coming in to clear out Mini. They know the strat now.
It's a sweet taste of revenge. They could try to dive that vent. Nade chips away at both again.
They didn't pick up the bomb.
That's not ideal. It sits down in front of Mezzi. What's the route here? They're trying to boost behind these boxes. This is an angle that could catch you off guard, but ZywOo just quick to the trigger. Torji does the same. 1v3 for him, but caught by that outer angle. Vitality, it's an 8.
This is excellent out of Vitality. Excellent from Mezzi.
Hell yes.
Anchoring. There were a problem with the last iteration of Vitality, and why so many of those games, there were just too many players that would seem to go full pacifist in really important games. And, you know, you replace Dupree with Flamesy, and Flamesy has to learn, and he has the inexperience, and he has himself cited his nervousness on stage under pressure in big games. And it just felt one too many players were too young to all conquer it at once. So you got a lot of inconsistency. And then when Ropz came in, it felt like, all right, that's perfect. Everything is totally solved now. And MOUZ have actually done an admirable job of exposing some of that as well. It's something no other team in the world has done so far.
Yeah, while so many others struggle. Little moment of glory here for MOUZ. Good flash to cover that garage cross.
But Apex and Big Garage.
Yeah, he's still just sitting on it.
Secret.
ZywOo catching Torji out. There's a lot of pressure here. Apex actually offers open a threat to yank on. We've got ZywOo still scouring the field. His teammates are dying everywhere else. Flamesy's in a state of desperation. ZywOo trying to be the savior, but has those teammates with him. 9-3 on the half. Rock solid defense.
Let's see. I have already an idea in my mind, though. So, like this.
Is that ahead, brother?
Nope.
That's a car or what?
Yeah, kinda.
That's some lamps?
This is inside, and you don't see this. I just draw it, so this is inside. Yeah, you have any idea?
Nope.
Any map? Look, I put this up for you.
I can't understand your writing, bro.
Says Clover.
Clover.
Do you know where is it?
Ooh, a truck.
I mean, it's a bigger, it's not a car, like, it's a truck. Okay, wait. I don't know. This was my idea. How you don't know? It's one of the spawns.
I see. Is it not Inferno? Is this spawn?
Yes.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Stickman. White picking. Donk. Ding. Boost. Run boost.
You got it. Boost.
Let's go.
Congrats. Give me something hard, Adam.
Something. This was hard, bro. Okay. I don't know what to show. This is gonna
That's
be
an op, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Something like this.
What is that?
It's fine.
Brother, what the?
It's not, it doesn't look like this.
Submarine.
Look. Yeah, op.
Reload.
What skin, bro? This is insane drawing.
What?
This is a dragon here.
The Dragon Lore?
Yes!
Of Dragon Lore?
Yeah, it's really good, no?
Those 13-11 wins were ground out by MOUZ, but then Vitality have certainly cranked the tempo. That half may have been the fastest all match long, and that was with a 13-0.
They suddenly remember how to play, and ZywOo was a part of every round there on CT side.
Let's go, boys. Let's go straight.
Good fucking half, boys, but now we keep fucking going.
Now we're talking. Now we
Keep
fucking talking.
going.
Yeah.
Fact is, a huge part of their success for MOUZ was those upper hits, and Messi got in the middle of that.
Time and time again. Feels like it's got to be his best half yet in this best of 5. That's a welcome sign after his, we'll call it lackluster, Dust 2.
Oh, the soggy Dust 2, because it's from the UK.
All right. Wet like beans on toast. Silent second pistol.
Oh, this is the setup. They got in the mini. Now this is the tough part here.
Yeah, get
for
through
MOUZ.
that, right? Fire at the tip of the hut. Mezzi tries to go in for the entry.
Oh.
First 2 kills belong to MOUZ. Heaven reload needed, but it's bolstered by a second defender. This is not a comfortable one. They're gonna go swinging.
Oh, excellent, man.
And the CT comeback begins.
Yes, it does. It definitely is staged. This is a really solid, a lot of solid pistol setups out of MOUZ 2 in this map, actually, which might be an indictment on them when you look at the total score. But in general, based on how these games have gone, we know how much that matters. We always get the Sphinx scam after the pistol.
Make sure to catch his reaction if Vital, I was gonna say if they win the forest buy, but no, not even, huh?
Just Ropz on a deagle, no plan.
All right. Waiting for the gun rounds, Vitality.
Lisbon, scream if you want, train.
You know, on a technicality, Vitality, 100% win rate on that map, too.
Yeah, that too.
Definitely the least tested.
I think after they started winning, everyone just said, screw it. We're not playing it in best of 3, so this will be the only time you get to see it.
Here we are, getting into the depths of this best of 5. But that would be to write off MOUZ's defense on this map. Their second pick of the series, and it doesn't look like one that they're gonna lose to just these unupgraded pistols. It's a slaughterhouse outer. Mezzi may be looking better, but not when he's alone. 4 rounds the cap.
And this is already better than their last bout on Nuke. Last time, MOUZ literally got 4 rounds. It was another stuffed T-side. The only team that gets figured out how to beat their T-side. And Vitality didn't have to show much of their T-side. When they switched over, they won the pistol, they converted, they closed off of that. A great first half. So that's something nice for MOUZ. I mean, we haven't really seen their CT side fully tested. They just lost 1 full gun round.
This is what they waited for, guns in hand. Ooh, insta-dink. If you're Apex, you're not feeling lucky.
4 damage. That's all that's needed.
Because death looms. Dunked on. Gut-wrenching first death in a gun round of this T-side. Go ahead, call from the sidelines.
Here's the other player who plays alone, his counterpart to Ropz, Jimmy here.
Just the MP9, so... Oh, okay!
He was almost done crouching. That's unreal from Ropz.
It didn't look like he was seeking the fight, but it damn well came to him. We'll see if Xerxin wants to sign up for some fisticuffs. We've already got him climbing through that window. Xerxin's got to peel back slightly, waiting for the reinforcements in the form of Brollan right behind him. Then that smoke spam gets a bit of damage in. Ropz ready. Second headshot to his name here in the 15th round of play. 3v3 evened out. Time hits 30. Fire hits sight. Vitality are gone.
Is there another game plan that can work? I don't think so.
Sphinx is in here. Oh, damn, that's damage.
They're going back down.
Torsy's already on the top of it. That is scorched earth on the way to the A site. No business winning that duel. The audacity. The desperation.
They were playing snakes and ladders, jumping on each other's heads, coming up and down the vent.
Brollan with half health has to try to find a way through this. Nade's not going to find its mark. Mezzi won't die the same way as Apex. They concede it. What a way for Vitality to win the first gun round.
And there was some internal conflict right there. They coming back up the vent in that fashion is not something that they obviously planned. It's literally both players saying, my site's not the one. And yet they still somehow get it because of the 1 kill out of Mezzi. It's nice to be able to say you did that, but... Wait, what?
Dude.
Wait, he just airlifted him up? Was that... He wasn't on the ladder, so... I'm sorry, but considering the situation...
Does he have more accuracy?
No, he's walking. He's on someone's head. He wasn't even on the ladder.
Detectives dissected. We'll fixate in on the action because I don't think this tempo is going to change up much. Forget about it.
There's no way they set that up in that situation.
No, no way.
Hey, don't get me wrong, he's a smart guy.
Right. Ooh!
Aye.
The headshots are coming in thick from Vitality. Whether that's Jimmy getting popped over towards ramp.
Oh, does he get
Torzy
found out?
being first death this time. Xerxin trying to figure out where Flamesy's got off to.
Very tricky out of Flamesy, man.
Sticking around, but now he's been found out by his countryman.
Oh,
the hunt is on.
Awkward.
But there are many corners to turn. The chase is real.
He keeps missing him.
Oh, he's got him.
Okay.
Good on Xerxin to figure that out, but all the while, we go down to B.
Yeah, it's a spread lower.
Spinks could swing that door, and suddenly ZywOo gets a duel. Apex has allowed players to cross. That is back. It's turned to Apex. He emerges. Oh, yes! Connects as clean it can be. Vitality up to 11.
I don't know what to make of that, man. He could have died. No one even cleared it. No thought that anyone could even be Decon in that position.
That's
I think because Spinks was there.
Yeah. That's Apex standing in the middle of the highway, and the cars just pass right by him.
The goat of Frogger.
He is French after all. 3 players to run off to the ramp save. Vitality clearly not wasting time to try to push us into the unknown that is Train.
The kills are just better, unfortunately. Like, I hate to reduce it to that a little bit, but look at the score lines compared to what we've seen recently. We didn't even mention Flamesy. I don't think we talked about him a single time, good or bad on Dust 2, just non-factor. And now the reward after that shot. Wow.
Nice snap down by Apex. He's been racking up those 2-player spray downs as of late, and this one a little less random. And I'd argue a little more important to keep MOUZ outside of arm's reach. 6-round gap here on Nuke. It's all about endurance in the best of 5s. And the depth to that map pool. What's gonna happen on Train?
I just want to know. I have no idea. I mean, it obviously didn't get close at Pro League, even though that was the 5th map because, well, it was a 3-0. I would love to know.
Feels to me like we're gonna find out.
Yeah.
Obviously another desperate one for MOUZ, just banking on the Torzy hero op. I wouldn't put it past him. This is a Vitality that got them on the 15-match win streak. You look across that scoreboard, everybody puts up. When push comes to shove in this best of 5, Vitality tap back into what has gotten them here. And I don't mean here in Lisbon, I mean here in 2025. Their 3rd consecutive grand finals, hunting that 3rd consecutive trophy hoist. The untouchable streaks that they have put forth since Bounty. Round 12, a guarantee. Torzy will sit back and try to hang on to the op.
Please take this duel. I just want to see
ZywOo pop his head.
Oh. Did Torzy shoot? Looks like he
Yeah,
might
I heard
have,
that back there. So now ZywOo, you know ZywOo, he'll be a little more cautious. You can chase me through the site if you'd like. He'll take you down as he departs for the road. Flamesy, do you not try to charge that?
Hello, old friend. I think took some damage. Can't stop the Woo. 7-round gap now here for Vitality. Trying to wipe their mind clean of what happened on the last 2. It's going to be the most confusing final after when we look at the box scores. From the kills to the rounds 1 to the 13-0 followed by 2, 11-13 victories for MOUZ into an end potentially on Train.
Another fast
this has
one.
Been a saga.
Tempo is straight in. It's a one and done out of Mezzi, trying to get into the vent.
Oh, they got down.
Certainly looking much more awkward, but
They're
you
playing bumper
also
cars.
have to be concerned about Outer. Apex gonna keep him a little frazzled, and as that distraction's offered up, it reopens the door for those other players once stuck in smoke to try to recover. It is a man advantage for Vitality. Ooh, Apex.
How'd he live through all that?
Gonna get found out. He was trying to fake it as if he could have gone down secret. Could damn well still be the route for Vitality. B looking prime for the taking. Brollan takes his chance
and that's
up
the bomb.
into lobby and now control of the scene.
Smoke is just big enough, but I mean, how are you going to get out here without Jimmy throwing a couple of shots through?
They're going to go play for that bomb. 3 strong in lobby. Can ZywOo scoop it up?
Interesting. He actually heard the drop.
Can he grab
out
it?
of heaven? I think he uses that to his advantage. It was Jimmy who left the post. Oh, he got the kill.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's still on.
Down to 10 health off of that one. Flamesy's repositions fast. Jimmy's going to find him. ZywOo's created this possibility, but you've got a Torji up on the ankle. And we've seen the killer headshots coming out of ZywOo so far tonight.
It cuts noise for a second. Are we talking about any utility? It looks like not.
The one and
molly.
only.
He's got a molly.
The beauty of ZywOo is he somehow pieces together all of these near unwinnable moments, and now he's put that bomb down. Missed shot by the op. And for all Torji knows, he is over in decon, but it is a route for ZywOo to reposition.
Oh, it's a big bait, but you know what? Jimmy's coming to investigate.
And Jimmy's gonna find that that space is clear, but Torji could get caught off before Jimmy finds all that information. Where's he gone?
Oh, he got underneath and got away.
ZywOo's on the hunt, and he gets blindsided by Jimmy. That is a predator on the prowl.
That would have been one hell of a murder mystery if he figured out how to get out of that.
The MOUZ keep it cool.
And
MOUZ finds 6.
He could have taken that, like just out, straight out to the ramp, but I think he doesn't know where Jimmy is, number 1. And I think number 2, he plants backside, so he wouldn't have been safe to try to defend from there. Crazy scenes if he gets in the control side, because how do you figure out that he went there? They would have spent so much time clearing out dark.
Even though Jimmy leaves ramp, which kind of creates this possibility, the fact he's still aware of Flamesy coming out from heaven, takes his sweet time down into that lower site. Six rounds to overtime for MOUZ, with a buffer in their back pocket. Map wins that have been so elusive.
That situation too close for comfort.
One and done, not ideal.
Yeah, not ideal, definitely for the CT side. This will let the T's roam free, as you can see.
Spinks has that open angle out from main, though.
Spinks is talking a lot right now. That's what you want to see. How do you get this back under control? I mean, you have Torzi in a great spot.
I have seen a damn near same crossfire between Spinks and Torji, where we saw Spirit actually creep down beneath him and Torji get owned. Spinks cannot let his teammate out to dry like that. And maybe that's why he makes it so evident that the threat is outer. Now, of course, Jimmy added to this equation could bode real well for MOUZ to hold it back. We're down to 30 seconds.
ZywOo's giving up a lot of footsteps. They don't know Torzi's over here.
There's a kill back from Jimmy. That's a big one. He'll double down.
Oh.
Apex able to answer, then Spinks activates. We get this late walkout out from height. And Ropz down with nothing.
Solid. I mean, I guess that's the solution. Call a third party over. Because he can't actually peek without committing to getting a kill. If someone's holding him, he doesn't even have much of an angle. You can't go back on it and then wide swing. So, yeah, it solves what we saw last time, actually. Direct solution to that crawl. But Torzi also starting out by that box is exactly what caught ZywOo off guard. He told Jim Pat, someone's walking around beside me. You might have a chance to peek. 1-for-1 outside's not enough. And now Vitality will start have to digging into their timeouts.
All those bodies on his screen, and Jimmy still gets 2. Spinks was waiting to strike. Apex wants this one done with. Wants this to roll forward towards Train. We've got limited weapons here for Vitality. Could open a door for a quicker round. Always got to be cautious about those ramp hits. And we saw how clean Ropz could get the entry on Jimpat. Spams a couple shots and repositions. AK outside finds the entry.
He gets away. He knows he's too outside.
And he gets back into the cover. All of a sudden, with Apex getting that, you're going to think this ramp hit is the key, and they're not wrong. ZywOo gets the trade. That's another rifle added to the collection here of Vitality.
ZywOo has the bomb.
Apex with another! He takes this round into his own damn hands. Leads by example with the double. With ramp control in their back pockets, it is ice in his veins from Ropz. MOUZ may have those 2 tight wins, but this one seems like a foregone conclusion. Train is what will be needed, barring a masterful clutch. Xertion takes a glimpse down towards sight, but that is where he falters. Big entries from Dan Mattis Claire, and a big moment for MOUZ to try to push us to a trophy lift in Lisbon. An unknown entity remains.
A gear shift from Vitality as they bite back on Nuke. We go the full distance in this best-of-5 grand final as Train will decide who hoists the trophy here in Lisbon. But one thing is for certain, Jacob, ZywOo, he's back in the server.
Yeah, we got to give it to him. Called him out heading into the 4th map right here. Hadn't had the best grand final so far. A couple of maps where he lacked a bit of impact. We kind of prefaced the fact that MOUZ would apply a lot of pressure towards him and Apex on the yard area, and they shut that down. They played fantastic Counter-Strike. We saw Apex in the last round as well on the T side, getting a triple kill. Overall, those 2 were the spearheads for Spirit. Sorry, not for Spirit, for Vitality. And fact of the matter is that they were able to shut down a well-playing MOUZ up until this point.
So many ideas from Brollan and Co that were just thwarted by that duo that you mentioned, Pim. Unfortunately, MOUZ just running out of steam, not giving himself enough runway. So many rounds that they're going to look back at, so many close rounds at that, where they really had opportunities, put themselves in decent position, but yeah, man, ZywOo's just rotations were everywhere they needed to be once again.
Understandable that Cyclone's going to be straight on in here to be talking to the in-game leader, right? Because we preface this as this is a known identity, arguably, for the side of MOUZ. This Nuke, it looked incredibly comfortable for them, but it looked painful versus Vitality.
Yeah, but I want the viewers to pay attention right here. Very calm, very collective. They're having a conversation. You know, the 2 leaders of the team arguably having a conversation about, okay, what are we doing now? How are we approaching the teammates? We obviously go out now, we have a talk, we get ready for the next map, but let's just align ourselves of what exactly it is we want to focus on. And just for the viewers at home to understand, when you play a map like Nuke where nothing really works out for MOUZ, it's a very fine balance between talking about, okay guys, what went wrong on Nuke and how do we prepare for Train? Specifically for Nuke, you know, if there's certain areas, like let's say Jimfat died a lot on towards ramp, there's no point in telling Jimfat 24/7 that you died too much on ramp, or you shouldn't have done this, or you shouldn't have done that. No point in destroying his confidence. That's something you deal with tomorrow or the day after when you review the game. So for those 2, right now, they're probably having a conversation around, let's figure out what can we zone in on, what are the learnings we can use from Nuke heading into Train.
While the ideas are fresh, that's when they oftentimes can be a little bit raw in terms of emotion, so it's important for the MOUZ side to just kind of move on from that one, just like they showed us they could after Inferno. Didn't bog them down into Mirage or Dust 2, still showing that this is an incredibly competitive series, one though where Vitality, MOUZ, in some ways, they're both going to untested ground, so this is going to still be very, very much up to who just boils it down at the end.
This is such an exciting end to this best-of-5 grand final series. But let's go back to the beginning of this map of Nuke, because MOUZ, they win the pistol, and it sounds strange to say it, Maui, but if they'd have won the 2nd round off the back of that first pistol, we might be looking at a totally different scoreline right now.
With how close the game got to at the very end, if there was just a little bit more rope for MOUZ to work with, I mean, you get the 5v4 advantage to kick things off, and you're taking all of this space, and look at this. It's a 5 versus 3 to kick it off, but they just get stumped. ZywOo is there from the lockers, and Ropz, he's able to peel away with this smoke, and there's 35 seconds left. This feels a little bit ill-advised for me from the MOUZ side, Pimp. I feel like with that much time left, I've seen so much composure in mid-rounds, especially 5v3 mid-rounds, that you wouldn't have expected, or I wouldn't have expected MOUZ to just say, all right, we got it, it's just a deagle.
No, it's a glaring mistake. You know, it's a calling issue, it's a spacing issue, it's a time management issue as well. Going down secret with 40 seconds left, knowing that Ropz potentially could have had a smoke. You're right, you could have waited for it, or you could have rotated up towards the inner bomb side again. So I would almost say, you know, it's the first big calling mistake or first glaring mistake that Brollan has made, but it's just very expensive at this point in the game. You know, on Nuke, that a lot of these rounds, I know scoreline-wise, it wasn't necessarily a close game, but they were very competitive rounds within the game, so it could have helped MOUZ at least to have a bit more leeway and maybe, just maybe, made the game closer.
But in terms of what they were able to actually get over the line on that T side of things, it was only 2 more rounds, both in isolation. Then we move on to round number 10 coming out of Vitality. What was so impactful here in that first half?
I mean, again, Vitality is showing us why they're playing good Counter-Strike, and I think the whole team came together right here to do a good job. Exertion arguably should have had another kill right here. It's a good first pick on towards Saivu. He fails this duel a little bit, and then you see the instant response coming in. Now, Torsi enters back, a good trade back and forth, but Vitality just apply the pressure. Ropz coming out of heaven, constantly being proactive. A player pushing in towards lobby and Flame C, constantly being proactive. That's kind of what it felt like watching Vitality's CT side. They were constantly moving around. Now, if you were watching the game just looking at the minimap, which I wouldn't advise you to do because it's a boring way of watching Counter-Strike, you would see all the CT players constantly be moving all the time. Where sometimes you watch a team where it's very static. Not the case for Vitality.
They were just so active. I mean, ZywOo's moving a lot, Ropz is moving a lot, Apex, of course, has to move a lot. I feel like every single player from Vitality has been given so much freedom. The one guy who really isn't given much freedom is got to be Mezzi. Like, this guy is just that in the same spot behind those silos on Nuke for the entire half, Freya.
Yeah, it's pretty rough times for him. In terms of that proactivity on the CT side, though, was that the same story for round number 12, which ended up with half Vitality?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, again, Vitality showing that they can finish off the half in a great sense. We spoke about it, maybe just one more round for MOUZ would have helped them to make the game more competitive. Unfortunately, wasn't the case. A new setup, and what I wanted to show here is Saivu's impact. The fact that he takes all these duels, the fact that he continues to refight and refight and refight. He's hitting Exertion here as well into a new angle, into a new fight. You have Apex then popping up. Again, it's a 4v4, and MOUZ could potentially win the round. Saivu comes in towards heaven, pulling out the deagle, and look at the confidence right here. He knows he has to help, he knows he has to have a presence, and the fact that they were constantly giving fights towards MOUZ where they had to not only focus on one duel, but 2 duels at one time.
Important to note that in the 12th round, they know that it's just going to be a full-on force buy from the MOUZ side, and so ZywOo, he's not really too worried about Ops on the other side, barely even worried about AKs. You know, he's fighting against Tech 9s, Galils, and so it's not really, to me, even eco-fragging, it's pragmatic. It's like, you should be taking these fights with the Op, so to see him just swing out for all of those as he does, it's not just stat padding, it's actually important that
but he's doing everything we asked him. You know, Dust 2 was a different case. He didn't go for those duels, wasn't proactive enough, you know, didn't really, I guess, execute on towards MOUZ. They didn't use too much utility. This time around, though, he was the one facing them. He took charge of the game exactly like we asked for.
Now I'm smiling just a little bit because we've got round 15 queued up, and my only question is, what the fuck was happening down in Pentagon Ladder in this round? Like, what actually was going on? This was wild.
Take it away, Maui.
I mean, this is a round where I feel like the mid-rounding almost got away from Apex here. I mean, early on, it takes a lot of damage as at 4 HP, so 4 versus 5, and MOUZ rotated, honestly, quite well. The only little mistake you could say, Yimpat, you turned to his radar, got caught off by a player peeking out a ramp right there. Ropz is able to hold the line, goes 1 for 1, and now they know that there's a presence. Vitality know there's a presence from MOUZ downstairs, so they want to go up, but then Flames goes down the ladder, up the ladder. Like, this is one of the most ridiculous moments, and he is full moving, okay? Like, twice now in the playoffs, in pivotal rounds, Vitality players are full-on sprinting, and I just think it's a feature of the game. It's just a feature of the game at this point.
Torsi couldn't believe it, right? Yeah. He spots the player go down, when he's communicating to his teammate, be ready, they're coming down towards low, and then all of a sudden Flame C pops up, full running, instant headshots Torsi as well. Don't blame him, you know, that's just the game getting unlucky for him.
Just absolutely insane scenes, but that does leave us waiting on the doorstep of what will be the 5th deciding map, and we've all been hoping it would get to this ground. It's going to be going down on Train for the first time ever in a best-of-5 grand final to decide who is going to be lifting the trophy. Night may be falling here in Lisbon, but the atmosphere is absolutely electric here inside the arena. That is because we get a 5th map, and that map is Train. The first time we've seen it be a decider in a CS2 Grand Final. And this one is somewhat uncharted territory because both of these teams have played it 3 times, both have won it 3 times, Jacob.
Something's gotta give. You know, one of these 2 teams will end up losing, one of these 2 teams will end up winning. That much I do know, Maui. Apart from that, it is a little bit of a new experience. I know both teams have played it 3 times. Obviously, there's been a lot of practice for both teams as well. One thing is playing the game in group stages in less significant games. Another one is putting it to the test in a best-of-5 Grand Final where it's a trophy on the line. I am super, super curious to where they're gonna come out, how they're gonna come out. We don't know yet where they're starting as well, so it's kind of hard for us to anticipate that. But in terms of the know-how, as we said, both of the teams have never, ever lost the map.
That's pretty much a lot. That's kind of a lot of what we're working with on this one. I mean, not seeing this played in the playoffs at all for any of these teams. Really, I mean, the first time we're seeing it in the arena in general, and the limited times that these teams have played it, either beating teams sometimes that they're just kind of better than, and so I'm not really judging their game plans super carefully. Like, I think Vitality beat like 3D Max and MIBR on it. So even though I can see, oh, okay, cool, they have the smokes down to take A, I'm not sure if they've been pressed by a top 5 team to really know, like, when push comes to shove, what are their favorite strats? What are they really honing in on in terms of like weak spots? So this is gonna be, in a weird way, like a map that's, to me, like, who wants it more, and mostly who wants Pop Dog more. I feel like that's been the one point on this entire map where that whole contest dictates so much of what happens in the round. So I expect both of these teams to throw body after body into that area, and honestly, if it comes out favorable in the trades, it could be anybody's.
I feel like it's been a real, you know, motley crew of different teams that both of these squads have been facing and getting those wins again. I think you're totally right there. Who are we looking at individually? You know, if we know that's going to be an area of contention where a lot of fights are going to be happening, who has to bring the heat on this final map?
I mean, Maui said it before, a lot of people at home maybe watching right now haven't seen a lot of Train, and the way the map have changed from how it used to work is that it's much smaller, much more compact. So when you look at the 2 AWP players on each side, csgo and Torsi, whoever is the better AWPer at playing it up close, whoever is better at being an almost like a Fallen or a Brokey-esque AWPer where you go toe-to-toe, you almost push your AWP into the face of your opponents, that's one way to find impact. Now, we have been, I wouldn't say critical towards csgo, but we said that he needs to take charge of the game a little bit more, and the reason why we're saying that is because he can, because he's the best player in the world. I need to see that here on Train as well. Yes. You cannot play passive with the AWP and Train because you will be stuck behind smokes, stuck behind Molotovs, and stuck behind walls on the map because it's so compact. Now, I know Torsi can do it because that's the way he plays Counter-Strike. It's his bread and butter. Can csgo do it? 100%. Now, will he do it? That's what I want to see.
And I want to see if MOUZ can punch back if he does try to do it. The trading for MOUZ throughout the entirety of this event, in fact, the last 3 tournaments has always been so good. They're so good at dogpiling. When they sense a weakness, when they're able to split a bomb site, they do it with such ferocity. I want the flashes in for MOUZ. And if they are able to lift the trophy and just stop Vitality in their tracks in what seems like a formulating era, then potentially we're going to have a 2-way race, maybe even a 3-way race going into the rest of the season, and I don't want anything more than parity.
MOUZ did win the knife. They did indeed select the CT side to be starting, Jacob. Does that change anything coming into this last map?
No, it just puts focus on Torsi from the get-go. You know, the second he can get an AWP in his hand, I want to see him be up close, I want to see him be up front, I want to see him be disrupted to whatever Vitality is coming with.
Well, it all comes down to the 5th deciding map. That map is Train, to see who will be hoisting the trophy here tonight in Lisbon.
Every time someone says Train, an angel gets their wings. This is a beautiful day.
Yes, sir.
Best of 5 Grand Final. MOUZ doing the impossible, already winning 2 maps versus Vitality, and now we get to end on Train.
It almost feels too good to be true, but here we are. Again, I'll reiterate, 3rd time in Lisbon and 3rd time's the charm. The greatest grand final this place has offered, and one that offers something new, something special for Lisboa. MOUZ and Vitality, the distance. This is why we play best of 5s.
Yes. The distance. 2 undefeated teams on the new map, Train. I never in a million years expected to be able to get this far in this series.
Sure.
Of all the outcomes, I thought getting to map 5 seemed like a total fever dream, and here we are.
Ooh.
And not only that, but two teams that are 3-0 on it.
Brollan swinging out into the open there for Ropz. He's got support on both ends.
How is he still alive?
They're just unfamiliar with the angles. Things get weird here. Over towards T-Con, a bit of an exit. It is going to be MOUZ with the pistol.
These guys are coming up spades on pistol rounds. They are so good.
Got to follow through, got to convert it.
Oh, this one's messy, man. Another lead in the series right here. This round. Train. So, tactically speaking,
yes,
I missed out on MOUZ's train games. Even I didn't prep this far.
All right.
But for Vitality, as soon as I saw them play 2 maps, I thought they are the best train team in the world. We've seen great tactics from almost every team. I think Spirit's pop dog setups are excellent. I think G2 were really good at taking upper control. I think Vitality are much more balanced. The first team to figure out you don't want to commit too hard on T-Con control, but instead just threaten it over and over again. We're going to get fast adjustments and improvements, and there's going to be a lot of improvising as well. This map is fresh for everybody, and that's the most exciting part.
My question is, are we going to get something new?
Yeah, that's actually a great question.
We actually have to keep a really close eye on stuff that might just catch either of these teams off guard.
Yeah, who's more excited to be here?
Me. I'm the most excited. Not much to get excited about in the second round. Waiting out that smoke with pistols in hand. Bomb about to be found out by Brollan, supported by a pack of players right with him.
Brollan has a chance to be known as the best train caller in the world, bar none, if he wins this map.
Yeah, all right, this is what it comes down to?
Definitely on the line, absolutely.
Well, I'll say back on Dust 2, I was incredibly impressed with his T-side calling and the way that he just had Apex chasing ghosts throughout that second half. So he's already kind of got a tip of my hat. We'll see if we end up getting that out on train. We waited for the last map. Got to remind you guys, we've got a new sponsor for this Blast event. That's Underdog. Deposit and get up to $1,000 of bonus cash when you use code BLAST.
Gotcha, Doug.
None of this is possible without the sponsors. Don't you ever forget it.
Ooh,
fast run out through T-Con with the double nade towards B-ramp. That is quite a bit of gusto. Flamesy ends up killing Xerxin, but Brollan was right there behind him.
Yeah, going up above for a second. Brollan's not going to see anything. The lay of the land as it stands is Iwu's in the most interesting spot. He comes out instantly domed as Brollan. This is where you lose a lot of control. CT side, you've got no one pushed up E-box. Jimmy playing Icon by himself. And that smoke will not do anything. They're already on the inside of it. Which only, I think, it brings you forward if you're a T.
Nice timing on the peak here from Jimmy.
Yep.
Clears Apex right out of that one. Opens up the door for MOUZ to rotate players over. Icon smoked.
That second kill would have been everything here. Forcey walking in. There's a player who's low. I don't know if Mezzi showed any feet. Doesn't seem like it. Every retake is winnable on a brand new map. Train notoriously outside, always so difficult. The players are within reach. I don't think Torzi feels that it's safe.
It's because it's not. T's aren't too far away. Desk really wanted to highlight Torzi and the importance that he will have throughout this first half. Really a point hammered home by Jacob. Not given a chance at the retake, though. He sticks around a bit longer to find an exit. You know, every kill, worth it. As long as you can secure your own life with it. They bring it down to the 2v2, but they will concede Vitality's first round win.
Vitality on the board.
Sneaky positioning here from Flamesy, but...
Yeah, that's something where I think Vitality didn't participate in as much with the extremely explosive outer calls. Since they, oh, wow. All right, there's a train believer here for Vitality. You know, with them angling the T-Con train, that has really opened up how much room you have on T-side to really get crazy, especially, and the nades coming back in as well. You don't even have to line them up anymore. It's so simple. You never miss, basically. And that's made it very chaotic. But I like this move from Brollan, calling out that they're actually not going to bust down outside. Late grenade on Flamesy, right at his feet.
It's going to be a tough amount of damage for him to have to handle. Into Up top they go, and with Xerxin getting the one, he is stuck in with Ropz. Nowhere to run in that case.
That was really disruptive.
Torsi allows one out, T-Con turns away, his flashes sail over top. You know there's more players in there. You see this stream of utility coming outwards, and there's actually no movement behind it. Ropz is into the B bomb site all the while.
Yeah, eventually you have too many players chipping in to put together a site defense, and you realize there's a weakness.
Oh, dude, this guy is ghastly.
Oh, he missed it. Oh.
And he could milk this for more, but he will strike down Spinks, open up the B site. Torsi reclaims a little bit more elsewhere, but bomb to be planted here by Apex. Ropz continues to hunt them down. Won't be able to get his 4th kill of the round. Apex instead, with a health advantage, has to try to piece together this clutch.
He can play this from upper if he wants to. This smoke is fresh though, so he's going to try to use it.
They're going to work forward side by side. He still doesn't know about both, so the number's unconfirmed. They'll take to the high road. They come running over top. Oh man, he gives up his position. Missed shots originally here from Apex. Bombs on the other side.
Oh, no
He's got that first duel offered up. There's no kid on the play. Jimmy's got him. 10-second defuse demanded of MOUZ.
Any damage works right there, but he can't get a bullet in.
One-off round for Vitality is all.
Yeah, they pulled off that retake. Tac pause coming in. Let's see if there are ideas. This round's solid from MOUZ. And this tournament is up for grabs. They never really got their claws in on Nuke. It was hard to really believe in them taking that map, but here on Train, this is dragging Vitality more into the mud. We're far away from the maps they have real streaks on. This is very untested. This is a map where a tiny bit of innovation could win you the entire map, and the only way to learn from it would be after. You watch the demos, oh, that's how they did it. You could pull off one gimmick, one golden gimmick, 5 times in a row and win a half. You've got to be vigilant at all times.
And surely there's a world where Vitality want to get these reps on Train in. You just don't want to do it in the 5th map of a best-of-5 grand finals. Counter-Strike waits for no one. Put up or shut up. Slight limitations here for Vitality in the 5th round. We already see this dwindling amount of utility.
Dude, this is so little utility for Train.
Right? For an outer hit, nonetheless. There it goes.
That's their smoke.
That's all they've got. That and this flashbang.
All right, it's time to frag.
It's gonna have to be gold. Problem is, a lot of bodies here. Kills though. Screw the grenades. It's headshots galore. Galil in the AK shreds through all 3 players within that site. Torsi takes a little bit of a look, loses 60 points of health, and that is Vitality keeping it simple.
That's believing in the call if I've ever seen it. One trailing smoke, and I think one flash off the plate, and they just join up and explode. So again, okay, another punish here. Again, the interesting part about this map, Pop Dog, and it's about how you scale up into the cutout with a teammate far back. We saw Ropz in that position previously for Vitality, and MOUZ tried to disrupt it. They still won the round, but took a little longer. But when it came to Pop Dog itself, Vitality had a very, very good setup.
It's a predictable boost here. Spinks fighting for his life. Too many players.
As long as they get them all dead, doesn't matter how many they lose.
One smoke, one flash. They clear out that bomb site. They hunt them down like dogs. MOUZ have no money, but they're still gonna buy.
This flash right here. This one flash from Apex, single smoke on the exact.
I mean, not to mention just the instant headshots. Get it out quick. Flush out the frustration. His purchase really banks on Spinks maybe going above and beyond. Fast to the tempo yet again. Hit by nades. They signed up for that forward fight, and Flamesy the first casualty of round 6.
Yeah, just quite literally a bad spray, and now they'll immediately go emergency protocols into lower, and no one's here.
Nothing B at all. No kit on the play. An additional rifle picked up, but you know damn well Vitality have their hands on this bomb site. So do you take the chance at the retake? Do you think one kill is enough?
I think you do. I mean, I think you test it definitely. When it comes to the B site, that's way more retakeable. They don't have, they have some good utility, even if they don't have a lot.
So I want a deep angle, awaits this attempt. But again, an attempt that has to come through quickly. That'll sure as hell help. Torji even finds the headshot off the scout. 3 of them!
Let's go.
MOUZ about to win this round without a single death! Oh! God! Insatiable hunger from the scout. Rocks them with the back-to-back headshots. Torji, how dare you?
That's that Tornado coming through, tearing through the site. Oh! And that's the thing, man. A site, historically, almost impossible to, only Zipix could pull off a clutch on the A site back in the day, right? B site, however, there's not that many good spots to stand in. There are some good angles that you can hold. Some of them, though, are quite obvious right now, right? Right underneath the Z exit in the B site. Back on default, you can delay from there a very long time. But everywhere they stood was clearable, and the shots were hit.
The fact that you smash Zywoo like that, I mean, he's coming into this last map as the MVP of the Grand Finals. He's posted up, he's ready for your retake. He's got that M4 on the angle. Smashed.
Apex say I'm too old for this shit, man. He's 0 and 5 here on train.
He's got nowhere else to be. Flames is gonna try it again. Stubborn on the exit. Frag grenade's got his name on it almost every single round. Xertion a little cautious about it. Tries to clear, but Flamesy ready. It's an instant headshot. Player up in Pop Dog's got backs turned to him. Brollan, what more can you do? Smoke on one end, looks to help out, but his teammate's dying elsewhere.
cover.
Site cleared out again.
It's messy, it's a brawl. That's what it always was gonna be.
This defense evaporates in the presence of the outer hits. Vitality have found success, at least in this endeavor.
Yeah.
You get Flamesy out, you follow out behind him. Gloves off in the 5th map of this grand final. Scout down, 4 strong. Vitality closed that gap.
There's just not a big sample to go off with both these teams only playing 3 maps. But in those 3 maps, you have MOUZ scoring way higher on T sides, struggling on CT, but that might mean nothing with the...
We just don't know.
Yeah, we just have no idea. And then you put these teams up against each other. They've never faced each other before here. There's only so many hours in the day to prepare for a series like this.
Yeah.
Look at the scores at the top here. We traded back 5 rounds now.
This is live and unscripted. Just remember, Cyclone took a plane this morning to get here. What kind of preparation does he do on the way in? Train. So many rounds at this point as well, back and forth. This is 6 non-consecutive round wins. And again, when we don't know what's in store for us in the second half, these teams don't, we don't, you don't.
Oh man, timing, small timings.
All these early momentums will matter. Molotov destined for Spinks. He peels away,
Line
losing
that up
teammates.
nicely.
Again, that backline falters. He sits on 38 health. His bomb will be planted. No way to really contest this. There's no utility to do it. It's gonna yet again have to come through with just the most killer of shots. And last time Vitality didn't have grenades to help them in this post plant. Now they're gonna go ahead, take the fight into their own hands. You've got Apex on the scoreboard. And also trying to keep that pressure up. He will deter them from the retake attempt. Vitality will tie this game.
Yeah, this one's a little bit too much. I think there was a great lineup on the Molly for Ropz, actually, coming out of lower. It's a tricky angle. He's prepared. I think in a game like this, the solution has to be the most simple one, right? You try to overcook a T side on a map at the end of the day in a best-of-5 grand final, where you're barely putting in any reps, no one's even testing you in officials, then you're only doing yourself a disservice. And I think we saw a good example of that with Vitality taking the outer site with a single smoke and a single flash. That's entirely possible right now.
Finally, that back and forth breaks. MOUZ will have to bend at the knee. barring a glorious moment from that solo Famas on Jimpat. Doesn't look like Ropz wants to waste time here. Oof, but down he goes.
Nice trade. The only good gun here.
Famas. That one threat out on the field. Back's turned to Apex. And he's gonna mop up the easy ones. Get that scoreline back up and running.
Hey, Jimmy's never easy, okay?
Try to topple what's left here. Vitality on the brink of a lead. Dies out to a USP. But it's all good. Flamesy continues to rack up frags outside.
1 round lead. Can't help but feel like it means nothing right now.
Wingmans for life.
Always kiss your Steam homies goodnight.
3 straight Vitality. Finally, something you can hold on to with both hands, but...
Oh, I was not ready for that.
Fast into Pop Talk goes Brollan yet again, but once more, it is just a clash out from T-Con. Jimmy gets the better of the front runner. Apex, 3rd player in with a kill, dropping the util, delivering that bomb is Ropz. You've got CTs shrouded in all these smokes. Hidden, out of vision. ZywOo, having gone forth to kill Brollan, doubles back towards site. It's him and Apex to try to join up.
Is it possible they heard there was so much going on, but we have Spinks sort of running by upper?
I don't know about that. Time will tell. Right now, they're fixated on backside, because no matter what Spinks is doing, the real threat is the ones that are closer. And you damn well know that they haven't gotten too far off. As these smokes fade, they continue this foray forward. Apex off that top rope kills Torji. Back exposed towards T-Con. Bomb scooped up.
They're going to go in her.
If they can exit out through Z, this could be massive. The timing is missed by a second.
He got out. Free sight. They go for that plan instantly. Don't clear a thing. Planning for back CT. How do they play it?
First the flash to Z.
Double push.
They're trying to get off this site. Xerxin arriving ahead of Spinks, trying to join up simultaneous, but that angle almost catches Apex. They've seen both bodies, but the health is so incredibly low.
How do you win this if you're Apex, really?
Cautious about the spawn.
1 HE kills him.
Won't find anything. They don't have the kit for the play. They seem to have lost track. Xerxin turns back to hold this and will confirm it. They get away, and they plant that bomb, and they'll give them a bit more cash for the follow-ups. But that is MOUZ on the hunt, on the chase.
Yeah, I think this one's a little too close for comfort when you look at this score so far for Vitality, especially with the close situations that have gone to MOUZ. How many retakes are Vitality going to get in the second half?
We don't know what's going to happen in the second half.
No one knows what the heck is happening, for sure. Like, that, even that angle, man, from this perspective, I can't even believe Spinks could see anything. For him, it's clear as day.
He gets a ton of damage, too, on them trying to exit.
So he finds his timing in the end, at least.
Yep, they may have missed it on the Z exit, but they still find it in unraveling the post plant. This continuation of the A clash seems to have come to an end, but that doesn't mean that the bodies aren't there for MOUZ. Something different as we get to the tail end of this T side.
Yeah, Ivy relatively untested, up-trained on it.
Nice deep angle as well on the other half of Icon. Susceptible to being smoked out, clearly. You can try to play around with the timings, drop those own nades. Just missed it. Apex isn't the only one here, though. He's got a whole pack of players behind him, bomb included. Looks like Ropz is going to try to get something going on B again. It's pieces in the right position, but it's opening kills Vitality. Brollan's got nobody to worry about behind him. Not that he'll know it. He tries to slide into this duel and gets straight up bested by Flamesy yet again. You've got Spinks getting some success elsewhere. A saving grace, perhaps. Cannot be forgotten the amount of damage that was done on the 2 players that have all the kills so far for Vitality here in round 11.
Retake is still possible, man. It's a little bit difficult from where they're playing. With the amount of money, it feels like they don't know about the health bars, I guess. Flamesy and Apex may be getting away with this one. No test.
Man, that frag grenade on Spinks could kill Apex and Flamesy.
Oh, yeah.
They were both bottled up inside of the site, now splitting it in order to maintain. And MOUZ obviously money low, trying to invest into that 12th round, looking for the tied half with no idea as to what comes up next.
This game's fully loaded.
Hey, Launders.
Yeah.
Listen to the tension in here. This is some goddamn edgier seat Counter-Strike, is it not? The uncertainty of a win.
We're learning every round. There's sure to be some funny interviews to come out of this.
To hell with the interviews, man. I want to see the pop-off.
Yeah, it's going to be enormous.
Hard-fought
And whoever
battle like
loses
this
is going to be embittered, man.
Oh, crushing defeat in Lisbon on the line. So they bolster up this final buy. MOUZ getting what they can. Gathering all the tidbits. Brollan hit hard. Third of his health gone, but he will still at least take up this forward position. Can't really hang on to it. Torsey trying for an even slimmer angle. Saw what happened last time.
Yeah, Mezzi creating just a threat. That's been enough to jostle some rotations.
Ooh, interesting.
Wow, this is a sweaty angle.
Oh,
Something
really?
new. I feel like it's so weird looking. I wonder what this.
But I mean, you're never going to get
even
spotted.
Look here.
You'll never get noticed. Surely ZywOo does not see this, and so even if you see him going for the swing, you've got the element of surprise. Gervin guarantee.
If it was anyone else. Yeah, it's gotta be winning play. The flash. Oh my gosh, he saw it. He saw it. only ZywOo, baby.
Try all you want. That's the double kill they need.
Oh man.
We have seen these ferocious outer yard hits come through time and time again. And one more for the road. Flamesy, a key feature of these attacks.
He's crushing them like beer cans right now, running through this.
Spinks with nothing to lose in this. Has to give it the try.
I can't believe he cleared that.
The first one falls in the 1v4. He's got a flash to try to get himself out of this choke point. And they will try to pelt him with util. Bullets whiz by, now dinked down to 27 health. Vitality making the absolute most of this T-side in a world of uncertainty where they have been pushed the furthest for the first time. They will have that 2-round edge. Everything on the line here in Lisbon. A barn burner of a best of 5 in Lisbon. And we've got to check the temperature one last time. Who's cheering for MOUZ? And who thinks Vitality take this?
And who loves Train?
There's a few out there. What a sick last map with the uncertainty of not knowing what's in store. Jimmy gets first blood. MOUZ looking for the second pistol. That'd be the perfect way to close this gap as quick as you could.
Both these teams on their favorite side. 70% each. T and CT respectively. Great shot here from Apex.
Another one. Right there for the taking. Taiwu's got his back, supported from the train. Jimmy and Brollan push this clutch down to Ropz. Ropz started this series with back-to-back clutches on Inferno, a key feature of that 13-0. A map that had 4 clutches just to Vitality's name.
He's avoided them.
What's to stop him from giving us another?
12 health here from Ropz. He'll try it, but look who comes back even to check on this. Brollan, the same guy to get them out. Look at the angle that he has.
Done.
Oh! Oh, that's the Gervin guarantee, folks.
Or is it Brollan? No kit for this. Trying to bait him out down to the ramp. Jimmy's on 40 health. Keep it clean, Ropz. Keep it clean. Trying to frazzle them.
Why does he know?
No
Why
way.
does he know?
You had your chance, but the time is still clearly in Brollan's hand. Clearly, the clock will decide this. You can afford that whiff. Time decides. But let that be a reminder of what Ropz can offer. Don't you dare miss again.
One kid and that gets ugly.
Boys, it's last half of the fucking day, okay?
Yeah,
let's fucking go. We need to give what we have left, okay?
Yeah.
We need to keep what we have left.
It's a ragtag gang of guys that have risen through the world of Counter-Strike together, that have been made fun of as they faltered, that had to cut their captain to try and rise to the very top of this Counter-Strike world. Biggest match of their careers.
Yes, absolutely.
The biggest win. 7 rounds away. Give what you can, give what you have left. 5 maps deep in this grand final. Scout shot is sick.
Where'd he come from? Apex started this game 0-5. Now 10-8.
Pistol win's great and all, but you cannot afford to fail the conversion. And I'm looking at this buy. We're talking double FAMAS and the Scout. And that is not chump change for Vitality. They forego the utility, which means MOUZ will have a bit of an edge with this execution. Icon blocked. Smoke for inside sight as well. Scout kind of limited in this moment, but it's already gotten its first. And if it serves up a distraction for that FAMAS, then maybe Flamesy's the hero of this moment. Round 14 could be his. Mezzy burns. We've got this flank out from the B site. We've got this wrap around onto A. Flamesy's been able to reposition. Backs turn to them.
Ropz nearly shoots his teammate right there. But they end up joining perfectly. Catalyzed by that scout shot from Apex.
Put on ice. Flamesy with the excellent wrap around that bomb site. Emerging through this fog of war.
Again, you've got small sample size, but Vitality, who are more comfortable on CT, MOUZ, who are more comfortable on T, now here to prove who is the best train team in the world at the same time as lifting the trophy. This is the last half.
Every time this head-to-head goes down, it gets better and better for MOUZ, closer and closer. But still unable to take that last step over the finish line. What does that do to your mental? How many times did they have to get up and dust themselves off and try again, be ridiculed out of the server? Gut-wrenching last round for them to have to stomach on top of that. And I think we saw the effect of all those clutches in the first map of this grand finals when they fell absolutely flat.
No, in terms of the B site, no one's better than Ropz right now.
Apex looking at his teammates' monitor.
Yeah.
Zertian's able to get out. Apex, that's awkward. He's not fully focused. Ropz is the laser straight.
He doesn't lose grip, he doesn't lose focus, and his aim never gets worse. What a moment for Ropz. He doesn't unpeak, go back to utility because he can't let someone go underneath him. That screws up all the rotations for his teammate. He doesn't even acknowledge the fact that Apex dies. He says, I have one job to do. I'm going to do that right now. Look how he takes this fight. He lets everybody else jiggle him. That's full trust that his next teammate coming out of Z is going to cover the ramp. I don't think anyone else could put up that hold, to be honest. Down to Glocks here. Torzy said we have to hold on to what we have. Sounded like they were just on their last pair of pants. What have they got now? A stick in a bag.
Those high hopes coming into train.
Honestly, like, what did that mean? You know, like, it sounded like what we have sort of emotionally, you know, as a team. How much will do we have left?
I heard we have to give what we have left.
Oh, we have to give what we have.
That's
okay.
what, but it, you
that
know,
makes way more sense.
Right? Yeah, but still, unclear.
That clears up everything.
We have to hold the bag high. Empty the tank, boys. Don't read too much into this one. Glock's trying to challenge an outer yard versus rifles. Yeah, I think not. Nothing. Vitality to double digits, sitting pretty on a 4-round lead. It's a CT side to lean on. It is a huge recovery from Apex. 0-5 to 12-10. And barring Mezzi, 4 of the 5 pieces of Vitality, as they have been in recent months, have had key components to this final map of a grand finals.
Yeah. Agreed.
This is why Vitality continue to win. This is why Vitality are put on this golden pedestal in the Counter-Strike world in this moment. Because by God, you can barely find a flaw. And 2 13-11 wins may have got you here.
Yeah, they're chock full of individual brilliance. They're very flexible as individuals. And on a map that right now is a total sandbox for creativity, they have to be one of the craziest threats. I would hand over all those compliments to MOUZ as well. A young team that are building everything together and have got to the point that you can consider them experienced. But not a team that I would expect to be, you know, not innovating on a brand new map like Train. A team that I would look to see what are people going to try next.
If there is a
That's what they did with Ancient.
Maybe it could be Mezzi, and maybe that bodes well for this MOUZ approach on Ivy. Looking a little flustered suddenly. This contact was not predicted, but Torzy unable. It is Apex to quickly trade. He had Mezzi's attention, and he makes sure his death is not in vain. That was a damn near blind side of the player's insight as well. Vision into Icon.
That was awkward. It was actually because Apex asked for a grenade, I think, in that moment. Mezzi turned around, but he still got it together, got his kill. Oh, clinical. Surgical here from ZywOo.
The hope is fading. And 2 members of MOUZ remain. ZywOo's reposition makes Jimmy's job all the harder. We'll see if Spinks maybe makes contact first, but odds are Jimmy will.
Does this work?
Oh
no,
my God, clean approach. Flamesy, we've already seen the impact from a similar position. He is locked into it yet again. 2 versus 4, starts to get unraveled. Jimmy gave us a reason to believe it. Bomb on his back, but denied. Flamesy is the difference.
When I first started talking about Flamesy when he played on endpoints, before he even got the chance to play on OG, it was Train where he played the most creatively, put a lot of pressure on in his positions, wasn't even given the best roles ever, and still came up with things. A great source of innovation. Finding great angles right now. So is ZywOo, and it feels like the Vitality presence has become too overwhelming. A last timeout will be called here for MOUZ. And I think Vitality, they just need to put this into cruise control.
Cyclone has given all he has to offer. Problematically for MOUZ in this next one, though, money is still low. They may have to play for overtime.
Oh man, that's brutal.
Not a position any of them want to be in, not after this hard-fought battle. But it sure as hell looks like this 12th one comes for free.
Vitality said, you take a map streak, we create another. This series has been lopsided victories for Vitality and close wins for MOUZ.
And this one looking lopsided yet again. Ropz with no hesitation this round in a very convincing position. They're nervous about it, but he peeks into them and falters.
Oh, big time.
You have given a gun over. They may not have come in with rifles of their own, but they did bring Kevlar to this party. And they still have enough pieces of utility to maybe pounce on this bomb site. Is ZywOo gonna have to be a hero? Because right now his closest support would be Flamesy back on C.
Yeah, MOUZ have to squeeze water from Stone. They've got one piece of utility on each player, Jimfat on just a Deagle. A lot of time left over, and they've got material advantage. How do they convert this?
A little bit of a ruse yet again, thrown out towards that outer yard, trying to...
Oh, there's a fake coming in as well with Xerxin, long
trying to
con.
keep some kind of attention. Missed shot. Missed shot could be what falters all this site. ZywOo's able to sidearm fast move out from Flamesy. It's not the A site, but it could be his yet again. Cover fire. Jimmy dead. Bomb plants down. Xerxin's late to the party. Wrapping around that Z side means he will be far removed.
Oh man, it was too early. It was too early, man. Xerxin actually had enough time to make something happen towards Ivy.
That's 12.
They couldn't stay coordinated. That's 12. That's tournament point here for Vitality. Every single round now. They actually put together a pretty interesting idea that we haven't seen. The late play, they just needed to give Xerxin a little bit more time, I think. They had the op planning the bomb as well. That op could have been posted on the Z connector. Too many things out of place, and Vitality make up for the fact that their op goes down with 1 kill. And their star rifler on this map, Ropz, doesn't get any.
Xerxin right into the thick of it.
This could be it, folks.
Trying to get something rolling forward in this outer yard. Flamesy had his number in the first half. Has maintained control of these positions so well. Vitality on fire. Look to end this here and now. Headshot inside Pop Dog. Spams him away and doesn't get collapsed on by Xerxin. He's gonna find the kill in the back line instead. Apex stays honed in on him, now awkwardly behind this red train. Spinks with a little fight left. Flamesy to make the difference. Oh, it's a team whose wins were so elusive. And Ropz is the most elusive. The esteemed Estonian to try to clutch this. Stepping forward into 2025 with nothing but wins, but it won't come yet. Ice cold again. Jimmy lets him take that step outwards. The first of 6 for MOUZ.
Reads the rotation perfectly. Close calls all the way down to the very end. It looks like a death match outside with the way that they're taking duels. Game's 5 rounds, instantly into the timeout. I wonder what the idea here is for Xtaz.
Cologne was the only glory that Vitality should grasp onto last year.
Brollan not saying a word in this moment. I wonder what the idea is. If it's just known quantity at this point.
To feel like you can win and to lose out on those chances is something that Vitality knew not long ago and that MOUZ damn well know now.
They've got something set in stone.
Turning a page at the start of 2025 is Vitality. Looking to tap into a new peak is MOUZ. Money comfortably in their back pockets in round 20. Vitality establish control of Yard.
Can MOUZ take back the reins? Early punishment, damage on the utility to kick this off. No map control to speak of, just readying a split outside, and honestly, you can do it. We saw what Vitality did with very low util. These two teams have been titans meeting at the finish line, neck and neck, all the way to the very end. Vitality looked to gap them as they crossed the line.
And MOUZ have to hold their nerve in the final 30 seconds. And when ZywOo strikes down Jimpat on this Ivy crawl, it is a shiver down their spines in a sense of desperation. Caught out is Brollan. Over towards T-Con comes a hope. Shut down by Flamesy and Apex. Push the absolute limit here in Lisbon. But they will pull it out of the hat in their final hour.
They get to celebrate off this win, even though MOUZ took 2 maps in this grand final. It was a brawl, it was brutal, and they have a lot to be proud of. But Vitality win. That's what matters. When you ask Apex about this, he'll say, I hate that we had to take it to train. But they still come out victorious. They proved they were the better team, and they survived being embittered and taking those losses. A new test for Vitality.
Waking up every single day with an ever-growing target on your back. That is the reality of Vitality in 2025. 3 consecutive grand finals, 3 consecutive wins. You have to adapt or you die. Sky is the limit for this team. Black is the night for MOUZ. Bright is the dawn of Vitality. You never know when you stand in the first light of a new era. This team is on their march to the major. We are witnessing a reign of terror. Your blast open, Lisbon champions, Team
Vitality have done it. 3 consecutive grand finals, 3 consecutive trophies. Exaz, this was a bit of a marathon and you'd already been on the road for so long. Just talk to me about the work this team has put in, you, everyone behind the scenes, in order to make this a reality in 2025.
I mean, I'm really proud of my players and also my staff. It was a long month, to be honest. We are fucking exhausted. But we wanted to prove we could win again, and we did it. So yeah, it's 3 tournaments in a row. It's already a good start of the year, but now we have next step with Grand Slam in the major.
There's still more to come. Now, Dan, I know this one was probably tougher than you expected. You start with a 13-0, and it looks like you're going to clean them up again. Was this the hardest game so far of this Vitality's career?
Yes, of course. We lost two maps 13-11, but the other map, I think there were like no fight. We played really well the 3 maps. Prop to them for those 2 and Mirage. Well, they played really well, but the other 3, I think we dominated, and we played really well. I think, as Ixta said, it's been a long month, really long month. And we played a lot, we grinded the game as much as we could. We have insane players, we showed up when it's needed, insane staff as well. Without Jack and Matt, we will not be able to be here, and Amy, I'm sure. So I'm really happy to have everyone around and winning the 3rd trophy already in the year.
Many more to come?
Only God knows.
Now, Mezzy, it's been a grind, and I'm sure your family's watching at home. You got someone else to do this for at the same time. Come on, keep it going, guys! It's sacrifice, not just in the game, but away from home at the same time. Moments like these, just make it all worth it.
Yeah, for sure. I think, like the guys have said, I think it's been a really long month away from home. It's been tough, but when we can pull this off and make it all worth it, it makes it a really good feeling. I'm just so happy that we could close it out and enjoy some time at home now. But yeah, I'm just so happy we could close this one out.
Anything you want to say to the family?
No, just thank you for all the support. I know they're waiting for me at home and back to daddy duties, but no, I'm looking forward to it as well.
Thank you very much, King Mezzy. Now, Ropz! Come on! Your 4th Blast Grand Final. A lot of second places, but this looks pretty good on you now. Even Vitality beat you in 1 final, so you had to join them to take the trophy. 2 finals, sorry.
Yeah, the boys beat me twice in some previous Blast finals, but you know, I'm finally happy to get this baby, and I will hold it preciously.
Apex delivered on his promise then?
Yeah, I mean, what can I say? Always.
Always, always. Now, Zaiwu. Another MVP performance, another great start at an event, but this time in 2025, it's the trophies, it's the MVPs. You told me it feels like you could be at the very best in your career so far. How far can you keep going with this? Could this be the year you break all the records?
Yeah, maybe it's gonna be the year I'm gonna break all the record, but I'm just enjoying to play with my team. That's why I'm playing that good, because the team is around me. I can enjoy with them, so I can do everything I want. We're gonna destroy anyone.
You always say this, right? It's the team helping you as well. You do have some amazing moments yourself, but just try and explain to me how they help you go through this.
Everything. Obviously, when I have bad games, they're gonna push me to do more things. So, in any circumstance, like they band me to help me, so I can just pray for them, for that. Yeah.
I like it. Flamesy. This was a hard-fought grand final. Still good in there? Still got the energy?
Yeah, I know. We're going to sleep after this one. I think we're all very tired. Also, the MOUZ boys for sure. It was an exhausting grand final, but I think it was entertaining to watch. I'm sure everybody enjoyed, but it was. I think this is the grand finals that we like to watch, so I'm happy to play one of those.
And how good does it finally feel to get your hands on that trophy when you go through such a crazy game like this?
It means a lot, especially considering we had 2 maps that we played quite bad and we still were so competitive, and you feel like you just edged out on the win or on the overtime and then an opportunity to win. But for us it means a lot, because obviously we wanted to give Robin his first trophy on Blast, and we were pushing really hard and we gave a lot of energy to each other, and we were a really good team this final, so I'm happy, I'm very proud of everyone.
You should be proud as well. Lisbon! Your Blast Open Lisbon 2025 champions, who have maybe started their era. 3 trophies. V is for victory. V is for vitality!
3 back-to-back trophies. Victory is simply in Vitality's DNA. Now onto a 16-series win streak in a row as the streak stays alive here in Lisbon with yet another golden accolade to their name. Nobody, no one is stopping the Killer Bees.
Nobody right now comes close to Vitality, no doubt about it. It obviously all started in Katowice, where they came into that grand final. They made a clean sweep out of it. They played some beautiful Counter-Strike. We thought to ourselves, is this the new Vitality? Are we going to look towards them as the main favorite heading into the tournament's Pro League? They confirmed it. They won the tournament. And now they headed into this grand final as well and got another victory. They had to fight for it, Maui. It wasn't easy.
A superb performance, and yes, of course they had to fight for it, push the whole distance, all 5 maps, but the composite picture for Vitality is looking great for them at present. So complete as a roster, so many reasons to heap praise more onto them, and I think we got a bit of an interview here though coming up.
We do indeed. We have Ropz joining us up here on the desk. First of all, massive congratulations, Ropz. I feel like we're talking to you so many times in these moments, but your first ever victory at a Blast event. That must feel nice after so many second places, right?
Yeah, I was the one I was missing. Obviously, there's other trophies that are bigger, but you know, can't say no to a Blast trophy. So yes, finally.
Ropz, you're off to a flying start in Vitality, and you probably get a bit bored by the same question over and over again, but leaving FaZe was a big decision for you coming into Vitality. Did you anticipate that you guys would be this good and this dominant this early on?
I mean, the thing was, you know, you look back on previous years how Vitality have played. They've been like the winning team almost every year, getting big trophies, especially the 2023 run they had. So, I mean, yes, I expect some success, but I mean, never you can go that high of a level that we've done so far. I think, you know, you cannot anticipate that. You still have to work, you have to put in the effort, and then, yeah, like, from the first month, like, we could see that things are going really well. I mean, the way we play now, we did play in practice, and thank God it translated, because sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, it's the first honeymoon.
you were put under a lot of pressure by MOUZ today in this grand final. You had to fight for it, obviously, and I guess you haven't been with Vitality for that long. Did you learn something new today, you know, sitting next to the teammates, you know, how you deal with adversity, how you deal with losing maps that were close, etc., etc.? I guess it's a learning experience all the time.
Yes, definitely. I mean, when you have a tough loss, when you do some bad rounds, you see how players react, how would they reset, and you know, especially Apex, you can get
emotional.
A bit emotional. Yes, you can say that for sure. So yeah, you get to see how people react and how we deal with a loss. It's for me to learn and for the team to learn as well, because they also have me as a new player. But yes, it was tough for sure.
So you guys were the first team to get a 13-0 in a grand finals in CS2, and you know, you're dealing with adversity after those two, but how does it feel after just that map?
It feels a bit bittersweet, you know, like, oh, I could have done a bit better, maybe 3-0, but you know.
Okay.
No, but come on, if you win it for the first map 13-0, yes, like, when we go outside, we have a talk like, it's just one map, guys, like, you know, they're gonna come back and fight back, like, there's no way we're gonna win another 13-0, so, you know, never say never, but yeah.
Do you think it's maybe even more difficult to keep focus, though, when you just batter them 13-0 like that?
I guess in a way you don't really know what to expect, because you don't know if the next map's going to go the same way, if they're going to come back and, you know, shoot even harder in the next one. Yeah.
You're one of the most tenured players we have in the game of Counter-Strike, and you now also got to play with, obviously, Karrigan and FaZe, and now Apex in Vitality. I mean, put a few words on Apex. You said emotional, that's one way to describe him, but as an in-game leader as well, are you surprised by how well he's leading the team, or did you know that already joining Vitality?
No, I didn't know that for sure. I think the thing about Apex is what's really good about him is, you know, he takes it personal.
Yeah.
And you can really feel that, like, it boosts him as a caller, as a player. And when he takes it personal, I think it elevates his calling style. Like, he really wants to win every single round. Like, I've never seen a guy fight for every round like as hard as he does, because, you know, when we lose a bad round, like, he will be mad about it, you know, like. And I think that's something that's, you know, I get to learn about, but also I think it helps the team to really remove all the mistakes, because that's the one thing Dan really cares about.
So I think it was 3 nights ago or so, I came back and saw you just kind of by yourself in the prac room at something like 3 a.m. or something like that. What are you working on in those late hours?
This tournament, just some basic, you know, deathmatch. Honestly, I mean, when we prepare for matches, like, we do like some small things, like yeah, for Inferno, like we prepared a new maul also, for example, for me, but we didn't come to use it because the match was very dominant on Inferno, for example. So it can be small things like finding a new grenade for a specific match, or just, you know, I think most of the tournament we've been just playing that match and getting, because we've been exhausted the past month, going to 2 finals now, and it's been a long journey, and I think it's well deserved rest the next week.
You gotta stop stalking the players, bro. I mean, what are you doing?
You just got the door open, okay? You know, I'm just trying to get a water over there, you know?
Tell me a little bit about ending this series out on Train, because we were kind of discussing it up here on the desk. Not too much data from either side to go on. Did it feel a bit like uncharted territory entering that as the 5th map?
Definitely. I mean, it's map 5 Train. I mean, like, you don't see that ever before, I guess. Obviously, CSGO. But CS2, you know, it's a completely new thing, and playing a map 5 on Train. Both teams very tired, you know. I could feel already on Nuke, like some of my aim duels, I had so much fatigue, like I couldn't finish some kills. So, you know, it was a tough game, and Train map 5, it's going to be unexpected, and yeah, it went our way.
Not to ruin the fun, but you know me, right? Now, Vitality have been looking very great as of early on, but the big goal is obviously the major. Like, do you think, and I asked Apex the same question, are you afraid that you guys are maybe peaking too early? You talked about fatigue, you talked about being tired. Is it tough to keep on this level all the way up until the major, or do you feel confident that that's something you can overcome as well?
I'm confident we can overcome it, because I think, first of all, it's something different that we had in FaZe. There's a big support staff in Vitality, and they have big management in taking care of those small things, exactly. And I think it's a thing we've been talking about, that yes, we are peaking a bit early if we want to win the major, but definitely, I mean, who's going to say no, you know?
Yeah, it's like, let's not win, guys, you know?
We can see your trophy lift moment right here. How is it decided, by the way? You're the one that's going for it first. Do you decide on the walk up who's going to be grabbing it and hoisting it first?
Sometimes you talk before the tournament, like, okay, who deserves this one?
Must be nice.
No, but it's like in general, like, okay, I haven't won a blast, so like the guys were like, okay, yeah, Robin, you can have it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I guess one more question for me is just that, okay, you're playing next to ZywOo, you're seeing unbelievable things every single day. How does it feel to just be spectating a guy that, for probably a rare time, you can learn something from?
It's crazy. I mean, I from the first few months I've played with him now, I have so much trust in him, obviously. I would give him my own AK anytime, my own rifle for any time, and I've done it multiple times already in games. And I mean, it's just, I don't know, it's a comfortable thing to have on your team. I mean, I'm obviously like more of a guy who lurks, plays on the side of the map, and you just see like, yeah, they're just fucking people on like text. They take map control, and I'm just chilling. Like, yeah, it's a bit easier to play for sure.
Practice must be boring sometimes, you know.
We also just got confirmation it's his 23rd MVP at this event as well. I mean, there's probably no doubting that when you're entering a grand final, he's putting numbers up like that he's going to be getting the MVP if you guys are lifting the trophy, right? It must be amazing.
Of course. I mean, when we saw the numbers, obviously it was, I think already in the semis, you could see it was Donker or ZywOo. So yes, I'm extremely proud of him, and he's playing insane.
Ropz, thank you so much for your time. I'll give you a moment. Camera's over there. If you want to say a few words to any of the fans at home, anybody supporting you at home as well.
No, not much. Thank you, guys. Back-to-back tournaments. Things are going well. We're going to take some rest, and we're going to bounce back. Next tournament, I believe, is IEM Melbourne.
Lovely stuff, Ropz. Back-to-back tournaments at that. We'll be seeing you at IEM Melbourne. Thank you so much. I'll let you get on your way.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Huge congratulations to the entire side of Vitality. I'm sure they're going to be celebrating that one tonight. Although they did say it has been a long, hard month for them. And this is what is extra impressive about this Vitality squad, right? The fact that they can go back to back, grinding at every single tournament, not only lifting trophies in the process, but keeping a winning streak alive. It's so impressive.
It is so impressive, and I'm so happy to hear both Ropz and Apex stating that they are aware that, of course, they cannot play every single tournament, every single game at the same level all the time. They want to peak at the major. They want to win the major. So now taking a bit of a break, recoping, recharging, coming into Melbourne, feeling fresh again. I love how that whole time management is something we can discuss now with all these different tournaments, all these different TOs, putting quality tournaments around the globe 24/7. So for Vitality to be winning them, that's one thing, but for them to condition themselves to be winning the following one and the ones coming up, even better.
I'm sure they're happy that they're getting a little bit of a break. Felt like it was a theme in a lot of the post-championship interviews there. And for Ropz, I mean, for him to finally lift a Blast trophy, you know, sometimes facing defeat at the hands of people like Cadian and Heroic when he was playing with them, to now just lifting it, and right now he can look to his side and see ZywOo, a guy that's just going to always get the job done for him. That's got to fill him with so much confidence that he's able to pull off even better lurks, and being able to just trust that you can hold your angle and you've got a guy to your side that's going to watch his too. Man, that's when you can play your best Counter-Strike.
Yeah, give me your thoughts on that. 23 total MVPs for ZywOo. We obviously saw him eclipsing Simple rather back at ESL Pro League, but the fact that he gets another one just a few weeks later, it's just been a reign of terror from ZywOo.
I'm gonna be honest, I fucking love it. You know, I'm so tired of this whole conversation that ZywOo during the COVID times had a lot of online MVPs, and by them we can't count them in. He can't be the GOAT, blah, 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 blah. He's just gonna continue to win. You know, when he's playing within Vitality, within this roster, he's gonna win tournaments, and whenever Vitality is winning a tournament, there's a high likelihood that ZywOo will be the one taking the MVP. So maybe he had a time during COVID where he won a few cheap ones by some standards, sure thing, but this man is still young. He's still new. He hasn't played pro Counter-Strike for that many years. He's going to win a lot, and it's not going to be an issue for him. You know, 23, 25, 30, 40, sky's the limit.
If memory serves me correctly, it was six online MVPs for ZywOo, but Simple won 5 in that time too. So they both got kind of padded resumes because of the online era at this point. The crazy thing about ZywOo is that this is really the year for him where, yes, he's passed the MVP total, he can also pass the major total. I'm going to look a little bit ahead here and say that if he gets 2 major MVPs, and it's not some cupcake run like what happened in Paris, like he beats some legitimate teams like he did here today, then the discussion becomes very difficult in Simple's favor. You can cite the eye test in any way you want, but at the end of the day, like the consistency with making major grand finals, winning major grand finals, I mean, that kind of stuff speaks so much in terms of volumes, and right now, he's got the team to do it. Vitality are the best team in the world right now. I know that a lot of people want to give all the credit to ZywOo, but if you look just Flames, he's going to be a top 20 player. Mezzi's going to be a top 20 player if he keeps this up. Ropz is going to be a top 20 player.
Yes.
Apex is the best IGL right now in the world. I mean, he's got the most loaded lineup possible right now.
Well, with Vitality cementing another victory here at the Blast Open Lisbon, unfortunately does see MOUZ falling for a 4th time in this head-to-head. So let's get a few closing thoughts, courtesy of Brollan and Banks.
A series that had a hell of a lot in it, and MOUZ continues to be one dominant force, but this time, even though they pushed Vitality quite far, it wasn't meant to be. For you, Brollan, I want to just start at the beginning of this series because you lose the first map 13-0, but it's the way you bounce back afterwards, right? That gives you some must-be like amazing confidence, some amazing strength as a leader in the rest of the team as well. At that point, when you finally get a map win, which you haven't been able to do against them, did it feel more realistic for you all?
To be honest, I forgot with that. We actually lost 13-0. But
sorry to remind you.
No, it's fine. But yeah, I think like we did not. We said after the first loss that we tried to reset as much as possible. Yeah. We know that our Mirage was very good, and especially like with how we closed it, that was really close. And I think it was maybe more a frustrating way for their side to lose that map, and especially like with us too as well. That it was a close game as well, and we managed to actually close down on Dust 2 as well. But yeah, I think the 4th and 5th map was just, I mean, the 4th map was kind of, I'll say it, we were a little bit disconnected. But on the 5th map, I was not ready for it, and yes, I'm so disappointed about it. And yeah, I'm just, at the moment I can't really find words. I'm just really disappointed in myself. But yeah.
But I'll say this, right? You are a new IGL coming into this. It's a long best of 5 to go through, so I know you feel disappointed now. This was still something you had to try and fight for. I want to look at this, the last bit of train. Why do you feel so much like it was all on you on this? Why are you taking so much of that responsibility?
No, but I just want to be the leader for everyone, be the leader for the boys, to be prepared as much as I could. But yeah, it's been a long, tough week, and I let the boys down basically on the last map. And yeah, I said that, like, I'm really disappointed about myself that I managed to do it. And yeah, yes, get the learnings from it. But now it sucks.
it always hurts more in the moment as well. Can we maybe try and turn this and look at some of the positives in that you were able to push them, you were able to fight back into games, right? I know it's not the win you want, it's not the trophy you wanted, but step by step, every event, as you as a brand new IGL, we're seeing the improvements. Is that something where you can see a little bit of happiness in?
Of course, but no, yeah, of course. I'm really proud of the team, of myself, of course, in some way.
Good. You should
but yeah, at the moment, Vitaly has our number, of course. Yeah, I'm just. It's been a long month with a lot of tournaments. We went from Stockholm, we went to Copenhagen, we went here, and it's been a really exhausting period. But yeah, now I'm go home, take some days off, and then we're going to go on again. Then I'm just looking forward to develop our playbook a little bit, because there hasn't been that much practice, especially, and we just need to, yeah, especially myself, I just need to work on my things. It's just the first step. Now we need to go on the second step on these things. So, yeah.
Yeah, another rough loss for the side of MOUZ. I appreciate how candid Brollan was being in those moments, saying, you know, he feels like that fifth and final map, the loss was on his shoulders. I feel like maybe he's possibly exaggerating that just a little bit in this moment, but having it so close, right? You're taking maps away from Vitality. Yeah. You had no business winning, and then it falls apart at the final hurdle.
I respect the sentiment, I respect his feelings, but I don't give a damn for it, because honestly, Brollan has done more than anyone could ever expect from him. This early in his career, this early in his tenure as an in-game leader, a month and a half ago, he was the laughingstock of the world. Everyone on Twitter, everyone on Reddit, everyone on HL TV were laughing towards the MOUZ camp thing. Haha, Brollan, in-game leading, what? He's sitting, you know, on the side. Yeah. He never shows emotions. He's not a communicator. Well, guess what? He's proven everyone wrong. Taking 2 maps off Vitality, pushing him to a 5th, being in 3 finals in a row. Shut up. You know, Brollan, he's shown that he's the real deal.
I mean, Brollan's already exhibiting the qualities of a real captain. That to me is what's most impressive about it. He's taking the loser's interview on the chin. He's taking it upon himself because he couldn't find the answers on the 5th map. And, you know, Train's not a map that MOUZ are known for. That's a map they generally avoid. They probably didn't even want to see the series get to that point. Yeah. But he still is going to take the loser's interview. And I'm going to say, there are a lot of people that James wants to get for loser's interviews. A lot of IGLs turn him down after that. So for Brollan to actually show up 100%. And to pitch up in the way that he did, and MOUZ did, it inspires a lot of people to actually begin saying, maybe MOUZ are gaining a little bit of aura. Maybe they're actually beating some teams on stage that it felt like they had no business beating when this move was made, and they have proved a lot of naysayers, including myself, wrong. Like, I have had to change my tune completely when it comes to this team, because they are a contender for championships for every tournament they join.
It's a pleasant surprise.
100%. I mean, they should be regarded as the 2nd best team in the world right now. Jacob, you're not shy of humbling teams after such incredible victories. Are we at the start of a Vitality era? Could this be on the precipice?
I mean, I think there's a lot that is pointing in that direction right now. I think it's a stacked lineup. I think it's pretty early in the process as well. I don't think we've seen the best from Vitality yet. It's also the fashion they win in. You know, Pro League, they dominate the grand final here. They get under a lot of pressure. They go into Train. Again, a map that no one is feeling comfortable on, yet they still find a way to win. So I'm seeing a lot of different facets in how Vitality are winning their games right now. And in complete honestness, I have a lot of bias towards Apex as an in-game leader. I think he's the best at the job right now. And
100%.
As an in-game leader right now, I would put my faith in Apex. Is it an error? Maybe if you win the next couple of tournaments, or the major for that matter as well, but they're on their way to it.
They're the first team that's won 3 S-tier LAN trophies in a row. FaZe won 3, but one of them was online early on in CS2. For the era conversation, they need to win Austin. Like, it's not an era without Austin. Super elite event in Kato, an elite event here, but a studio event in Pro League, that's not an era just yet.
Yeah, no, I think I would agree with that same sentiment. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me throughout the duration of this weekend. Thank you everybody who was watching at home, who also joined us in the arena. And as always, thank you so much to the wonderful production team doing amazing things behind the scenes. We'll be seeing you very shortly. See you then.